Good afternoon and welcome to Taif, welcome to Saudi Arabia and welcome to the Jcsa English broadcast coverage. My name is Callum Helliwell and I will be looking forward to bringing you 9 tremendous races today, but I won't be doing it on my own. I'm joined by Tom Collins. Tom, how are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. Looking forward to the action. Again, we've avoided the thunder and lightning, which was plaguing the track prior to racing today. We've got a cup race right at the end of the card as well, so it's really exciting. Looking forward to getting stuck in.
And remember, we're live on YouTube. We've got plenty of action to get involved with. Please get involved in the comments, like, subscribe, and remember to turn on your bell notifications. But, Tom, we were up all night last night. We had a late one, not only because we were enjoying a delightful meal at a wonderful restaurant thanks to our producer, but also there was a Saudi jockey, a very young Saudi jockey, who went and had success in France. And we'll get on to that later on in the card. More pressing concerns are 3 horses we want to look forward to today. So we've got 3 really interesting runners to look forward to. And the first one is a horse called Jcsa. Now, she goes in race 5. She's, for me, the definition of consistency in the green colours and the yellow noseband. She finished inside the top 3 in her last 3 starts, but is yet to get her head in front. Connection will be hoping today is the day she can do just that. Horse number 2 is Sahia. That goes in race 3. He's Tom's selection today. Tom, you had a winner yesterday, so hoping to continue the fine form again in the green colours with the white dash down the middle. Connection will be hoping he can go one better than 2nd place last time. The final horse is Saloum Al Khaladiya. He goes in race 6 in a really fascinating Arabian contest for horses rated between 90 and 105. He's won 3 of his 11 starts, but he was disappointing last time out, so hopefully he can go a little bit better today. Now, we've got 9 races to look forward to, as we've already mentioned. Let's take a look at each of them because there's plenty to talk about all the way through this tremendous card here at King Khalid Racecourse. We open up with a local bred horses maiden. We've then got a local bred horses handicap. We've got maidens, opens, and another Arabian maiden to come up with. So there's open contest, Tom. They look fascinating.
Yeah, the 4th race on the card, the Open, full of local and imported runners. It's one of the highlights of the day.
The Jcsa award is the highlight of our card. That comes right at the end, 8:15 local time. I'm really looking forward to that contest. Just good horses all the way through it, including My Good Thing. And My Good Thing won yesterday, so hopefully My Good Thing can win again today.
Yeah. Talking about good things, we've got a good thing down in the paddock, Callum.
We do indeed. She has been swanning around the racecourse today, enjoying her time with some various jockeys. I don't know how jealous some of the jockeys are going to be when we realise that Alex Moreno was the lucky man to spend time with Shamila, but she's down in the paddock. Shamila, how are you getting on today?
No comment. The skies are looking a little bluer today, which is nice. Obviously, we had some rain on the way to the racecourse, but I think it'll stay off for the rest of the day. I am really looking forward to watching Final Destination this evening. Not the movie, but the 3-year-old colt by Havana Grey, trained by Thamar Al-Dahani. He won last time out over the same distance, almost with the same rivals, but his biggest competitor will be his stablemate, Uncle.
Thank you, Shamila. And do you know why that's such a good thing? Because that horse Final Destination is my good thing, me and Shamila. It's only taken us a week and finally we are on the same page with the selection. But we do have one more member of the team and he'll be making his debut with us today. It's a man who cannot have any stronger an introduction than I'll want to give him. It's the man, the myth, the legend that is Mark Francis. How are you doing, Mark?
Callum, Tom, Shamila, thank you very much indeed for that introduction. Yeah, very much looking forward to today's racing. In particular, that last race. Sounds like both you and Shamila are on Final Destination. I think I might be opposing you in that lucky last. But we'll get onto that later because we start with a local bred maiden for Saudi horses. 6 furlongs of the trip, 1,200 metres. And we have a full field of 18. Starting at the top with Gloria Flashes for Azil Al-Sahani. Majid Saleh is the 2. The only debutant in this field is Akhlaq, who is the 3. Inze the 4. Wathi Al-Thaq is the 5. Fazat is the 6. One of the 6 or 7 fillies, I should say, in this lineup. Roya Al-Karim wears the blinkers, horse number 7. Asad Tikrid is the 8. And Kood is the 9 as we turn the page. Kare is 10. Murat Breda for Abdullah Al Farouz is the 11. Taj Al Mahasan is 12. Denver 13. Safe Bloody 14. Dilara 15. Mike, a very interesting horse here, 16. Looking forward to the thoughts of yourselves, Callum and Tom, ahead of this one. Kasama is the 17, and Bint Al Karim comes in for the non-runner 18, Moth 1. So Bint Al Karim inherits stall number 18. So a full field for our first race coming up in about 13 minutes' time.
Thank you very much for that, Mark. And yes, certainly some interesting horses to look at as we start this over 1,200 metres for 50,000 real. More valuable than any of the races we had yesterday, Tom.
Yeah, really valuable race, over 6 furlongs, local bred maiden. Looking forward to it, but there's not a lot of good form on show, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. What we do have here are a lot of 2-year-olds by some very good sires.
Exactly, indeed. And one of the horses that really caught my eye was Fazat, with a horse with a bit more experience, because we've already noticed here at Taif there's nothing wrong with having a few runs under your belt to get into the spirit of things and maybe get your head in front.
Yeah, she finished 9th last time out at meeting 27, and she's trained by Gaith Al Gaith, who's been one of the leading lights in the training ranks over the last week and a half since we've been here. She's had 4 starts, but she's rated 63, so she'll be there or thereabouts.
Our producer's just in my ear with all the excitement as we've got the colours very similar to the Jigginstown colours on number 10, Kera, Tom. That's not from 3, 13th last time out.
Yeah, we've got a second string of Jigginstown. not the maroon cap, but the white cap. Yeah, interesting colours. We obviously know them from jumps racing over in the UK. But you'll have to see them over here in Taif as well.
No Jack Kennedy on board, unfortunately, but certainly jockeys to watch out for. Number 1, Gloria Flashes, another one with 3 starts, 2 in Taif, and improved impressively last time out.
Yes, exactly, improved. Finished 4th last time at meeting 21. Prior to that, finished 17th at meeting 13, but was coming off a long layoff then. She's a filly that's obviously improved for her last 2 efforts, and she's drawn well on the inside as she breaks nicely.
Now, Mark Francis mentioned he was keen on Mike, a horse who's only making its 2nd start, and it'll be first start this season for the 3-year-old colt.
Yeah, colt against the fillies in here. Drawn out wide in 16, so we'll need to break well. We saw yesterday that the place to be was against the rail. From 16, you've got your work cut out to get across. But a very interesting runner, first time up this season.
Especially over 1,200 metres when you're in that situation where the pace will be on from the start, but they haven't gone at breakneck speeds really, especially in these maiden contests. In a cup race we saw last week, they went so fast and the race fell apart. But in these sort of contests, they don't quite have that top end speed. So hopefully they'll have more of an opportunity to settle and actually have a chance out wide.
Yeah, exactly. Generally, yesterday you wanted to be within the first 7, but we saw in many races that if you were first, second or third, you were struggling to keep up the speed. Just in behind the pace, in that little stalking role is ideal. And maybe the likes of Mike or Dilara, for example, get across from the outside gate to then, make a challenge in the home straight.
You've mentioned about riding the rail and getting that prime rail run. I'm looking at Aklark, number 3. We've seen a few horses who have taken advantage of horses on their insides breaking quite slowly. And if that's the case, they can then get out in front and actually ride that rail. And they don't even have to lead, but if they get that position on the rail, they can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, exactly that. And you know what I want to see? I want to see an Eddie Castro winner today. Because we've seen Adele Alfaredi, Camille Ospina, Roberto Ramos, Naif Alanazi finally rode a winner yesterday.
Yes, Naif, big win.
Louis Morales, Alex Moreno, but we haven't seen Eddie Castro winner so far. So I want to see that, and he's aboard at Clark. The one thing about this colt, though, is that he's a progeny of Premium Tap. We heard an interview yesterday from one of the riders. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Alex Moreno, actually. He said that all Premium Taps want to go a mile or further. This is only 6 furlongs.
Yeah, they stay, and he said they stay all day. This is horse number 1, Gloria Flashes. What do you make of this horse, Tom?
Yeah, she ran well last time out, finishing 4th. She's got the inside stall. She's definitely a player in here, but I think there are stronger rivals given she's rated just 54.
Maj Saleh, 0 from 4 in the career.
She's rated 56, coming back off the long layoff, ran 4 times last season. Now a 3-year-old is by US sire Pablo.
Aklark is a really strapping type on debut.
This is the Premium Tap progeny that we were just talking about. Looks a little bit nervous in the parade ring. I'd like to see him sharpen up and look ready to race.
Inza, completely different type, certainly more relaxed.
Definitely more relaxed. We saw this horse last week, back in meeting 30, finished 6th. He's a colt and he's ridden by Adel Alfaredi.
Oh, Wafiq Al-Zouk is ridden not by Adel Alfaredi, but it's not from 7, but is run well this season.
Yeah, ran well last time, finishing 4th back in meeting 29. We have some footage of this horse in due course.
This is a horse I like, Fazat.
Yeah, another runner for Gaith Al Gaith. He's got several in this field. I don't know whether it's first string or not, but she ran okay last time, finishing 9th.
Roya Al Karim, interesting jockey silks there. They're not available in your Saudi cards, but you can just see the jockey silks there, gold with the black stripes. And number 8 is Asad Tikrit.
Roya Al Karim needs to come on, 0 from 8 so far. Asad Tikrit's only rated 47.
9 is Kood. We've got footage of this horse.
0 from 12, but ran well to finish third last time meeting 16. Alex Moreno takes the ride.
Jigginstown colours on display here in Cara.
Ran once this year, finishing 13th back in meeting 22. Will need to come on for that and has fitness worries.
Morat Breda, number 11, very short tail.
Very short tail. I like the pedigree though, by Nyquist. You don't see too many Nyquists over here. Bred to be a sprinter, only run once, could improve.
The trip certainly won't be a concern if the
No.
pedigree is anything to go by. Nyquist with an absolute rocket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 12 is Taj Al-Massan. Interesting runner there.
Lou Morales takes the ride. Lovely looking horse as well.
Denver is horse number 13. We'll get just a little bit of view there, the white cap.
Beautiful name for a horse, Denver. Although we don't like the American football team, as you said last week. 0 from 2 so far. Finished 15th last week at meeting 29. Needs to come on from that.
Saif Baladi with the yellow cap on is number 14. Not had a chance to see that in the parade ring, but no doubt Connections will have it primed and ready.
0 from 5 so far. Needs to improve. Only rated 30, so has a tough ask today.
And first time up this season in Taif is always a concern here at King Khalid Racecourse. You want horses to have a few runs under their belt before hitting the lids here. And these maidens are always so tough, with some unexposed runners blowing up and looking like potential aeroplanes.
Yeah, exactly. We have a big range of ratings for the horses that have prior experience, and then we have the unexposed types that have never run before, the likes of Clark, Morat Brady, who's only run once. It's a completely diverse race full of experienced and non-experienced horses. I'm looking forward to getting stuck in.
Mentioning the colour change again there on horse number 7 in the gold and black silk. Dilara, horse number 15, we've not mentioned that horse yet.
0 from 6 so far, only rated 38, so again needs to come on from what she's shown so far, but she finished 9th back at meeting 16.
Mike is number 16, a horse we have spoken about earlier. I know Mark Francis is keen.
By Haynesfield, we've seen a fair few of his progeny. Oh, there's another one in here, Taj Al-Mahassan, number 12. First time up this season, only had 1 run, so he's unexposed.
Kasama, horse number 17 on your race card, will break wide. Is that a concern for you, Tom?
Yeah, wide draw, big concern. Also didn't show much on debut.
Bint Al-Akram is the horse that will round us out, coming out on number 19. Be interested to see how the draw works out for that horse.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Nice to get the horse into the race, given she's rated 63, so she's quite clearly a player, but she's 0 from 8 so far. Camille Ospina takes the ride, which is interesting.
So we know what the tactics will be.
Straight to the front. Straight to the front.
From a wide draw. There'll certainly be some early speed early on. We've got plenty of action in the comments already. Is that a Ken comment? I see nice and early. Ken, always one to rely with the comments as well. Again, we know he'll be on Team Callum rather than Team Tom. Just a personal issues there for Ken. He really just doesn't like Tom. The only way I can explain it, he'd actually contacted me in the evening with a text message and said, I'm really glad that you're doing this show and you're doing such a great job. Do you know what? He did refer to me as almost like a son, and it was truly a blessing, a true blessing.
Superb. Yeah, he says what is the highest rated runner today. Well, the answer to that is a horse called Raid, number 3 in race 4, rated 112, which is pretty lofty.
That race 4 looks a fascinating contest on paper, doesn't it? Plenty of horses that have strayed away from cup contests and are going into this open race.
Yeah, one of the best races on the card for sure. Definitely tune in to that. It's at 5:35 local time, which will be 3:35 if you're watching in the UK. Also, thank you to Zoe, who's messaged on YouTube saying, looking forward to another great day of racing and awesome commentary. What a fantastic team to be brought together, which is lovely.
Now, I know Zoe very personally. Zoe is a very, very good friend of mine, and the concern is, Zoe, get back to work, because I know you are not doing your job. You are not doing your job for local councils. She does an amazing work for the local councils, and unfortunately she won't be doing much work today because she'll be sitting and watching the racing. But get back to work, Zoe. Stop commenting on our stuff.
Fantastic. Keep getting involved, guys, on YouTube. We will read them all out.
Plenty of comments to be involved with. Remember, like, subscribe, turn on that bell notification as well, because there's plenty to get excited about. And here's some form in front of you now. This is Waif Al-Zouk finishing 4th last time out.
Yeah, ran okay this day. Gaith trainee up against the inside. Showed plenty of early speed. Just seems to fade late on. As you can see, that stride shortening. He's on the right lead. Just quite clearly found the trip a little bit too far. Fended off that other rival though, number 2, who he was alongside at a certain point before, just being passed by 2 in the final 50 metres.
The next horse we're going to have a look at is Cood, who was last seen finishing 3rd. Really not the best performance on paper you'll see, and there's some that are less exposed.
Yeah, there are a few less exposed in this race. Alex Moreno takes the ride. This horse hasn't run for a long time, but actually performed okay to finish 3rd this day. As you can see, went wide on the track, was making some kind of inroads late on, but just never really looked like winning, Callum.
Yeah, just plugging on at the one pace, and we've said this before, and we'll probably say it every time when we look at these maiden contests. I say stay away from horses that are seen plugging on, because they're likely to get really, really exposed against something with a lot less experience on the plate, and will just make it look a bit silly. But you know they're going to go hard. You know that selection's going to be right in there. But for me, I'm going to stick to what I said earlier. I think Fazat is going to come into this contest and just improve with each run, and hopefully Fazat for me, number 6.
I'll take a shout at Clark, the first-time starter, Eddie Castro. I want to see a winner. This colt, is by Premium Tap, will be staying on late and is drawn well in stall 3.
Mark Francis, you've got your 0 from 0 so far. Can you make it 1 from 1 with the selection in this one?
Well, I hope so, Callum. Mike will probably be one of the two that I fancy here. I guess Wefi Al-Thak would be another. But in a race of this nature, you're better off picking a couple against the field here. I think Wathi Al-Thak from stall 5 was drawn 15 last time, has placed 5 times on 7 starts, and they've certainly got the trip right now. So Wathi Al-Thak possibly with Mike, who's drawn 16. So we've got one towards the inside, one towards the outside. Mike's actually changed stables as well, was 4th at the Riyadh early in the season, and comes here fresh. He will be loading up very shortly with the yellow jacket with the red chevrons, white cap. But looking forward to getting underway here on race number 1 of meeting 32. 6 furlongs is the trip for a local bred horses maiden, open to 3-year-olds and fillies and colts. We have 7 fillies in here, including that one in shot, Cood, for Alexis Moreno. That was Callum's fancy. Blue noseband, should be easy to spot. Maybe a little bit more exposed than 1 or 2 others, but certainly we've got some good racing to come. We touched upon race 4. That's where my best selection of the evening goes, so looking forward to that race. 4 Saudi bred races tonight, a couple of Arab contests, a maiden here, an open race, and of course the cup race right at the end in race 9. So this is the first of 2 contests over 6 furlongs, minimum trip here at Taif. So Cood will be next, just misbehaving back of the starting stalls. Best efforts here for Cood. And we'll be hoping for a first success. Of course, being a maiden, none of these horses are yet to cross the line in front. There's the sight of Majid Saleh. Got around about 1/3 of the field left to load. Inze into 4. And also Cood into 9. At the back is Asad Tikrit. Also there is the stripes of Denver. So the final 3 to come forward for our opening contest. There's Mike in the background, also the red jacket of Taj Al Mahasan, and also the 1 reserve who inherits the widest post of all, that's Bint Al Karim, into stall number 18. She should be the last. Just rearing in 13 is Denver. Just getting a bit upset, and as such is upsetting Taj Al Mahasan to his inside. Field of 18 look ready. We're set to race here for the Taif opener. Flags up. Long hold. And they're off and racing. Awkward beginning there for the yellow and green colours of Asad Tikrit, but get away smartly in the first half furlong. Towards the inside, we have Majid Saleh. Also, there is Inze in the pale colours. Purple jacket or maroon colours of Kare is also front and centre with the red jacket of Taj Al Mahasan. But it's probably Delara who's the overall leader by about a half a length. So Delara is in front. Towards the inside is Maj Saleh. And also bang there is Taj Al Mahasan. Just in between that trio is Kare. And this makes a line of 4. Towards the outside, probably about 5th position, is Kazamar. Just inside of that one is Denver, and back towards the rail is Gloria Flashes. Just worse than midfield at the minute is Mike with the white cap, yellow sleeves. Also there was the slow starter Asad Tikrit. Towards the back of the field early on is the reserve Bint Al Karim, just being preceded by Roya Al Karim. But turning for home then, as they completed their first 800 metres in 51.40 seconds. And on the outside, Inze now comes to take it up. In between runners is Gloria Flashes. Towards the inside is Delara, but it's Inze at the moment who's got to get past. Inze leading with the last 150 to go. Gloria Flashes in second, staying on from the back of the field is on the outside Wathi Al-Thak, but it's Inze in front, and Inze will win. Inze goes on to score by a couple of lengths, drawn in stall 4, had a pretty clean run throughout, and Inze collects first prize honours. Inze the winner. Gloria Flashes has run pretty well in second after a bit of a tardy beginning, but ran the shortest way round. And staying on the back of the field was Wathi Al Thak. So Inze the winner. 1:18.6 was the winning time. The gap was closing, but Inze had always done enough at Adel Al Faradi. Gloria Flashes home in second. And Wathi Al Thak, who continues to place here at Taif, was home in third. 2 1/4 lengths was the winning distance. White jacket with the purple epaulets. Lovely colours, these. And a nice performance from Inze, who beats Gloria Flashes into second. Wathi Al Thak was home in third. And they were clear of the remainder, which were headed by Fazat.
Normal service has been resumed, and Adel Al Faradi is back in the winner's enclosure, Tom, and a very trouble-free run on the experienced Inza.
Yeah, it was Farhad Al Faradi who had the limelight yesterday with 3 winners. Adel drew a blank yesterday, but he's back. 22nd winner of the campaign so far. He leads the jockey standings by 4 wins. To be fair, this horse was the highest rated in the field, rated 75, was just right there on the page. Neither of us went for Inza.
Absolutely no. I thought the horse was pretty fully exposed, but it's proved me wrong today. But if we look at the pass on the Ray round, all the experience that you know Adel has, he's just used it there and he's found it a very comfortable success. Gloria Flashes, I thought, ran a really nice race, always prominent throughout. Ended up finishing strongly to finish second. We had a nice run from Wafi Al Zouk for the video team in the studio. They'll be very happy with that. That finished third. Fazat, my selection, ran on quite nicely for fourth. Tom, how about your selection? How did that get on?
Broke slowly at Clark, was right out the back from the early stages. Made some late ground, but definitely wants a mile. 6 furlongs is way too short for that runner. The time was 1:18.86 seconds. When you look at the track record, which is 1:11.4, you know, we're quite a way off, 7.5 seconds off. But compared to yesterday, this time's actually reasonably quick. Maybe the track is riding slightly faster.
Yes, I think they've harrowed and harrowed and harrowed some more, and we see the results of that. But Adel has had a very trouble-free passage through there, always prominent, always had a clear shot at goal, and as soon as he came clear in that straight, he never looked like stopping. Plenty of horses making ground in behind. I think it'll be interesting to see the start of this. But I think this man right here will be very, very happy he's managed to get his head in front, because his brother, I can imagine on the family group chat, was really popping off yesterday. I've got a treble. What are you doing, Adel? Farhad was on fire, but the seeds of time have changed again, and hopefully we'll see some winners for Adel today as well. Hopefully this won't be his only one.
Yeah, as you say, normal service resumed. This guy, Adel Al Faradi, is the shining light in Saudi riding right now. He's the star in the weighing room of the local riders, and it's great to see him back in winning ways. He's phenomenal at judging pace, getting into the right position, knowing exactly when to kick for home here at Taif. And when we watch the replay, you'll just see he just rode that to perfection.
Absolutely, and I think when we have to talk about it, those who are tuning into Saudi racing for the first time, it's clean we have to mention again, this man can go around this course backwards. and his judgment of pace is unmatched. I have to say, he was incredible last week in our feature race on Saturday night where he came from the clouds. This is a totally different style, but yet again, he's done the business and he's front ranked. He's said go at the right time and he's judged it again to perfection on a horse, which is still a little bit green. You can just see the head carriage out to the right there, the left on your screen, but the right according to Adele. And he's just managed to keep this horse going straight, despite having lots of action going on in behind him.
Can you just see how he's leaning slightly to his left-hand side? He's got his left knee out, which is just stopping the horse from hanging right and actually engaging in the challenge and to go in a straight line. That's a crucial piece of horsemanship right there from this star jockey. You did tip Fazat in the race, am I right?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Ran very, very nicely, I thought. She was
typical
right
Callum Helliwell selection.
Yeah,
right at the back, made ground late.
Staying on for fourth or third. Yeah, typical selection. But she actually ran really well. I wouldn't be surprised if they step her up to 1400 next time. She was
definitely
the only filly actually making up ground late.
She lacked early speed. You just saw, you're very keen on talking about horses being on the correct leg. Again, Inza was on the correct leg all the way down the straight, and that's experience. What a camera angle we can see here. And you can just see where Adele is right now. He's tucked right in behind. You'd be concerned here that you were going to meet traffic problems, but just watch as the fields begin to part and Adele just takes his grade. This is a fantastic angle, Tom.
Yeah, phenomenal camera shot. Look at that interference just back in the pack between two horses in the blue. Alex Moreno getting the worst of it on Cood.
That's Cood, yeah, having just meeting some trouble in running. But here goes Adele. He just waits and waits and waits for the pass to come. He's not trying to make that ground. He just waits for the gap to come and takes immediate advantage. And Gloria flashes straight in behind.
Yeah, both of those horses actually made their move at exactly the right time. Gloria Flashes just unfortunately was 2 lengths further back from Inza and can never erode that deficit. Actually, the horse in third, Wafi Al Zouk, was the horse that interfered with Cood off the bend. I thought he ran pretty well as well, although he's the type to constantly run into a place, and then your horse wasn't in that shot but finished back and forth.
We get the break early on, and you can just see where our winner comes out. He dived a little bit to the right, so he didn't get to take advantage, but as Gloria Flashes has fallen out the stalls, it's given everyone a chance to get to the rail.
Yeah, it has indeed, and yeah, she didn't break very well, so she actually ran nicely to finish second.
Absolutely.
And also, your horse is now third from the back of the pack right now. Fazat, again, didn't break well, hopped at the start, little stumble as well, still manages to finish
and
fourth.
is losing ground here as well because they weren't slowing down, so I was convinced that we were well out of the picture, but again, typical Callum Helliwell selection, plugging on late. We saw those Jcsa colours of Kera bang up there, folded quite tamely towards the end.
Yeah, but look where the winner and the second are. Very much like yesterday, on the rail, just in that
Riding
second
that
flight.
rail.
Second flight of horses behind the 4 dueling pacemakers. They just take advantage of the early speed battle, move wide on the bend, get the clear run.
Gloria Flashes is in some trouble there.
Yeah.
She gets caught up on the rail. That's just a little bit of trouble in running there.
Has to wait for Inza to make the move, which is probably the determining factor in the result for this race, because Gloria Flashes actually makes up a length off the bend, but then could never erode the deficit.
But the jockey makes a smart decision by not actually trying to bail out even wider of Inza, but just allowing Inza to give that gap and then just trying to challenge down the inside. But Inza's got the momentum and is actually going away at the line. It's quite a nice performance if you just look at the way Inza hits the line.
Yeah, but again, probably flattered by the race position. You know, both the first two were in the ideal spots. Well, Fial Zouk, who finished third, and Fazat, your selection, I think ran equally well as the first two, just didn't break very nicely and ended up in poor positions.
Are you just saying to me that Fazat is going to be a typical Callum horse where they run the best race, but they don't actually acquire the best result?
I'd say so. I've put a big star right now on my race card next to Fazat for next time. I think if she breaks nicely over this 6 furlong trip, she could be a major player.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching online and you have got your notebooks with you, please get involved and get that name down in your notebook. Fazat, who will hopefully try and win at the 5th time of asking. 6th time of asking it'll be actually next time, won't it? So at the 6th time of asking Fazat, hopefully I can imagine Fazat staying in maiden company as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She has a rating of 63. Maybe if she drops down into the 50s, then she could contest a 0-60 handicap, and she would be exceptionally dangerous in that race, considering how close she's got to a 75 rated winner here in Inza. But if they stick to a maiden, they're going to find the right spot for her.
Cood runs a nice race as well, finishing 5th despite meeting that trouble in running.
Yeah, both Cood and Wafi Al Zouk were the two that bumped coming off the home bend. They finished 3rd and 5th respectively. You know, 2 very good efforts. But Cood is now 0 from 13. Generally runs well, but never wins. So
absolutely
not the type to follow, I'd say.
I'd say I wouldn't be surprised to see Cood ending up in a few handicaps and they're just desperately trying to find a race for that horse to be able to compete in, but lacks the early speed, and that's just a concern all round, isn't it?
Absolutely. She's got the Callum Helliwell kind of profile.
Oh no!
The lack of early speed stays on for minor places.
I'm not sure about how I feel about that catching the Callum Helliwell profile. Horses that are just genuinely slow as they harrow the course in behind us already. We had a couple of drops of rain earlier as well, which was quite interesting. So that course will be a little bit different to what they would have seen this morning. But you were mentioning you were running really well and they were running a little bit quicker today.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're running quicker. I think the track is going to be riding nicely on the inside again, much like yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how the races coming up pan out, but I'm looking forward to see if that bias holds up.
We've got Shamila, who is in the winners' enclosure with some winning connections.
Abdullah Al-Manif is no stranger to the winners' enclosure, and he's won race number 1 with Inza. He's been pretty consistent this season, but today he's really shown himself as a true sprinter.
Yeah, he's a very good horse. He's by Chief Lone Eagle. When he was 3 years old, he was rated very high. However, he faced some challenges during the 2 years old journey. I waited for him. I gave him some time. He shows off lately in Riyadh very good. Beginning of Taif season, he was placing. The first run out was 5th, and then 2nd, and then 6th. He's a very competitive horse. I was expecting him to compete very well and have a very good chance to win the race. Thanks to the jockey, he knew him well. I trust Adel Al-Fredi. He's a very talented jockey. He just sat behind the base. The horse, he doesn't have that much of speed. However, he waited. Just behind the fast horses, and on the race part, he just asked him, and he is responding well.
And he's a 3-year-old gelding. We don't see many geldings here in Saudi Arabia.
To be honest, the majority of the horses are gelding. To be honest, especially the local breed. A lot of owners, they don't actually recommend to keep the horses as a colts. I like colts, to be honest. They are very strong. They act very positive, differently than the gelding horses. But sometimes the colts, you might have like some challenges with the testicles and whatever. He's a good horse. I have to select a very good race for him to show another good race.
Thanks very much, Abdullah.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Now, one of the jockeys who has really been a star in Saudi Arabia is a young man called Sultan Al Maimouni. Now, Sultan was selected amongst all the young jockeys in the world to ride at Deauville in an apprentice jockey race. Now, this race featured jockeys that were from the United Kingdom, from Ireland, from Qatar, from Saudi Arabia, and from France as well. And Sultan not only was able to compete, but he also was put on a horse who didn't have much of a chance of winning. He was working really, really hard. He was mucking out boxes all over his social media pages. But he was out there and he got a chance to ride this horse. He broke nicely. We've got the race in front of us here, and the commentary is in French, so I'll let you understand before we start jumping, is that this horse breaks from the front, goes for the front, and fortunately, you'll see Sultan really at his sparkling best, and he keeps this horse right at the head of affairs.
Et les voilà qui s'élancent pour la 8e, la dernière, le prix International Sister Series avec 1500 mètres à parcourir. Prince des Dunes, casaque bleu accélère pour s'installer aux commandes devant le 2 Full Gain qui vient à son extérieur alors que l'on retrouve en 3e position le numéro 6 Twin Boy. Il y a le 5 Record Show qui vient à l'intérieur. Il y a le 8 Meani Dream qui vient à l'extérieur alors que pour l'instant East Pride est en avant-dernière position devant le numéro 3, Taif Flyers. Les concurrents qui abordent le dernier tournant, les jockeys qui s'appellent. Et c'est encore le numéro 4, Prince des Dunes, qui a le meilleur devant le numéro 6, Twin Boy, avec l'écharpe blanche qui vient 2e, alors que son compagnon de Kazakh, le numéro 1, Vega Dream, est 3e. À son intérieur, le numéro 2, Full Gain, encore plus à la corde. Le numéro 5, Record Show, East Pride, Kazakh Rose, patientant encore avec le numéro 8, Meani Dream, ainsi que le numéro 3, My Flyers. Les concurrents maintenant vont pouvoir entrer dans la dernière ligne droite avec le numéro 4, Prince des Dunes, qui a toujours le meilleur, accompagné à la corde par le numéro 5, Record Show, et à l'extérieur par le numéro 6, Twin Boy, alors que East Pride a maintenant été décalé, lancé en dehors, content de venir chercher le premier, et notamment Prince des Dunes. Prince des Dunes qui repart encore de plus belle avec le numéro 5, Record Show, avec le numéro 6, Twin Boy, et East
c'est Prince de Dune qui s'impose donc dans cette épreuve pour le numéro 5 à 8 heures de show. La troisième place, 3 Allemands pour le numéro 6, c'est Queen Boy qui s'est montré courageux. Regardons le passage du peloton. Prince des Dunes donc s'impose.
As you can just see there, Sultan Al Maimouni giving us the traditional punch of the air, crossing the line. Really fantastic performance. We'll get to see him come into the winners' enclosure as well, where he's just met with absolutely rapturous applause, which is fantastic to see. It's just great to see a jockey so young take the instructions that he was given. We saw some really exclusive footage from the parade ring. This is him coming in after the race. We saw some brilliant footage early on where he was told, if you go to the front, just stay there. This horse will respond. Just talking about this horse's form, it finished last in its previous 2 runs. Sultan jumps on board and they come out and win. They go from the front and do it all from the beginning. Massive thanks to France Gallo for giving this young man, this young talented jockey, the opportunity to come and not only learn French racing, learn racing in a different jurisdiction, but have the opportunity to get in front of all these cameras. L'Equipe are there, Sky Sports Racing are there, so many different media options are there, and they've all got an opportunity to see this young man really ride at his best, Tom.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. He's never ridden at Deauville before. You know, if you tasked me to even walk around Deauville, I probably wouldn't know exactly where the starts are or when to kick. So, you know, not only did he have inexperience, but he was on a horse with a very little chance of actually winning the race, judged on form. Yet he's managed to do it from the front. Very much like a Taif ride as well, making sure he was on the speed, going the right sectionals up front and kicking clear. It's just a huge result for Saudi Arabia.
A huge result for Saudi Arabia. It was just wonderful to see all round. We were setting up late watching. It was 9:20 p.m. Saudi time, but we were not the only ones. His friends and family were watching the race as well. And take a look at this footage. Do you think they were excited?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit excited.
It was very similar to us cheering on Wigberto Ramos yesterday.
It was indeed. Go on the Wiggy, go on the Wiggy. But no, wonderful scenes to see from the family home. Again, massive thanks to France Gallo for giving this young man the opportunity and all these young jockeys this fantastic opportunity to come overseas and ride in a different jurisdiction, and he has taken full advantage of it. And that is a name to remember for your notepad, Sultan Al Maimouni, a real future star in the saddle, hopefully not just in Saudi Arabia, but all over the world. Now, the runners and riders are in the parade ring for our next, as we can see the track getting harrowed. Franny, it's all over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, great to see some Saudi representation there at Deauville, of course. Deauville in August, it's all about the prestige, really, and to see representation not only on the track, but in the winners' enclosure was absolutely fantastic. Hopefully more to come over the next few weeks. Runners and riders then for our next contest, again over the 6 furlongs. It's a local bred horses handicap 0 to 75, and Hawawaya is the top one, looking for back-to-back victories. The filly from stall number 5. This is a handicap, so the cloth numbers doesn't correspond to their draw. Strategy is the 2. Danat Al-Sayal for Alexis Moreno is the 3. Najm Al-Wasil is the 4. Raid Al-Sarrar also looking for another victory to back up at meeting 26. That's the 5. The 6 is Mahabat Hussein, pink jacket for that one. Anal for Mohammed Suleiman is the 7, got an inside draw today. Thalik is an interesting one, but drawn wide, down in grade. That's number 8. As we turn the page, 9, Abu Hamraha. 10, Wissam Al-Shajaha for Rahid Al-Faraz. 11 is a scratch. So we move on to 12. Taraha is the 12. Muraded 13. Hakim Al-Nayar, widest post of all in 18, has the blinkers on. Is number 14. Zarat Teshreen, the 15. Al-Jabo is the only maiden in the lineup, drawn in 4. And Sati Al-Hamadiyah is the 17. Turning the page, final 2, Rawaje is number 18, and the first reserve gets inherits stall number 9, thanks to the non-runner number 11. Najm Al-Hamadar is in number 19. So a full field of 18 go for our second contest. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mark. Really appreciate that. And I think this is a very special race for us, Tom, because it features Hawawaya, who was the first horse for us to ever win when we were doing the English broadcast.
Yeah, she's going to have a little soft spot, Haraway, with us. She won back in meeting 28, our first broadcast last week, and she's somehow able to run in the 0 to 75, even though she's now rated 88. So
from a plum draw of 5 as well, she's got a massive chance. But this is Anal in picture now, horse number 7 on your race card.
She's rated 75 at the top of the weights, albeit she's number 7. That just shows how competitive these handicaps are. She's 1 from 12 so far, finished 7th last time at meeting 8.
This is Talik, number 8.
5th last time at meeting 27. Good piece of form. It was just the meeting before we came out here to Taif, but I did watch the replay. I didn't mind it at all, but the career record of 1 from 24 is slightly concerning.
Lovely mover for me, really stretches out. Horse number 9 is Abu Amara.
He's another colt in this race. He's 1 from 14, rated 72. Last time we finished 7th back at meeting 25. If you go all the way back to meeting 2, right at the start of this season, he finished 3rd. Similar kind of effort will be good enough to go close, but we just don't know if he can repeat it.
Wissam Al Jara is horse number 10, 1 from 43.
Ran the same race as Haraway last week back at meeting 28, finishing 4th. Prior to that, finished 5th at meeting 26. Has been seen on the racetrack a fair bit recently, but he's a 7-year-old colt with a record that isn't overly inspiring.
Number 11 is the non-runner, so we go to number 12, Terrara, who is 3 from 57, another horse with plenty of experience.
Yes, 3 from 57, not the most prolific, but as a 7-year-old filly, she's obviously been a good stalwart for Connections. She actually won back in meeting 7, but her most recent efforts have been a bit dull.
Moraded comes out of stall number 15. He is number 13, and he's 1 from 8, so a little less exposed than some of these other runners.
Exactly, lightly raced. Only 2 runs this year, finished 14th back in meeting 27. Needs to break better, but represents leading trainer Bedan Al-Sabai and rider Naif Al-Anazi, who had an overdue winner yesterday.
And Bedan is a trainer you really have to follow. This is him in picture now. Bedan, a trainer that has had some success since we've been here, had another winner yesterday.
Yeah, he's got a very powerful string down here at Taif, and even when we go to Riyadh, I'm sure he's going to win his fair share of races. He's moving on up the trainer board as we speak.
This is a very powerful type of horse. Look at how well built he is in behind. Really big strut on him as well. Not quite the staccato walk that you often see. Very different type here, number 14, Hakeem Al-Anaya.
Yeah, looks long backed, and I'm not the best horse judge when we're talking about looks alone. Just 1 from 23 so far. He's a 6-year-old sleeping Indian progeny. Only had 2 starts this year, finished 18th both times.
Horse number 15 is Zarat Teshreen, a horse that's always running in these type of contests.
Hey, we're talking about Callum Helliwell profiles. Here's one. Zarat Teshreen. Last 4 starts this season, finished 4th, 17th, which was a poor run, and then 4th and 2nd. She's a filly that's always there or thereabouts, but really struggles to get ahead in front.
As they say on Love Island, my type on paper. But number 16 is Ala Jabou, is another fascinating runner, just getting a little bit jig-joggy in the parade ring.
Winless so far, 0 from 13. We've got plenty of winners in this race, so the task seems quite hard for Ala Jabou. But I was just a 4-year-old, could always improve. A 4th start this year.
17 is Sateh Al-Hamadea, is another interesting runner, 1 from 6. We look at these horses that are less exposed.
3-year-old colt in here, not run many times at all. Looks very relaxed in the prelims. Number 16, that is. Number 17 looks very relaxed too. He's rated 72, not run this year, long layoff, long-backed individual again. Looks quite a big type compared to some of the others. Only a 3-year-old though.
First thing I think when I see a horse like this needs to fill in physically rather than mentally. Mentally handling the preliminary fine, but this horse definitely needs a little bit more time. Very well built behind, very light in front. Horse number 18 is another 3-year-old. This is Rawajeh.
Drawn nicely in stall 3. 3-year-old, as you say, could be open to further improvement after just 7 starts. Actually won back at meeting 11. Finished 9th then at meeting 16 and 8th at meeting 22, so needs to refine that winning thread.
Very much an eye catch in the parade ring, much more mature. It's very easy to tell the difference between horse 17 and horse 18 there. 18 is a lot more mature type, built in all factors, isn't disproportionate. A really nice eye catch in the parade ring. Horse number 19 is Najim Al-Mamar, another runner who I quite like, but it's a little bit on the small side.
Small sides, only rated 66 as well. Doesn't get as much weight as the 3-year-olds who are rated slightly higher, just above him in the race card. 2 from 31 so far in the career, and will break from stall 9 thanks to filling the spot of Cahoom, who's a non-runner.
Yes, Cahoom doesn't go. That was number 11, so this horse gets in the reserve. We've seen some success for the reserve horses, haven't we, today?
We have. We saw a winner 2 days ago, and we saw a horse come in as a reserve yesterday and finish 2nd. So never write the reserves off, despite the fact that you might not initially contemplate whether they can win when you see the race card.
Absolutely. Tom, having seen some of those, has anything caught your eye, anything you're more interested in that you weren't particularly drawn to on paper?
I like Riyad Al Sarah, number 5. Haraway we didn't see in the prelims, but I think we both like her. I think she's the horse to beat in this race. If you're just talking looks alone, Moraded, number 13, is probably the horse that stands out to me.
Yeah, so I think How Away is a very similar profile to a horse that won a handicap last week, where you just see the rating and you're just thinking, if this horse has come out of its last start well, this absolutely dots up. So hopefully we can see that again, because How Away will certainly be my selection. I'll be staying away from Zarat Tesreen, despite the fact that it is Callum Hellywell written all over it. I'm going to be looking at How Away for me. Very fascinating selection. It'd be great if we could see How Away in picture. She's a very strapping filly. She really fooled the eye. It'd be good to see how she's come out of that last start.
Yeah, she's a nice looking type. She's also trained by Beden Al Sabai. We were raving about the trainer for his other runner in here, which is Moraded, ridden by Naif Al Nazi. But I think How Away is his number 1 string. She's a filly by Sleeping Indian, and as you touched on, this is a 0 to 75. She's already proven she is better than these horses. She's rated 88 now after that recent success. The only question I have about whether How Away can win is if that short turnaround will be fine with her. I personally have no issues, given she actually ran back a meeting 26 prior to her winning meeting 28. The quick turnaround seems fine. She's drawn nicely in stall 5. Can she ride the rail is the next question.
Absolutely, Tom. That you've hit the nail on the head there. But another interesting thing for me is when I look at her form, you look back at her, run, and you think, why did it take her so long to get that first win? Well, she was drawn wide on a lot of those occasions, and she was making late ground, but she was having to do it the hard way. And round here at King Harlow's Racecourse, it's tough to do that in those conditions. So hopefully she's going to get a much more easier passageway that she had similarly on her last start, and she can take full advantage.
Yeah, she's drawn very nicely in 5. I'd like to see her break, and if she does, then she's going to be a major threat over the 1,200 metres in here. She has to carry 64 kilos. Generally, we've seen most of these horses' top weight being 62 kilos or maybe even 58. So she's got to carry a lot of weight, but she's got by far the highest rating in this race to win.
And we've also seen fillies carry plenty of weight to success as well. We're going to have a look at How Away here. Really, really good performance.
Look at that. She just kicked straight off the bend, and the race is already won. 400 metres out as we pick this up. How Away is 3 lengths clear, and she just draws further and further ahead. It was a very impressive display. Back in second was Zarat Tesreen, just sticking on at the 1 pace, as per usual, Callum Hellywell. But it's very difficult to suggest that Zarat Tesreen is going to reverse the form, because look how easily How Away has just destroyed her here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like very tough to reverse the form. She came out of stall 4 that day. Won't have a problem from stall 5. Next horse is Raid Al Zara, who is the next horse we're going to look at. This is winning again in earlier this month.
Yeah, we see the Michael Tabor colours out in front, but just in behind is Raid Al Zara. It's a good performance, but this was the first victory at the 16th attempt. You know, this horse isn't known for winning races. Maybe this will provide a confidence booster, but Raid Al Zara is now drawn out in gate 10. Let's go back to the positives. Look who's on board. Adel Al-Faradi.
Yeah, the man looking for a double and looking for a little bit more of the family bragging rights. Danat Alasail is the other horse we'll look at. This is Danat coming second last time out.
Again, trained by Gaith Al Gaith, ridden by Alex Moreno, good combination. But if I'm watching this footage and this footage alone, and don't take into consideration who the trainer and jockey are, I'm thinking this horse is very one-paced. Quite slow, just plugging on past horses that haven't stayed the trip. Never really looked like winning as a King Abdullah, being Abdulaziz and Sons owned runner, takes the prize, and by some considerable margin. You know, Danat Al Sayel has run okay and is rated 74, so has a chance in this grade. But I preferred the footage of How Away by far.
Yeah, it's How Away for me. We'll hopefully get a chance to have a good look at her as she comes around. There she is, number 1 on your race cards, marching around, strutting her stuff. Very Zenyatta vibe, don't you remember her in the parade ring, when she used to kick out her front legs and really acknowledge and show everyone that she was here to party.
If she's got a quarter of the talent that Zenyatta had, she'd be winning this by the length of the straight. Zenyatta was one of the best mares of all time. She's probably not the physical of Zenyatta either, but at the same time, she might have the dominance of Zenyatta against these horses.
Yes, I think it's certainly a horse we both like. However, this is a bit of a kiss of death, because yesterday we had a very similar situation in the last race where we both really fancied a horse and it flattered to deceive. Hopefully we won't get that today.
No, hopefully not. That horse was also number 1 for what it's worth. But How Away does look the real standout. We've teamed up for success before, not yesterday, but last week we did. And I'm hopeful that we'll team up for success again here. How Away is definitely the filly to beat.
Yes, certainly for me as they circle around. Again, for those who haven't watched much of our action, firstly, where have you been? Secondly, thank you for joining us. You'll notice here at the start, horses will circle around. They tend to try and go around in number order. It gets a little bit broken up because horses go into the middle for tack adjustments. If you see a horse in the middle, we keep explaining to you again and again and again, this is not a negative. This is just a horse having an adjustment. They do it in the middle so they keep the environment nice and calm. The horses are herd animals. They want to be part of the group. Instead of taking the horse away to make any adjustments, they leave it in the middle and they allow that horse to just be surrounded by its other runners. So I think it's a really good thing that I think a lot of other racing jurisdictions could take a look at. There's plenty of things we've seen here in Saudi, which I would love to take back and see in other jurisdictions, Tom.
Absolutely. The groom wearing the silks is my number one, I have
Yeah.
to say. We can currently see on the shots that 3 horses are just receiving some tack adjustments, as you've just touched on there. One of them's just been done and the jockey's hopped back on board. That was number 10, Wissam Al-Shajjar. The other 2 just receiving tack adjustments, and then we'll be all ready to load.
Yes, one of them is number 14, Hakim Al-Naya, but again, nothing to be concerned about. The other horse is number 15, Zarat Teshreen, is another one who I'm a huge fan of, but will not be going with today. This is a reminder, this is a handicap, so they won't be coming out in stall order. A little bit of jiggery-pokery with the stalls, but certainly nothing to be concerned about. My selection will be number 1, Hawawaya. Tom, I imagine you're going the same way.
Absolutely. Hawawaya will hopefully break well, get to the rail, and maybe, even if she doesn't lead, maybe she'll sit second or third and just dominate. Lovely pictures, as we can see the horses just circling down at the start.
Remember, we've not got 1, we've not got 2, we've got 32 cameras here, so we can get every single angle that you're after. Fantastic coverage here on the JCSA's English broadcast. We're now going to hand over to the man in the sky. Mark Francis, over to you.
Callum? Yeah, I think it's going to be a triple penalty for Hawawaya because I fancy this filly as well. So I was very, very impressed with her last time out, that inside run. Was drawn 1 that day, drawn 5 today. Not that bad, I guess. Finished really, really well, and the jockey retains the ride. Got it easy up front that day, uncontested from halfway, as we saw in the footage, but I think she'll take all the beating here. We saw Raid Al-Sarrah as well, winning last time out. What that BT didn't show you that he was indeed very, very slowly away, but Tom's absolutely right, you know, trusting a horse that's won from 16 certainly wouldn't be making my shortlist, but you can mark up that performance, I guess. If he was to back it up here, then clearly the penny's dropped. Dana Alasea was another one we touched upon, finishing that distant second, and again, I agree with the guys that the form really isn't that strong from that race. Got drawn 13 today, this 4-year-old grey filly. But yeah, it's all about the one for me, the top one, carrying 64 kilos, Hawawaya for Mohammed Al-Sharima, who was on board back at meeting 28. So a full field of 18 here. As the guy said, Kahum is a non-runner, which is rather disappointing, actually. She's 6 wins from 50 starts. She's pretty consistent, but she's out. Najim Al-Medamar is into stall 9, as the loading process is well and truly underway. Just backing out there was Raid Al-Sarrah. Coming forward is Muradid. Again, what's a picture in the paddock, but has got some form figures to improve upon. Black and white hoops for that one. Naif Al-Anazi, always a jockey to follow here at Taif, is in the saddle. So race 2, same trip as the first race, 1,200 metres. This is another Saudi contest. Local bred horses that are rated 0 to 75. 3-year-olds and upwards. Got 6 fillies in the lineup, a couple of greys. Looking forward to this race getting underway. Forward goes Danat Alaseyal. Got about 5 empty stalls at the moment, including stall 11, which will be housed by Abu Hamraha. 1 win from 14 starts. 5 empty boxes. Not too sure who's playing up out of shot there. But a decent race this. The 100,000 Saudi Riyal, 50,000 of that going to the winner. Zarat Teshreen has got that form to reverse with the top one. It's beaten 7 lengths, but recorded 3 victories last year. Was drawn 10 last time out. Better off in 6 here. But I do think Hawawaya will be just too good to them. 5 wins from 19 starts. Hawawaya. But don't tell Zarat Teshreen that. He was second best that day. He had Al-Tarizi in the plate. Abu Hamraha just causing 1 or 2 problems. Waiting patiently at the back is Najim Al-Medamar. There's what I would perceive as the likely favourite. As the reserve will be the penultimate one to come forward. The empty gate at the minute is stall number 7, which means we're waiting for Strategy, who's not in shot there, third Altamiyat. Najim Al-Medamar goes in. Given that Strategy is still racing, he should be the last. Not be going without here, and off. They are indeed. And there's a problem in stall number 6 as well. So 1 or 2 not involved. That was Zara Teshreen, who has come out without the jockey. So take that one out. And also at the start, there was another one withdrawn, which we'll get to. But up at the head of affairs is Danat Al-Sayel, the grey horse, who's right up with the pace. So too on the inside is Najim Al-Medamar. These are the first 2. The hoop jacket is Muradid, sitting pretty in about 4th position, just being preceded by Mamobat Hussein. And also up there with the pace is the purple jacket of Anal. These are the first 5. Getting a nice tack into the race is Hawawaya, who's about 6th position at the minute, 3 lengths behind the main body of the group, which are being headed by Najim Al-Medamar by about a length. To the inside is Anal, and then comes the grey Danat Al-Sayel. Hawawaya is now 4th, just overtaking Mamobat Hussein. Towards the outside is Muradid, as they're already turning for home. And they yet to get by Najim Al-Medamar. It's by about 3 lengths here, and Hawawaya has got a job on her hands. She is right up on the inside in 2nd, yet to get past Anal. As they reach the final 200 metres, Najim Al-Medamar being tackled all the time on the inside by Hawawaya. Towards the outside is Anal. Hawawaya now just getting the upper hand to Anal on the outside, and Hawawaya will back up that recent win and go underscore. Hawawaya wins again. Close for the Miners. Anal may have just stolen 2nd from the long-time leader, Najim Al-Medamar. There was drama at the start. Zarat Teshreen came out of the stalls without Iyad Al-Tarizi, and there was also a late scratch in Strategy. We'll update with you in just a moment. But Hawawaya, of those that were left, went on to score, and in decent fashion was held up off a frantic-looking pace. There were 5 or 6 of them up with the pace, and Hawawaya sat off it. A decent ride here for Mohammed Al-Sharima, who was on board back at beating 28, on board here again. And very, very similar style running the rail. Anal has got up for 2nd. Decent run there by Mohammed Suleiman. And Thalik has emerged as 3rd best. Hawawaya, well, we said before the race, triple penalty, but it is a winner for both me, Callum, and Tom. Well done all. Hawawaya goes on to win in a cosy success. 1 1/4 lengths, very close for 3rd. Just ahead of that is Anal, but you can see Thalik head down where it mattered, nicking that off Raid Al-Sarrar and also the long-time leader Najim Al-Medamar. But a win for number 1, Hawawaya.
We tried to tell you. We tried to tell you. We tried to get you involved. And if you didn't follow us, well, that's up to you, because we tried to tell you that Hawawaya was the good thing in this race. And Hawawaya certainly was. She has backed up her last performance, and she has done it in some style, Tom.
Yeah, Bedan Al-Sabai's done a fantastic job with this filly. Not only to win last week in demonstrative fashion off the front end by a wide margin, but to back up quickly just a week later in a 0-75, taking advantage of the fact she can still run in this grade despite having a rating of 88. There was a short period of time where we were worried. I think that's true. But we have absolutely roared her on. If you were at Taif right now and just seem to be watching this English coverage, I hope you heard us, because we were shouting Hawawaya, and it was a great ride as well, sticking to the inside.
Mohammed Al-Rashima is a very talented jockey and sat in the pocket away from all the action. There were 3 separate races. There was the front-ranked horses, there was Hawawaya, and there were those in behind, and only one horse got into the race.
Yeah, it was sat in the perfect position, just what we were talking about in the first race. Just behind the speed in the stalking position around 5th or 6th early on. Let those front runners go a little bit too hard, kick for home early, and then pick up the pieces late. To be fair, for much of the home straight, it looked like she was going to win. But there was just that brief moment as they turned in where she was 3 lengths down and not immediately eroding that deficit.
Yes, Mohammed Al-Rashima really riding at the peak of his powers. There was a moment coming off the bend where you thought the bird had flown. That was horse number 19 on your race card, had run away and tried and taken the lead. But it actually worked out in Hawawaya's favour, because as that horse began to fade, Hawawaya maintained that rail run. And we'll get a great view with the head on. We'll see how that tired horse begins to drift towards the stand side, like we've seen time and time again here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, Najim Al-Medar was the horse who went straight out in front and set good fractions early on. Anal was right up there in the early stages as well and stayed on for second. But Hawawaya got that lovely passage, as you've talked about there, going up the inside, not wasting any ground, covering the least amount of ground in the whole field, in fact. Just a nice win. And it's good to get on the board early, because the last few days where we've been covering races at Taif, we've had some winners, but they've been during the second part of the card, not early on. Race 2, we're off the mark. It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a good day indeed. A little bit of drama at the start. Strategy, number 2 on your race cards, was withdrawn. Again, they withdraw very quickly here. Strategy was meant to come out of gate 7. The horse that did come out of gate 6, Zarat Teshreen, a horse I'm a massive fan of, unseated at the start. So again, Hawawaya just had a little bit of extra cover, a little bit of extra space to settle in, and probably Zarat Teshreen's unseat was far more impactful than it would have first looked on that race.
Yeah, to be fair, we'll watch the full race replay, so we'll see exactly what happened. But she reared up really badly in the stalls. I think she actually hit her head on the top of the stall, and the jockey just stood no chance.
As we mentioned here, this head on down the straight, you can see your early race leader just begin to drift away. The jockey has the stick in the right hand, the left-hand side of your screen. He's trying to get that horse back to the rail, but Hawawaya just sees the golden highway and just cruises through, hands and heels, no asking until now. And now we say go, Mohammed says go, and away we go to the shouts of jubilation from Tom, myself, and hopefully you at home if you were on as well. Very stylish rider indeed. We talk about wasted energy, none there whatsoever, and a traditional Saudi punch of the air crossing the line as well.
Yeah, had that joyous feeling like we did cheering her home. Yeah, it's great to see this filly get off the mark. I said prior to the race that we already have a soft spot for her. That has now grown. She's probably she's my number 1 filly since we've been here, that's for sure.
Absolutely indeed, and we can just see here in behind we've got plenty of hard luck story they're thinking behind, because there was so much action happening at the start as well, with other horses getting involved throughout the contest. But it's all about your race winner here, who just sees the gap there. And I think if you're on board here, you can see you're just hoping that the horse on your outside doesn't also dive there as well.
Yeah, exactly. You want that clear run, no kick back in the face. Right at this point, Hawawaya looks to have a real tough task, but the early leader now, right in the middle of the shot, Najam Al-Medar, is just about fading. The 6 furlongs just proving a little step too far going that speed, and Hawawaya has the proven stamina over the distance. Burrows the way up the inside, as you can see, number 7, Anal, just going outside the original leader. Hawawaya just has that extra amount of petrol left in the tank and kicks clear for a famous success for us.
You can just see the winner has a tongue strap on as well, which is just designed to keep the tongue down and allow the horse to breathe a little easier, which is a really good little thing that can really bring on some improvement in horses. It wouldn't be surprised to see the upturn in form have something to do with that tongue strap being put on.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if she was getting kickback as well. It allows her to breathe a lot better. Also, we shouldn't avoid the fact that she was carrying 64 kilos, a big weight for a filly, an unexposed filly, as we see the start.
Oh, yes, stall 6, Zarat Teshreen stood no chance. Great to see the jockey actually being able to stand up on the stalls. Just shows incredible horsemanship to just be able to get himself out of the situation, because in those stalls it can be very dangerous.
Yeah, she reared just at the wrong time. There was absolutely no chance. Fortunately, the horse is okay. Hopefully the riders are okay as well. But How Away at this point, the eventual winner, just sat in the dream position, back in 6th, on the rail, letting these front runners go a little bit too fast at 64 kilometres an hour, while How Away just gets the perfect slipstream into the race.
Danat Alasail is making some early running as well. The grey horse just won off the rail, trying to keep up with the early proceedings, but eventually just couldn't land a blow, was already under some pressure. And Nal has won a really nice race as well. We can't take anything away from Nal, who I think gets caught. The jockey wants to go inside and ends up having to go forced out wide. You'll just see the jockey's going to try and dive down the rail here. You're looking, left hand down, horse turns the head there, just a slight head turn, but as you've just lost a chance there, hasn't picked up well enough. Hawaii also hasn't, but it's going to take advantage of that railroad, especially as Anal is now committing to go stand side.
Yeah, I think Anal actually ran a very respectable race, but was definitely helped by the way the pace panned out right in front of her. She's only a 3-year-old, so she could easily improve to be as good as Hawawea, but right now Hawawea is rock hard fit and ready to run and win. We should touch on the third, Thalik, who has run home very well from out the back of the pack as well. The 4-year-old colt, he's just won from 24. Maybe that gives the form a little bit of a dubious look, but at the same time, the right horse has definitely won.
I think she's won a shade cosily as well. I think she's done quite nicely where she's come into the race and she looks quite cosy when she's hit the front. They have to work hard to get there, but once they've got there, there's plenty left in the tank. And considering doing that under 64 kilos is mightily impressive. Plenty of comments as well on YouTube. Hopefully you're all involved.
Yeah, exactly that. If you also were supporting Hawawea, let us know, because yeah, we've definitely got a soft spot for this filly. That's one of my highlights of the day so far. But look, we've still got 7 races. It's only going to go up from here.
Now, I wonder how close it could be to a Tom's Top moment. I think we've got plenty more horses to see, but that's definitely in the running to be a Tom's Top moment later on today. I'm hearing my producer in my ear say, guaranteed this will be it. It'll be the only winner he'll select, and he's got to follow my lead. So I can totally understand. We have the producer. This is what the producer's saying.
The producer absolutely did not say that, guys. There was no word. The producer has full faith in me, putting up winners constantly, unlike this man.
He only picks winners, indeed. And no, he's had some success yesterday and started strong today. And I think that's the key thing, like you said earlier, is starting strong and seeing how we can go on later in the day. See if we can pick our wonderful viewers on YouTube. If you're on social media, check us out, and hopefully we can find you a few more winners.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the remainder of the card. And I'm not just saying that because we're here. You know, sometimes the card can be subpar in terms of quality, but today there are some really nice races. I like a horse in the next race as well, so hopefully back-to-back winners. And then we go on to race 4, which is a local and imported open race. So we've got plenty of quality coming up. Obviously, Hawawea is the leading light so far when it comes to the Tom's Top moment, but it could easily be passed. You know.
Could easily be passed, indeed. We've got plenty of great angles. We can just see some of the tail enders crossing the line, but you just see a very happy horse and jockey. These are these wonderful shots. We can get right involved, and we can see it in splendid high definition and splendid slow motion. It's a beautiful shot. Just a lovely wave from the jockey. Connections happy as well, which is great to see. And we've seen them in the winner's enclosure as well, which was great to see as well. Some fantastic scenes with the win for Hawawea. Really interested to see how horses like Strategy bounce back after this sort of performance where they get withdrawn, and a horse like Zarat Teshreen, who usually runs such a bold race and is always bang up there despite not winning too often. Be interested to see where Zarat Teshreen ends up after this. And Strategy, there's a Stools test in line for that horse coming up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't actually catch what happened to Strategy at the start prior to the withdrawal, but Zarat Teshreen, I think, was just unlucky. You know, a horse can rear at any point in time. It's something that we can't control right now. Zarat Teshreen prior to today had shown no kind of antics like that. So she'll probably end up back in the 0 to 75 handicap at some point, probably next week or the week after.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be no surprise to see, and I will be supporting her every step of the way. It is a little bit grey behind us, as you can see. The clouds are beginning to roll in front of us, where you can't see it's splendid blue skies. So it's a little bit interesting where we sit here at King Harded Racecourse. We seem to be breaking the weather. We saw thunder, lightning, strong desert winds as well, isolated storms yesterday, yet we remain dry. And today, very similar, where we're in a situation where we remain dry and warm, yet behind us, it looks like the end of days is happening behind us, to be perfectly honest. Dark, grey and stormy, but hopefully that will stay away and we can enjoy some plenty more races, and we will enjoy them in the company of Mark Francis, who could take us through our runners and riders for the third race.
Callum, Tom, thank you very much. Hawawawe was very impressive in that previous race, but this is a contest for maidens looking for their first victory, and we race over the mile here, 1600 meters. They're headed by number 1 Enad Al Khail by Norwef Al Mudiani. Siha, I think, will be certainly top of the shortlist for Wigberto Ramos is the 2. Sahim Tawake Abdullah Al Kridis is the 3. Bint King, one of the fillies in Milan, Abdullah Al Khamis. Sultan Road is the 5 for Fahed Al Faridi. Sabar for Ryan Al Abaid. Or Rakan Al Abaid, I should say. Ramadan the 7th, Azil Al Asani. The 8, Batarik Adel Al Faridi, looking for a double. As we turn the page, Macho Boy, Alexis Moreno. Al Hermes is the 10. Kontar is the 11, bred in the UK, it seems. Cheap pieces on today for Ali Al Mimoni. Sahau is the 12, Ahmed Al Azari. We've got a few debutants on the second half of the field. Muchas Karasis, Abdelaziz Al Musa, Shibil Al Maymania is another debutant for Mohammed Al Habib. Laila Elem, Camilo Ospina is the 15. Edward is the 16, Abdullah Al Ferouz. Couple over the final page. Amber B is the 17, Iyad Al Tarizi, with that issue at the start of our previous race. And Amadora, one of the other debutants, 4 in total.
And as we can see, the 3 musketeers are leading our way into the parade ring with our runners for the next. This one over 1,600 metres, Tom, the metric mile. What do you make of this field?
It's an interesting race, a maiden for the 2-year-old fillies and colts, local and imported horses. Good shout out there for the 3 musketeers. Took us to race 3 today, to give them a mention. Before we get into the runners and riders quickly, just seen one of the stalls handlers from the last race involved in that incident with Strategy and Zerat Teshreen go into an ambulance and off to hospital. Hopefully he's okay.
Yes, we noticed the ambulances weren't moving incredibly quickly, so I don't think it's an extreme situation, but it's better to be safe than sorry, and clearly an injury has occurred, and we just want to wish the best to that stalls handler who was involved in that incident.
Yeah, exactly that. We didn't really see what happened behind the stalls as we had the head-on shot at the time, but obviously it wasn't nice, and hopefully he's A-OK. But getting back to this race, 1 mile for maiden 2-year-olds. You know, that's quite a long distance at this stage of the season for the 2-year-olds. So stamina will come into a play here. We know that speed is the be-all and end-all around Taif. So you need speed and the ability to get the trip. Not all of these will have them.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. I know you're a fan of Sehar, am I correct?
Yeah.
Number 2 on the race card. Why is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the horse to beat in this field. Drawn in stall 2. We know riding the rail is the ideal spot, so it's drawn in the perfect position. Only had 1 start, and we'll see the footage of that debut effort in due course. We finished second back at meeting 27. Reasonably quick turnaround. Was very professional first time up. Is the son of Ghost Zapper, a really nice US sire, ridden by Roberto Ramos and trained by Shala Alahayani, who's having a phenomenal meet, second in the training standings right now.
I might take you on with this, with another horse we've got video footage from, which is a horse called Laila Alem. Now, this horse came second last time out, but Shamila is in the parade ring with some jockeys.
It'll have to be quick because the bell has just gone for the jockeys to get on. I just wanted to ask you quickly about race number 9. You ride Master Skills.
My horse has been doing good. The last 3 races he showed good ability. He finished third, 4. The race is very strong. So I hope I get a little luck and get the job done.
Thanks very much, Wiggy. Good luck.
Right, thanks.
A nice little line on a horse that will be certainly one to watch in our feature and final race on the card there. Thank you, Shamila. Wigberto could have a winner today if you've got anything to go by. If you continue this strong form, Tom, it could be first winner of the day for Wigberto, who did have a winner yesterday, but didn't give us a wiggle.
No, he didn't give us a wiggle. He was obviously very professional yesterday. He was just riding the 1, so maybe he didn't feel like a wiggle was necessary. If Sahar wins, I want a wiggle from this race, I tell you.
Oh, absolutely. I expect nothing less than a wiggle. I'm not going to lie. I was disappointed, almost angry. But the horse I would want to mention again, Lila Alem, a really fascinating runner here. Horse number 19, second on last start. I think with Connections, who I know you're beginning to lose faith in these Connections, I'm beginning to go the other way. I'm beginning to gain faith in these two.
Yeah, I wouldn't say lose faith. They've just not had the most luck when I've put up these horses. But Lila Alem's definitely got a chance. Stall 15 is a slight issue, I'd say, but at the same time, He's by premium tap, so we know a mile's absolutely fine for
I
him.
was just about to say exactly the same thing. The stamina is in the pedigree.
Absolutely. Camille Ospina takes the ride. Ahmed Mohamoud is the trainer, who's the leading trainer so far. There are lots of ticks in the boxes for Lila LM. Definitely the main danger to my selection, Sahar, but I think the stall 2 for that runner compared to stall 15 for your pick, Lila LM, could be the difference in here.
So no race winners on the card today, but this is Enad Al-Khil. Really nice horse here, 11th last time out, but it's caught the eye in the parade ring.
Caught the eye, but definitely needs to improve on the debut performance.
This is your selection, Tom. Tell me about him.
Yeah, Sahar made a huge late run on debut. We'll see the footage in a couple of minutes' time. Roberto Ramos in the saddle gives me more confidence, and I love the draw.
Some to Wake is 0 from 5.
0 from 5 and rated 43. Definitely needs to improve after the 10th place finish last time.
Bint King, number 4, is one of our fillies in this contest. She's 0 from 2.
Really light looking type. The first
yes,
filly
she
so
is.
far. Had 2 starts, finished 11th back at meeting 16. She ran at meeting 15 as well, where she was 18th.
One that's much more of an eye filler is Sultan Road, a colt who's only 2.
Finished 8th last time at meeting 13. Maybe has fitness concerns, hasn't fully filled out as well in the paddock, but is ridden by Farhad Al Faredi, who had a hat-trick yesterday.
One horse that is filled out is Saiba, who is 0 from 1, but will certainly come on from that performance.
Yeah, should come on for it. Should have better fitness as well. That came at meeting 23. She's a nice looking filly though.
Ramadan is horse number 7, a 2-year-old colt by Dance Wiz. Another interesting runner here, but 9th last time out.
Yeah, 9th last time, needs to improve. Middle draw can be okay if you break, but if you don't break, you end up being interfered with.
Bartariq is horse number 8 on your race cards. What do you make of this horse's chances, Tom?
0 from 2 so far, finished 6th back at meeting 23 and 4th back at meeting 17. Super consistent and is ridden by Adel Al Faredi.
Macho Boy will be hoping to become a macho man.
Ridden by Alex Moreno, which is always a positive. By Catalina Cruz, the sire, which is also a positive. 7th first time meeting 23, needs to improve.
Al-Emez is horse number 10, 0 from 4, but has the experience.
Consistent runner in this field, rated 63, finished 5th last time out, 4th the time before.
The wind is beginning to pick up here in our outside studio, but that's not going to hide back any of the action here on display. As we see, the jockeys are now up and horses are spinning around. Of those we haven't mentioned, Tom, any of those? Oh, actually, we're going to get a few more of these. This is number 11, Contour, British bred.
British bred by Ulysses, so lots of stamina in the pedigree.
Yes.
Cheap pieces, though, for the second run. Maybe there are some mentality issues here.
We do love a Ulysses, though. Number 12 is Sahel, 3rd on debut.
Yeah, 3rd on debut. Good opening performance for this horse. A little bit on his toes in the paddock right now. He's not the nicest looking type. We've seen better physical specimens, but he ran okay first time. Should progress from that.
13, unlucky for some, Mucho Careces, making debut.
By Mucho Macho Man. If you've ever seen the commentary, it was far better than that. First time started, drawn 13. Tricky gate first time up.
Shabil Al-Memanre is another good runner here. Horse number 14 making debut.
Big looking type. Don't know too much about that colt.
This is the one for me. Lala Elam is horse number 15.
Camille Ospina will be looking for an early winner this week on this Son of Premium Tap. Definitely has a chance.
Edward is horse number 16 on your pictures now. Really fills the eye.
Lovely looking type, trained by Gaith Al Gaith, with colours that we've seen in the winners' enclosure recently. Interesting. I don't like the draw.
Amabi is horse number 17, 0 from 2, and hasn't shown anything in those 2 starts.
Precisely that. Can't add too much more. Needs to progress a great deal to contend today.
And Amadora is the last horse on our card, making debut today. A little bit green in the parade ring. Probably will come on from this run.
Yeah, these signs don't suggest to me that she's very professional, and therefore breaking with the field from gate 18 doesn't look likely. Could end up wide on the track.
On screen now, Tom, your selection. No negatives so far.
Come on, the Wig man. Yeah, I think Sahar's got a great chance. Hopefully we're cheering Wiggy home.
Let's have a look at some of the form for these runners. The first one is Sihar. This is your selection, Tom. Second.
At this point, you would never guess that Sihar is going to finish second in this race, but he has lots of stamina. He really engages overdrive just at the top of the straight there. As you can see, he's putting lengths into his rivals in behind. He's really closing on the leader inside the final 200 metres. 150 metres, he's still down by 3 lengths. He's eroding that deficit, 2 lengths down now. Picks up second late on. I think this distance is going to be great for Sihar. I love the draw as well. Won't be wide on the track and wasting momentum and ground today.
This is your race winner, Lila Arlem, coming into short here, second on debut.
race danger. Let's go with that. Yeah, ran a good race on debut. There was a bit of interference there. He seemed to be hanging into his right-hand side as he was just changing leads. Again, just moved out because he was hanging into his left. I don't think he really wanted to go by, and he looks like he's fading late on. The 1600 metres is the negative, despite the pedigree for me. As you can see, the leader's putting distance into Lila Lem close in the final 50 metres. I prefer the footage of Sahar.
Absolutely. The tail swish is also a concern. Hopefully this horse will have come on from the experience and will be able to give a better account for himself this time out. I'm just fascinated by the pedigree. I think the connections are dangerous. I am slightly concerned that the wide draw will mean we are going to absolutely burn up the first few hundred metres under Camilla, because that's what he does. I think Ospina is I just believe in him. I've got this feeling that Ospina could do some damage today. So hopefully he'll be able to get his head in front. But there's plenty of other horses we've not had a chance to talk about. So should we go into some of those? Bint King, one of the fillies in this field, I think has a big chance.
She's drawn in stall 4. She needs to break because she's got colts on the inside that have some natural early speed, the likes of Sam Tawake, albeit that horse that doesn't really have a great chance of winning, only rated 43. I hope there isn't too much early at the inside, because I would like Sahar to get into a good prominent position, and he doesn't have a lot of natural early speed. The speed might come from horses in the middle of the pack. Batarik, drawn in stall 8, could go forward under Adele Alfaredi. Hermes as well in stall 10, and your runner definitely, Lelelem from stall 15, should go forward. I'm hoping, though, it's going to end up like the last race with Hawawaya, where the horse that sits in the stalking position throughout the first early part
rides
of
the rail.
Race, exactly, rides the rail, in 5th, will get the job done. So I'm definitely with Sahar for Wigberto Ramos.
Just a little bit of housekeeping there. I just saw Edward making debut, horse number 16 on your race card, looking very, very green going down to post. But it's number 2, your selection, Tom. My selection will be number 15, Lila Alem for me. So 2 for you, 15 for me. Taking each other on, having joined fast forces and been so good. What are we doing going against each other today? But Mark, what is your selection and what have you got for us today in our 3rd race here at King Khalid Racecourse?
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, sadly, I'm going to be sitting in the same ship as Tom here. Sihar very much impressed me back at meeting 27. That was just 13 days ago. Was drawn 7 that day, was wide the whole way as we saw in that footage, and goes up in trip today, up a couple of furlongs. And yeah, Wigberto Ramos in the plate is certainly eye-catching. Of your selection, Callum, Lila Alem up in trip as well. I thought the 3rd in that race was of interest as well. Sahau, number 12 on the card, I think will certainly be suited by the mile here today. Was certainly last most of the way in that race we just saw. Was wide round the turn and probably didn't see it much in that footage we've shown, but we saw the across the line. He hit the line really, really hard, and that was also a debut effort like Lila Alem. So I guess behind Lila Alem, the one to take out of the race was Sahau. So interesting to see if that form is reversed. But I think Sihar is definitely the horse to beat here. Tom's absolutely right. There's a little bit of pace on the inside, and if Sihar can get a nice position, he should be pretty hard to beat with an inside run. Green and yellow vertical stripes with the white cap. But yeah, decent little race this. Being a maiden, fillies and colts, local and imported. But I think you've touched upon all the leading protagonists. You can see in the foreground there, Edward, who was very green on the way to post, one of 4 debutants here. Mucho Karasi is another. Shibble Alme Mania is another. And Amadora, widest of all. So the 4 debutants are drawn 13 or bigger, so there should be plenty of speed with the experienced ones towards the inside. Of course, the mile is the trip here, so we start down the chute at the end, or the start of the back straight, rather. It's probably about 4 furlongs down that straight before they start turning left-handed into the home run. There is Amadora, Abdulaziz Aliyesh, also Lila Alem with the noseband. Up and trip being a question mark. As I say, I think it would probably suit Sahau, even though there was a fair distance between the two. The penny certainly dropped late with Sahau, and that was back on our 2nd meeting here on this English broadcast in the Jcsa. That was race number 1 on our 2nd meeting. It was certainly eye-catching to me, anyway, looping the field round the turn, but out of picture most of the way. So Camilla Ospina on Lila Alem, Ahmed Al-Azhari on Sahau, and Sihar ridden by Wigberto Ramos. We're doing a sort of pick 3, if you like. I think they are the ones to highlight, Sihar being the head of those. For me and for Tom, Callum, best of luck with Lila Alem. Bint King, one of the 3 fillies in this lineup, goes into stall number 4. Wearing the blue blinkers, should be pretty easy to spot. 17 is just being checked over. That's Amber B. Amadora, first day at school for her, at a Chief Lone Eagle. Battarick, Adele Alfaredi, looking to score for the second time this afternoon. Just taking past post time here. Al Hermes and Sabar should be the next two to come forward. Issues in the background with Amadora, but she's in now. Shibble Al Maymania and Sultan Road in the foreground should be the next pair. Issues there with Sabar, just her second start on a race course. So lots of inexperience here. Sultan Road. Barhead Alfaredi, who the guy said had a terrific day here 24 hours ago. Pale checks for that one. Sahau is being rushed in, but it's never really going to work, was it? Sahau, Ahmed Al-Azhari is off for now. They don't go without Sahau because I'd like to see how he gets on reopposing Lila Alem. Sihar is in. That one safely loaded into stall 2. Too many more to come forward, including the playing up Sahau. Ahmed Al-Azhari trying to get back on board. This is the last horse to load, so I get the impression that this might be the final warning for Sahau, because the others are waiting very, very patiently indeed. He's just rather sideways at the minute, Sahau, and he's again backing away. Red jacket, black cross belts. So it'll be so disappointing if Sahau doesn't go in. Then, if he doesn't, I guess it'd be a straight shootout between Lila Alem and Sihar. Or will we see something impressive from one of the others? Looks as though Sahau's had his final chance. Field of 17, then a set. They're going to give Sahau one more go without the jockey. Go on, Sahau. In you get. Just straightened up by the stalls handlers. This really is last chance saloon, and he's kicking out now. I think that's probably it for Sahau. So I think they're going to go without. Stall number 12 remains blank. Very disappointing. And off. Racing away then without Sahau, who refused to go into the stalls. One or two bits of inexperience towards the outside, including Macho Karasis and Edward, slowly away. Towards the inside, though, Ened Al-Khail got a good break from stall number 1, and Sihar is also prominent, but racing some way off the rail. So in the centre, we've got the white cap there in the middle of Kontar, who's got half a sheep on his face, just being preceded there by the red and blue of Battarick, and towards the inside we have the pale colours of Macho Boy, and it's Macho Boy who probably has the overall lead. Macho Boy towards the inside then of Lila Alem. These are the first two. Just in behind these is Mucho Carices, who got away well in the end. Then comes the check colours of Battarick, probably sitting fourth. Sihar has a nice posse towards the inside in 5th position. Then comes the green and orange of Ramadan. One or two of those towards the back of the field are really struggling, include Amadora, and just sneaking out of shot was Sabar as they completed their first 800 metres. It's the green cap of Lila Alem and Camilla Ospina, now leading by about 3 or 4 lengths and kicking on here. To Macho Boy in second. Oh, we got one going wild towards the outside. I think that might have been Mucho Carices on debut. But meanwhile, Lila Alem is skipping clear now by the best part of 10 lengths. And Sihar needs to respond. Now moving into second, just overtaking Macho Boy towards the outside. The check jacket of Battarick. But surely Lila Alem is too far clear, probably 15 lengths clear on the turn. It's Lila Alem out in front by Camilo Ospina. Leads by about 20 now. Staying into second was Battarick, and then came Sihar. Oh, this is all over. Cantering towards the line, Lila Alem probably doesn't even realise how far clear he is. Travel on the turn, Lila Alem avoided all of that and goes on to win by a huge margin. Lila Alem absolutely skips in. Second place, I think, was Battarick. Then came Macho Boy, and no more from Sihar, who was best of the rest. The loose horse has crossed the line, so drama in our second race at the start, drama in our third race on the turn. But Lila Alem was never troubled at the head of affairs, took over on the crown of the bend and didn't see another rival. Probably didn't realise he was in a race, Camilo Ospina. He couldn't see where the remainder were. They were some 20 lengths or more behind, and skips to the line in ready fashion. Looked forward to seeing the winning distance for this one. I'm sure Callum in the studio will be absolutely delighted. Was drawn 16 on debut and came home in second. Drawn 15 today, absolutely no problems. 140.4 was the winning time. 141.14 was the winning time. Lila Alem, 17 3/4 lengths is the winning distance. It's going to be a long break back to the second, which I think was Batterick, which will hopefully at some point emerge into shot. There he is, Batterick second, a long, long way behind. Matcha Boy held on from third ahead of Sihar. And also there was Al Hermes. Lila Alem, easiest winner of the night already. What a performance.
في أرضية.
You know, always thankful with the Prismeta, Talal bin Sharai and Akme Hamu, you know.
How is it today?
He's good horse, you know. The first time he finished second, and today he has more experience today, and he's got a mile. I think it's good distance for him. She broke very good, and I put behind the pace, and after 800 meters he want to go by left, you know. But the horses want to run, no problem. And thank God he keep going until finish. Yes, I know. I won 4 times with Balaga, but I think this is better.
Thank you. Congrats.
Tom Collins is absolutely fuming. Now, he has been the biggest Camille Ospino supporter and the King Abdulaziz and Sons supporter all the way through his time here at King Highland Racecourse. And the one time you go away and I sneak in the back door and make the selection, the horse doesn't just win, absolutely bolts up, Tom. A really impressive performance. Take nothing away from the winner. 4 seconds off the track record.
Yeah, really professional and impressive performance from Lil LM by his premium tap. Not the first premium tap we've seen win in the last week or two. The mile was quite clearly the right distance. This also showed loads of speed and had the race won on the bend when the dramatic incident happened in behind. Yes, I am gutted. Camillo and myself are just not getting on at the moment. But look, this was a phenomenal effort. Won by 17 3/4 lengths. The joint longest distance for the winner that we've seen so far in Taif with Al Motterhead, who was the star horse last week. The time, as you've touched on, 144.14, super quick in relation to other races that we've seen over the last week or two. In fact, just under 4 seconds below the track record. So this horse could be very good. You know, I don't think there was much talent in behind, but sometimes you don't need to beat good horses to be a good horse.
Absolutely, and I think the races already took a dramatic turn when Muchu Karasis unseated his rider on that bend, just showing signs of greenness edge, jolting off. We'll have a good look at that because we know the horse is okay and the jockey is okay as well. Shamila is in the parade ring with some winning connections.
I'm with Camila Ospina, 18 lengths and 4 seconds off the track record. You must be delighted with that.
No, thanks God, you know. Yeah, this is a good horse, you know. She finished second the first time. She was a little bit green in that race, but thanks God today she he won very good, yeah.
And what are the hopes for him in the future?
Oh, now, you know, today he won very good. I don't know. I wait until the decision, the pre-meet and Talal bin Sharain, and then we'll see.
It's one of the most impressive performances I've seen since being here in Taif. How would you rate it for you, for one of your winners?
No, thanks God, you know, the horses, the King Abdullah stable, he has very good horses, local horses. And thanks God now they coming improving, you know, sometimes the first race is coming a little bit rain, but today this horse, he has more experience and he come all time, you know, very easy. When I ask him, the horse respond very good.
And it's another horse, another winner by Premium Tap, so that's one of the biggest sires here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you know, Premium Taif is very good stallion here. You know, he giving very good horses, champion horses, Group 1 horses, and always when you ride the Premium Taif horses, you are good. You know, I feel very good because I know the Premium Taif horses are very good quality.
And are you looking forward to anything else for the rest of the day or the weekend?
Yeah, but we'll see, you know. I ride on today, tomorrow on a store, you know. But thanks God, I have some horses, they can do something today, inshallah.
Thank you, Camilo.
Thank you to you, Shamil.
Yes, great from Camilo Ospina there. We had some drama at the start with the horse being withdrawn. That was horse number 12, Sahal, getting withdrawn. I know Mark Francis was keen to see how that horse was run, as he had form in behind our eventual winner.
Yeah, he would have been one of the leading players in this race. And unfortunately, number 11 as well, Kontar, the Great British bred 2-year-old gelding by Ulysses, completely missed his start. So that was his race run early on. But only 2 horses wanted to go forward. They didn't go exceptionally hard in the early stages. And that definitely helped Camilo Ospina on the eventual winner, Lilela.
We mentioned as they were coming down off the start, they took a while to come across, and you made a very good point in running that they're coming down a chute and the bend is by the front of them, so they're giving the horses a chance to avoid seeing that bend and just carry on in a straight line until the rail comes to help them.
Yeah, you see in the US sometimes when they break from a chute and then run down the back straight, horses can duck left because they see a wide open expanse rather than a rail up there inside. So just taking them wide allows the horses to keep focus on their job.
You'll see the horse in third here, which is the eventual horse, Mucho Carasas, who just ducks out to the right and gives his rider no chance. But running quite a nice race on debut up to that point.
Yeah, he was running very nicely. He was just about to move into second when he unfortunately didn't take the bend. I think they'll be definitely working on that in the mornings.
Yeah, but that horse is one to follow because of running a really nice race on debut. But they can do nothing to get to this eventual winner, who was given quite an easy lead. I think that's probably one of the easier leads we've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse. The horses they've just gone no pace. You've been able to get it all the way across from stall 15, and you're able to then take advantage and go and win your race quite nicely. Certainly a very good performance, but things fell into place very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely had the run of the race out in front, but he still won by 17 3/4 lengths in a very nice time, so take nothing away from him. The horse who was vying for the lead early on with the eventual winner was Macho Boy, who actually looked to be backpedaling at a serious rate of knots coming around the home bend, yet still finished third.
Yeah, picked up again and beat the rest of the chasers, and we'll just see them jump away here. You'll see your eventual winner come out at 15, jump a little bit out to the right and give a squeeze to our debutant who came out 16. That was Edward, who was very green all the way through. Will come on from that performance. Lots of gaps all over the place. They've kind of gone into 3 separate groups coming out there. It's taken them a while to get into their positions. That's the horse that we've just mentioned, Macho Boy, who's ended up sticking on very nicely for third. We see horse number 13, Mucho Carasas, who's going to unseat later on in the race. He's having a good run of things early on. And horse number 2, Sahir, your selection, Tom, was right up there in a prime position. Did you at any point think you had a good chance?
He broke nicely early on in the race. After about 100 or 200 metres in, I thought he was in the ideal spot, but it just didn't pan out. He also didn't have the same quality as the eventual winner, Lilela. As the wind is really picking up here at Taif, there's now a headwind, quite a substantial headwind in the straight as well. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the pace pans out later on. Headwinds generally don't suit front runners, but we know the bias here at Taif is ridiculous towards pace horses.
Yes, and I think you've hit a good point there when we talk about this headwind down the straight. They'll be firing behind them on this back straight, so don't be surprised to see some serious pace collapses later on in the day. And we can just see Camilo Ospina just really getting in the drive position and guiding this horse around the bend, much like a MotoGP rider, knee out, trying to make sure that the horse is really leaning onto that rail.
Yeah, brilliant piece of jockeyship. As you can see here, the horse is on the right lead. His right front leg is coming down first, which is exactly what you want on the bend. You want the outside leg to be the first leg put down. That gives the horse balance, turning for home. Camillo knew the race was won at this point. He's just keeping the horse going and in rhythm, turning in with 400 metres to run. And hopefully, if this footage continues, you'll see him change leads onto his left front leg. As you can see, the right coming down first there. And that just allows him to find his 6th gear and really accelerate off the home bend and put this race to bed.
You might not be able to see that change in leg purely because he was never really asked to go. Like, he was that far clear, there was never really an ask to go and win your race. You'll just see the loose horse in the background, none the worse, which is great to see as well. We saw the jockey walking across, he's totally fine too, but this is a really good performance.
Yeah, that's just where the lead changed. This horse is very professional, Lilelem. He's changed now with his left front coming down first. He moves straight up to the highest gear he had when Camillo asked him to. Kick clear. He did everything very nicely today. Showed early speed. Really good turn foot coming around the bend. Put the race to bed. He's a cup horse.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Tom. You mentioned that change in leg. We can only see that because we have these exceptional cameras which can capture all the action. I just think, as a viewer experience, I don't think there's any better option out there worldwide when it comes to horse racing than what we're able to see here at King Khaled Racecourse. And you can just see this horse in splendid isolation. Camillo just keeping the horse up to his work. You've got a young horse, you've got a horse who isn't going to be totally experienced, could do anything. We saw another runner lunge out, so you have to keep them up to their work. But certainly nothing to be concerned about, and that is, you're absolutely right, that's a cup horse. So you've just seen a cup horse. I tried to tell you it was going to win. I'm 2 from 3. Get in touch in the YouTube comments. Let us know if you're Team Callum or Team Tom. I know what Team Ken's on. Team Callum, I'm like a son to that man. So it's only right that we get to see some more good horses, and I'll try to make it 3 wins from 3. Shamila is downstairs. Shamila, what have you got for us?
I'm with Thamar Al-Dahani, who trains horse number 4 in this next race. Now, he's tried all sorts of distances. You brought him back to a mile. Do you think that'll suit him?
Yeah, the last race for him was in Riyadh in the mile, and he finished a photo, second. And he's good in a mile and 9 furlong. We don't have 9 furlong in Taif. I ran him last week, before 2 weeks, only easy run to make him fit. But today he's good. I think he will do a good bit.
And you have Mohammed Al Hubail, who's also doing really well at the moment. Is he one of your top jockeys?
Yeah, he's number 1 jockey in our stable, and he's doing very well with us. And we hope for him, today to do the good job,
And I want to be a little bit cheeky and ask about your 2 horses in the last race of the day. Who out of both of them are you fancying the most?
They are both good, training very well. We hope anyone, win from them, the race is too good and too strong, and we have so many good horses in the race. We hope for all a good luck,
Thank you very much, Thamar.
Thank you.
And back to you, Mark, for the runners and riders of race number 4.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, our 4th contest of the afternoon/evening is over 1,600 metres. A mile is the trip. 5 races tonight over the mile. This is the second one. It's an open contest for fillies and colts, local and imported, of which we have plenty of imported horses. Looking forward to seeing what the guys say in the paddock. They're headed by number 1, Melody of Life, ridden by Abdullah Al-Hamis. Israj, who's come from France but bred in Ireland, is horse number 2. Azil Al-Sahani rides the filly. Rayeed is the 3. I'd like to come back to that one at some stage. Selman Al-Rashid in the saddle. Tattered Flag is the 4. Mohammed Al-Hubail. 5 is a scratch. 6 is Path of Thunder. Alex Moreno in the saddle. Itkan is the 7. Mohammed Al-Daham. And incumbent Khaled Al-Mimoni is the 8. And rounding off that list is Thawi Adel Al-Faradi, still seeking a double. Turning the page, Bismillah Aylay is the 10. The 11 is Al Jazil for Mohammed Al Sharima, also another jockey seeking a double. Boltaway surely got a good chance here for the Wigman, number 12. 13 Premium Ticket for Waswanas. 14 V Sight, Naif Al Anazi. 15 Angel of Trafalgar, Yusuf Al Hussein. Lethal Talent is the 16, the Grey Filly. 17 Odisseo. Turning the page, final 2. Emirates Currency is number 18, Camilo Espina, also seeking a double. And with the scratch of number 5, Motafared gets a run, horse number 19, and inherits barrier number 5. Once again, full field for our 4th contest. It's over to the guys.
Thanks, Mark, and this is a cracking little contest, a real amuse bouche to warm up with. And the first horse we see is Pass the Thunders, followed by Ikman.
Yeah, Ikman, a 6-year-old gelding by Gutefan, who we've seen over in the UK. Used to be trained by Clive Cox and was rated 77 in the British Shores, but is now rated 92 over here.
Incumbent is horse number 8, Tom.
Yeah, another really interesting runner in this race. Hasn't run so far this year, needs to improve.
Tarwi, led up by my favourite member of stable staff.
Gaith Al-Gaith, Adel Al-Faradi, two people you cannot overlook. This horse is looking really nice as well in the prelims. Ran second last time.
Bismillah Ayala is horse number 10, 1 win from 27.
4-year-old gelding by Epaulet, who used to be raced in Australia. It's just 1 from 27, as you say, 10th last time out, rated 80. Tough task today.
Al Jazil is horse number 11, lightly raced compared to some of these.
Only 1 run so far this year for the 11, Al Jazil, who also is rated 80. Again, needs to take a big step forward, but should have fitness on his side now.
Yes, very front-loaded as well. You can see the thick shoulder. Number 12 is Boltaway, a horse you really like, Tom.
Yeah, a runner I'm really looking forward to today. I love the physical specimen of this 5-year-old colt. He's by Dubawi. He used to be trained by Roger Charlton in the UK. Now he's trained by James Jerkins. Rated 101. I think he's one of the leading horses running on this card.
Premium Ticket is horse number 13, still a maiden.
Still a maiden, formerly trained in Ireland by Jim Bolger. Was rated 67 there, is now rated 79 over on these shores. He's by Dawn Approach.
The big jockey Nath Alanazi is on the site.
Yeah, in the same classic silks that he rode in yesterday. This horse used to be trained by Rafe Beckett and was rated 84 in the UK, now rated 79, but it's by Churchill. We've seen a winner by Churchill so far at Taif.
We've also seen Angel of Trafalgar run recently.
Ran a very eye-catching race as well when finishing 7th back at meeting 30 last week. He's rated 82, formerly trained by Tom Clover. Stays on very well at this trip.
Dashing Grey, Lethal Talent.
Formerly trained by Jane Chapelheim, another ex-UK runner, was rated 92 on the all-weather in the UK, but in the 60s on turf. This track should suit.
Odisseo is number 17.
Yet another UK runner, formerly trained by Marco Botti, rated 86 in the UK, now rated 79. Just 1 run over in Saudi and finished 15th.
And number 18 is Emirates Currency by Muhra.
Another formerly trained by Clive Cox, was rated 78 in the UK, rated 92, so has improved since shipping over to Saudi Arabia. Ridden by Camille Ospina, who's on a high from the last race.
Number 19 will also get a run, that's Mutafared. What do you make of this horse, Tom?
A horse I don't know too much about, a 3-year-old colt by Sire Cloud, who I've not heard of before. Run once so far this year, finishing 8th. Would need to improve.
Very much on his toes as well, the 3-year-old colt. You just saw some worry bees in shot. I know our producer had a set of those and always looking around. I would be worried working with us as well. That's the key thing. So hopefully they keep him calm enough and we can use us to the best effect. Tom, the horses we haven't mentioned there at the head of the handicap, what do you make of some of those?
Number 1 is Melody of Life, formerly trained by Andrew Balding and is rated 84 in the UK, now rated 90. Finished 7th on the recent Saudi run, so has a chance. Number 2 is Israj, as Mark was saying in the commentary, going through the runners and riders, formerly trained in France by Jean-Claude Rouget back in 2021, now rated 93. It ran okay last time when 6th. Before we touch on numbers 4, 5 and 6, Raid, the highest rated runner on the card, number 3, who we will see footage of in due course, rated 112, a very lofty rating over here in Saudi Arabia. Used to be trained by Brian Meehan in the UK, rated 87 over there. Quite clearly improved for the climate over in Saudi.
Talk to me a little bit about Raid, because we're going to see Raid now. This is Riyadh form as well on the turf. Eye-catching performance to finish in 3rd, Tom.
Yeah, the key here is that it is on turf. His rating is due to his ability to handle grass. He was best seen over in the UK for Brian Meehan on turf as well, not on the all-weather. So the fact he's now coming to Taif on this slow dirt track might not see him run to the same level as we're seeing in this footage. He's rated 112, but he hasn't been seen so far this year either. There are a lot of concerns for me, despite the fact he leaps off the page.
Yes, first time up at King Khalid Racecourse is usually not something to follow because horses tend to take a while to get into this. It's a tough track. But however, I've just heard in my ear from Mark Francis himself that it is his good thing. So we're hoping for you, Mark. I'm going to take you on. I'm not going to follow you in with that one, but certainly we'll be keeping an eye on that horse. Number 3, Raid. Tom, number 4, Tattered Flag. We heard from the trainer.
Yeah, the trainers seem reasonably confident. Last time out, they were just running him to get some fitness on his side, and he's ready to go today, which is obviously a good sign. Formerly trained by John and Thady Gosden in the UK, and was just rated 70, so has plenty to find on that initial mark, but is rated 82 over here.
So that's the line on all of those. Tom, are you in the Boltaway camp in this?
I am in the Boltaway camp. I think he's the horse to beat the ex-Roger Charlton runner, depending on the fact that he hasn't ever run here before. We don't know if he handles the track. The other horse I want to mention, actually the only horse we haven't covered so far, is number 6, Path of Thunder, formerly trained by Charlie Appleby. Actually the best of these, if you look at their European form, was rated 102 and ran fair enough as well over at Meydan, so we've seen him in the Middle East as well. He finished 8th last time. He's rated 98. I think he's actually the most likely winner, Path of Thunder, but I'm going to cheer on Boltaway because I love this horse when he was in the UK.
Well, I tell you what, we know we've been working together for a long time because these links are unbelievable, because I am actually selecting Path of Thunder. That is my selection for that same reason. Just comes from a very good stable in Charlie Appleby's, already has experience running in the Middle East, is run fit now, having run at meter 27. I think we're going to get a much better performance today. So it's Path of Thunder for me, it's Boltaway for Tom, it's Raid for Mark Francis up in the sky. Plenty of selection for you to get involved in as well on YouTube. Please let us know if there's anything you want us to talk about. We do all kinds of things on this channel. We can talk about ratings, we can talk about horses we've seen in Saudi Arabia. We're very keen on Saudi sports as well. We've been involved in plenty of Saudi sports while we've been here as well, which has been fantastic. And we've got plenty of people enjoying the racing as well. So we're looking forward to a cracking little contest here on Race 4. Please get involved in the comments, like, subscribe, and turn on that bell notification. I'll keep pushing it until I'm blue in the face. Tom, any of the others that we've not mentioned are you interested in?
I think it's going to be between Path of Thunder, Raid if he handles the dirt track, and Boltaway if he handles the dirt track. They're the three. Lethal's Talent, number 16, a fascinating runner, just on the fact that he has a much higher, she has a much higher official rating in the UK on the all-weather compared to on the turf. This track shouldn't pose any kind of trouble for her. The draw might be the only issue out in 16, but she's by Lethal Force and had a little run the other day when finishing 13th at meeting 20 just to get fitness back. She is the second string of James Jerkins though, behind Boltaway, just due to the fact that Roberto Ramos has chosen the 12 over the 16.
Yes, and Jane Chapel Hind horses are always one to follow, I feel. I certainly know she is a good trainer, so that certainly will have come from a good stable. Again, I'm going to go for Path of Thunder, horse number 6. Talk to me a little bit about Melody of Life, horse number 1.
Formerly trained by Andrew Balding. Generally, all the best form was over on the turf, but it ran here at Taif, finishing 7th at meeting 24. Inside gate, we know is a positive. If you can ride the rail, that's definitely a tick in the box, but you do have to brake. One last thing, it will be interesting to see what the time of this race is. It's an open event for local imported horses that have high ratings. We've just seen Lee Lelem run this exact trip in 1:44 and change. Maybe we'll see them go quicker, but if we don't, we really know Lee Lelem's good.
Absolutely, Tom. Great point indeed. So it's Boltaway for you. It's number 6, Path of Thunder for me. It's number 3, Raid for Mark. So, Mark, I think it's about time to hand the reins over to you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Raid for me here. I think it's my best selection of the evening by Dark Angel. And that footage that we saw was just beaten 2 lengths in a grade 3. And yes, it was on the turf, but Raid won a race not too dissimilar to this, more or less to the day a year ago, and won by 9 lengths. So I think he should handle conditions pretty well here. Drawn in 3, as Tom says, formerly trained by Brian Mee, and I make it 13 of the 18 formerly trained in the UK or France. Jean-Claude Rougier used to train Israj the 2, which is on the inside of Raid, but we've got former Charltons and Bolgers and Beckett's and even a Gosden runner, Tattered Flag, who used to be at Newmarket and now trained here in Saudi. Jimmy Jerkins with a couple of chances here, as the guys mentioned. Boltaway, I guess, would be the main danger if you're following me with Raid. Surely got a great chance for Roberto Ramos to get on the score sheet this evening. Has been highly tried as well. Down in trip on return. Last win for Boltaway was back in December of last year and has been off since February. So will this be an opportunity to brush away the cobwebs, or will Boltaway be straight back in the winners' enclosure? We shall see. Motafared in the stripes of blue and yellow, taking stall number 5 from the non-runner. As incumbent, formerly with Clive Cox, used to be owned by Cheveley Park, this horse. Khaled Al-Mamoni in the saddle. There's the big white face and noseband of Odissio, who is 0 from 4 here at Taif, formerly trained by Marco Botti. Multicolour jacket. in stall number 17. Yellow spot on a blue jacket of Angel Trafalgar. Another one out of Dark Angel. Normally with Tom Clover. One here in July. And just about scrambled home, Angel Trafalgar. Thought would be better over 6 furlongs, but they stick to a mile. Some well-known colours. Like Al Sabah colours of Tattered Flag. One of 3 greys in here. Just also note in your race card, horses 12 and 16 are the same jacket, red jacket with the white epaulets. The way to distinguish between the two, Wigberto Ramos has the red cap and Lethal Talent rider has the white cap, but Lethal Talent is a grey horse, so should be nice and easy to spot, whereas Boltaway is a beautiful chestnut. There is Boltaway coming forward. The field are roughly set for race number 4 and off. Racing away then, looked to be a pretty clean line, although Tattered Flag might have been one of the slowest away. Towards the inside, Israj got a good break from stall number 2, green jacket with the black epaulets. Also bang up there is Raid with the blue colours, white sleeves. Green jacket of Path of Thunder with the red epaulets. There's a pretty decent pace on here. Tacking across from a wide post is Lethal Talent, the grey, and it's Lethal Talent that will go and lead them past their first furlong. Lethal Talent is in front by about a length or so to Premium Ticket, roughly in second. Blue and yellow colours on the inside of another grey horse, which is Itcan up with the pace. The yellow spot on a blue jacket is Angel of Trafalgar, and just caught a bit wide is Emirates Currency. Just in behind the pace then, the green jacket of Israj, who was decently away but drops back to about 6th position now. It's a very busy, tightly clustered group at the head of affairs. Itcan also up there. Towards the outside is Path of Thunder. Just in behind these runners is Boltaway, and then comes Incumbent. Struggling towards the back of the field is the red jacket of Thawi. Also back there is Motta Farid, and so too is Melody of Life, who has a lot more runners in front than behind. But already turning for home then, it's the white cap of Lethal Talent who leads, very narrowly though, to Angel Trafalgar in second. Premium Ticket is already being scrubbed along in 3rd position. Then comes Israj, looking for racing room. Just in behind runners is Itcalm, and then comes Path of Thunder. Raid needs to find just a little bit more, as they've got 250 metres left to travel, and it's Lethal Talent who is just in front. Israj will be the first challenger. Towards the inside, we have the orange headgear of Premium Ticket, and then comes Angel Trafalgar. Lethal Talent is clinging on by the closest of margins, hanging on to Israj. Israj now draws alongside, but Lethal Talent will just hold on. Lethal Talent showed all her talent to win by a narrow margin over Israj in second. It was tight for the minors as Jazil trots across the line. They've all completed. Lethal Talent, a very, very close winner. Jimmy Jerkins with just his second winner, with his second string, you may add. Boltaway and Raid were very, very disappointing. But Lethal Talent in 144.46 has just held on by a diminishing margin. Israj under Asil Al-Sahani chased her down all the way to the line. We'll get confirmation for the minor money in just a moment. Incumbent has got up to be 3rd. Good race, lots of pace, and Lethal Talent has held on by about half a length in the end to Israj in second. The 2 fillies have dominated this race. The only 2 in the lineup. It's one for the girls. Lethal Talent wins half a length over Israj in second. Incumbent is up for 3rd, just stealing that from Path of Thunder. And best of the rest was Premium Ticket.
A jubilant Ahmed Al-Sharaa in picture there. Very, very tough ride. He got every single drop out of Lethal Talent, who showed all of her talent, landing our big open race, Tom, in a thrilling battle with the horse in second, who was Israj, the ex-French trained horse. But Tom, it's all about the clock, and you have a very important point to make.
Yeah, they just ran that in 144.46. If you compare that to the track record of 140.24, it sounds good. But if you compare it to Lilaylem, who won the previous race, which was just a maiden for the 2-year-olds, she ran quicker in 144.14 than these horses in open company. It just shows that Lilaylem is a very smart horse that we've seen in the previous race. Just a 2-year-old. These are older horses. You would expect them to run quicker, especially given they're all very talented.
And they went hard early on as well. Let's not take anything away. It was Lethal Talent who actually, as they got past the chute and past that initial bend with the rail came in, Lethal Talent absolutely flew to the rail, took a few horses by surprise, I have to admit.
Yeah, getting that early advantage again, getting to the rail, being on the pace, huge advantage here. James Jerkins, second winner. Fantastic to see him having some success. As we can look over our shoulders right now, Callum, we can see him in the winner's enclosure.
There he is. There's old Jimmy Jerkins in the parade ring there. Breeders' Cup winning trainer, certainly beginning to know what he's doing here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he's picked up this nice horse as well, Lethal Talent. I actually outlined this as one of the 3 major players in the race prior to the off because she had good all-weather rating and form in the UK. She handled this track better than most. The likes of Boltaway, the likes of Raid, who we thought were major contenders, but had all their best form on turf, didn't seem to love it out there, albeit Boltaway didn't get the ideal trip 5 wide going to the first bend. And it was a similar situation being wide on the track with your main selection, Path of
Yes,
Thunder.
absolutely. Path of Thunder was always out wide despite breaking for 6 when Lethal Talent flew over to the rail. Path of Thunder was one of those horses who got caught out, got shuffled wide to get a good pass, but was always just hanging in and never quite able to take full advantage. But certainly, great to say James Jerkin was the winner. When we came here on our first day watching some track work, he was here keeping an eye on his runners, and you can just see how much it means to him to get that winner as well, and how much it means to our jockey, Ahmed Al-Sharaa.
Yeah, exactly. It's a reasonably big race, you know, with nice prize fund, 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner, as Ahmed just weighs in and makes sure he is the right weight. It was a good race full of nice horses. I think a fair few of them are using this as prep races going towards Riyadh, especially for turf events. The likes of Boltaway, the likes of Riyadh, maybe Tattered Flag as well. But take nothing away from the winner, in the ideal position throughout, and fended off Israj in very game fashion late on. It actually looked like Israj, number 2 in the green silks on the outside, was going to come and win. Lethal Talent just moves across to his right-hand side. I'm sure the stewards would have a look at that.
Yeah,
but
I was just about to say the same thing.
It was more... it wasn't interference as such, it was more intimidation, wasn't it?
Yeah, again, the jockey does exactly the right thing, changes his hands on the stick, tried to make sure that the horse stays straight. But this is a tired horse, he's led every step of the way, so I don't think they've got any danger of losing the result. If you are on the second, Israj, you'll be a little bit disappointed, a little bit disgruntled with the fact you didn't get the clearest path to victory. However, take nothing away from the winner, who has gutsed it out in really good fashion.
Yeah, she's done it very nicely, Lethal Talent. That run back at meeting 20, her only start this season so far, when she finished 13th, was obviously a prep for this race and then going forward towards Riyadh. I imagine she'll be contesting dirt races rather than turf, but at the same time, you know, I'm mightily impressed with her. Second string for James Jerkins, but it just proves that every horse has a chance. You don't need to focus too much on the jockey bookings.
I think this is a really good point to bring up the actual quality of the surface we're seeing. This isn't traditional dirt that you would know in the US, is it? This is a very different surface. I remember when they first started racing at Riyadh, and we were talking about the Saudi Cup and how when Mishrif won on dirt, everyone was discussing how fantastic the dirt surface was and how fair it was and how it gave the European horses a chance. And I think we're going to see a lot of this. Horses with good all-weather form can come out here and run on the dirt, in inverted commas, and do a really good job.
Yeah, they water it, they harrow it before racing every single day. They've just harrowed it, in fact, just behind us as we're talking right now.
Right now.
They basically do this after every race or every 2 races, so they make sure the surface is in ideal condition. There isn't major kickback, which should suggest that closers have a chance of winning. There is a pace bias around here, just by the fact that it's the place to be, you know. Kicking off that home bend, it's not the longest home straight, so being up front is definitely ideal. But yeah, it's a very fair track. It suits all horses, but those with all-weather form definitely have the advantage.
beautiful shots here. We could just see the two horses battling it out. Israj, despite the fact that was a little bit interfered with down the straight, never quite looked like passing, and actually going towards the line was fading a little bit, so I think the line came at the right time. They've really got into it, both these front two horses, and they pulled a little bit away from the horse that finished third, which was Incumbent, the ex-GP Park horse.
Yeah, Incumbent ran very well back in third, first time up this year. That was definitely a prep for that runner. He'll only improve. There we can just see Israj was actually on was on the wrong leg. I think that was largely due to the fact that the 16, the eventual winner, came out and forced Israj to change course.
And just see, watching them leave the gate, Lethal Talent actually didn't have a great start. What did you see there, Tom?
Number 14, V-Sight, really stumbled out the start under Naif Al-Anazi. That will be race over instantly for that horse. I didn't see that live. It was his first run so far this season. Just put a line through that for him.
So Lethal Talent missed the kick, didn't get the ideal break, but it's getting in front here. And what's really interesting, you'll see coming alongside horse number 13, which is Premium Ticket, both horses going side by side early on. They stay in that similar position where they're staying straight until the bend. We'll get a great view of this here. We'll see 14, yes, great spot there, Tom, making an error coming out of the stalls. Everyone else seems to get a pretty fair level break. A couple of slower starts as well, Tom.
Yeah, number 1, Melody of Life, ex-Andrew Balding, completely missed it up the inside. Sometimes stall 1 isn't the place to be. I've known this from watching US racing day in, day out. Sometimes the inside can be a massive negative, and Melody of Life is race over at this point.
But look at this. Look at that action to get across there. That is very, very tight, Tom.
Yeah, you can see the whole field just move out and stay out into the middle of the track as the chute comes to an end, just so the horses don't duck up the inside. And instantly, once that chute is over and there's a rail on the inside, they all move across. It was a good good manoeuvre as well by the winning jockey, because managed to get the rail, and we just know how beneficial that can be.
I don't think Premium Ticket's jockey will be thinking the same thing. He didn't stand much of a chance, getting absolutely cannoned into as they got to the rail. But again, yesterday we talked about this with one of the rides in one of the earlier races where a jockey did not take the rail.
Yeah.
And then I think it was Wigberto actually took full advantage, getting the rail run and just making this other jockey look silly. You're not going to see this today with Ahmed Al-Sharaa, who has absolutely pinned himself to the rail and said, "You are not getting down my inside."
Yeah, exactly. Straight to the inside, knows that's the place to be. And at this point, Israj in the green silks with the noseband, just in second, starting to make the move. And it looks like she's about to go right past Lethal, the eventual winner, Lethal Talent. But Lethal Talent, very gutsy and gritty in the lead. Just hangs out slightly to the right here, a little bit of intimidation, but I don't think that changed the result. Lethal Talent was the best filly in the race, and she wanted to win. As you can see, Israj in second on the wrong lead.
Angel of Trafalgar just fading out of it tamely, only ran recently, not a bad performance at all from that horse.
No, not a bad performance, and we've already touched on Incumbent briefly, but that horse has rallied very well from behind. Is a son of Ulysses, quite clearly stays the mile nicely.
Seeing the white cap just going past our eventual winner.
Yeah, he's actually in front on the gallop out, which is a big note in itself. So Incumbent will definitely come on for that, and it's probably a turf horse in the making. This winner's definitely a dirt horse, and proved that today.
If you're looking for 3 from 3 on Team Callum with Pass Asunder, we kind of knew our face turning around the bend. Always looking to come a little bit wide and struggling. But again, we beat the other 2 selections. So I'd say there's a little tick in the box of Team Callum as we continue to pour it on.
What do you mean looking for 3 from 3? What happened in the first race? That was race 4.
Well, yeah, no, but hang on. No. We've 3 races in a row. We were looking for the third.
Yeah.
We're looking for the third on the spin. The technicalities, Tom, are fine. Just tip some winners and we'll be back amongst them. You'll be back in our good graces. However, yes, we were always a little bit wide on the turn and never quite able to get involved. It was Premium Ticket again, had quite a busy pass all the way around, was always bang up there and involved with the early fractions, just couldn't keep it up. But the eventual winner, Lethal Talent, has shown all of her talent and dominated this race from beginning to end. It set all the fractions and then shown the real fight and determination to repel the challenge of Israj, who was really trying to rattle on late on in that race.
Yeah, she was very good on the front end today. I thought Angel of Trafalgar ran okay as well. He showed more natural early speed this afternoon. Rayek was a bit disappointing, just crossing the line now over at the inside. And actually, when we get all the way back, Boltway just had no chance from an early stage.
Yes, Boltway, what did you make of that performance? Just always never able to get involved?
Yeah, was wide on the track through the first bend, was in 5th or 6th rounding that, and actually showed natural early speed. There he is, just crossing the line, number 12. But he seemed to waste a lot of ground on the bend. Wigberto knew the race was over from an early stage and just allowed him to finish in his own time. I think he's a turf horse, and this was just to blow away the cobwebs.
V-Sight, well, we mentioned earlier on
Yeah.
the race was made at the start where V-Sight completely missed the kick and the 4-year-old gelding didn't stand any of a chance. Nath Alanazi just letting that horse come home at its own time as well.
A real plausible excuse today for V-Sight. Just had no chance from the outset. You can't win from right at the back in these kind of races.
Still very unexposed. That would only start number 3 here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, definitely got the potential to improve. Was quite a smart type as well for Rafe Beckett back in the UK. So don't completely write that off, that horse off for next time, maybe in Riyadh, or if they come back here to Taif.
But one horse we certainly won't be writing off is Lethal Talent, who repelled all challenges for a very happy Ahmed Al-Sharaa and very confident connections. We're looking forward to hearing from the winning trainer in good time. But meanwhile, Tom, this race, I think, really says more about the third race on our card. The 2-year-old winner, running a faster time than these older horses. You said it was a cup horse immediately after the result. I think connections now know they have a serious animal on their hands.
Yeah, Lilaylam's very talented. 144.14. We said at the time was a very nice time, good on the clock, but just then has proved that with 144.86 from a horse rated in the 90s. Lilaylam's a 100-plus horse.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with the winning trainer, Jimmy Jerkins.
I'm with Jimmy Jerkins, the legend here in Saudi, and that was your second winner of the season. You must be delighted. The horse was previously trained in the UK by Jane Chappell-Hyam.
Yeah, you know, we didn't really know what to make of the first race. It was a very, very tough race. You know, I didn't know the horses then, but the filly that won it, I looked her up, and she's phenomenal. And she did go fast the first part. I guess she had a license to stop, and which she did, and the rider didn't you know, get after her too much with the whip down the lane, which is always good for the next time. So, you know, I had just a couple of not hard works, a couple of works in between, and a month later, and just worked out. She was able to set a decent pace, which I didn't think would happen, but she got away with some pretty good. I thought it'd be a little more wicked than it ended up being, but and then the rider did a good job getting off the rail when you kind of turn her for home. It looks like that's the place to be. There's a spot out there where the horses just seem to hit it, not really hit another gear, but they don't seem to tire as fast as they do when we're closer to the rail. So that was smart on his part.
So was the stall a worry for you?
I'm sorry?
Was the gate draw a worry for you?
Yeah, kind of, but she was able to work over gradual. You know, it worked out right. He didn't really. She galloped on her own to the lead, which you always like to see with a front runner. You know, as easy as possible. And I thought she'd have to work a lot harder than that to get to the rail.
You also had Boltaway in the race. Was that Wigberto's choice to ride him instead?
You know, I really don't know. I'm not really handling I don't. Outside of Wigberto, I don't know the riders very well. I'm learning them, but I'm kind of leaving that up to the stable manager, and you know, they have the workings with Wigberto and the other riders a little better than I do right now. So I couldn't really tell you if it was his choice or not, but it probably was, because he's old as that. She's got a good record, but he's got a high rating, and you know, the distance today was he seems to be a little better around 2 turns or a little further, and he kind of just didn't have it today. But hopefully next time we'll find a better spot for him a little further, and hope he runs better.
Thanks very much, Jimmy, and well done on your second winner.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Jimmy Jerkins, for that. 2, I think, very interesting points from that. The first is that he is still getting to know the horses here, which I think is a really interesting, almost confusing part, where you think trainers are humans too. They do need to kind of work out their surroundings. This is a whole new country, whole new environment. He's working with a completely different infrastructure than he did in the US, although it is similar kind of structure. It's just a completely different way of working. I think that's the first thing to take away. And the second thing to take away is plans with Boltaway, going over 2 turns, big step up and trip next time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Boltaway over further for sure. It definitely wasn't his running today. I think it would have been Wigberto's choice, because he was the standout of the 2 on paper. And yeah, you know, horses are part of the family. He's just getting used to this family, a whole new set of horses, 56 in the yard. they're only going to get more and more knowledgeable about each other. The horses about Jimmy's work routines and Jimmy about the horses. And I'm sure when the winners start flying in, they're definitely not going to stop.
One thing that hasn't been flying in for the horses in our next race, this 1600-metre race for Arabian horses, is winners, because they're all maidens. This is their maiden race. None of these horses have got their head in front, but it doesn't matter because it features another Callum Helliwell good thing. It is Jcsa. Now, Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders.
For 4-year-olds and upwards, open to fillies and colts, headed by number 1, Tendal Al Jazra for Naif Al Anazi. 2 is a scratch. 3, Murbar Al Khaladir, the first of 4 Al Khaladir runners. Of course, 2 have moved on to new stables, but Murbar Al Khaladir is still owned by Al Khaladir stables. Forrest Wanas rides the 3. Mawazin, the first of 2 fillies, is the 4. Azil Al Sahani rides. Laheb is the 5. Abdullah Al Kridis. Zilzal Iyad Al Tarizi. That might be a possible jockey change. Jcsa, Callum's fancy, is the 7. Shaheen Al-Hur is the 8, the first of 4 grey horses. And Tahir Hassan is the 9. Mohammed Al-Daham. 10, Bakar Al-Khaladir, new ownership, still an Al-Khaladir. 11, Zahi Al-Jazra. 12 is Wabel Al-Barak Abdullah Al-Afi. 13, Shamak Al-Khaladir, new ownership. Wakar Al Khaladir is the second of the owned Al Khaladir runners. 14, Wakar Al Khaladir for Adel Al Faredi, and the field are rounded by Tawash Ali Al Manoni. A great debut back at meeting 29, but 14 runners head for our Arabian Horses maiden over the mile.
As the 3 Musketeers lead horses in the parade ring, just a little bit of housekeeping there. The title said this was the 90-105 race. This is, in fact, the maiden. Nothing wrong with that. Everyone exceptionally busy, so sometimes things do just slip under the rug, but no problems because we have a very good race to look forward to. Horses who are all maidens, and it features, like I said, horse number 7, Jcsa. This is the time, Tom. This is the day that Jcsa gets his little head in front.
She's super consistent. She's finished second, third on the last 3 starts. She's a typical Callum selection. I was actually going to side with her, but I'm going to take you on now. But look, Jcsa is the consistent, solid option in the race. You know where she's going to finish, and it's going to be right up there with the leaders. It's just, can she finally get a win at the 11th time of asking?
Absolutely, Tom. There's a few more horses in here who are quite unexposed and a few who are a little more exposed. One of those unexposed horses is Tawash, who we saw making its debut in meeting 29, where it finished second.
Yes, Tawash is an interesting runner. You know, just had the 1 start, rated 50. Is a 7-year-old, clearly didn't run in Saudi prior to this season, just the 1 start over here. We'll need to improve, but gate 15 is tough.
Horse number 1 is Tendal Al Jazra, second on meeting 22. Must have a good chance.
Definitely, we're going to see the video footage of that second place finish shortly. Yes, Naif Al Anazi takes the ride. The inside stall is another big positive. The second place finish was perfectly fine. It's just whether she can improve from that.
One thing that is a little bit of a negative for this horse is that commentator Mark, who's already had 1 good thing beaten, is saying that this is his good thing as well. So I'm just beginning to think that's a bit of a red flag. Oh, and our producer as well is convinced of horse number 1. That is a true kiss of death. Mark and the producer both saying that number 1 is going to win. So if you are a fan of number 1, I'm very sorry in advance for Tendal Al Jazra. Does not have a chance, according to me now, because it's all about Jcsa.
Yeah, you're going to bang home this Jcsa. But look, you know, it'd be fantastic if Jcsa does win this race, just because for some of these horses, when they're, you know, bouncing around maidens time and time again, it can become a bit, you can lose hope. Connections can lose hope they're ever going to win a race. She deserves to win. She's rated 75. She's the top rated in the field, Jcsa. I don't know. She's just not one for maximum confidence.
Absolutely, Tom. Now, we spoke to Shamila yesterday about these Arabian horses, and she continued to drum it into us that it can often be about their mind rather than their physical workload. So I think that's a key thing to mention, is some of these horses, it's just whether they're feeling up for it on the day.
Yeah, it's very much mentality. Unlike thoroughbreds who know their job, they get to the racetrack and they love to race. Arabians do like to look around a fair bit. They've only got the 1 speed. Sometimes if they can't get to the front, they'll throw the toys out the pram and decide to down tools and not run their best. Sometimes some of these horses have no early, but they suddenly realise they're racing with a furlong to run and stay on. But by that point, they're miles back in the race. So, yeah, it's very much a mental thing with the Arabian races. You've got to look at these differently if you're analysing who you think is going to win. I'm going to side with the horse who's got plenty of experience, but not as much experience as Jade DeCarry.
Absolutely, and keep getting involved in the comments. It's great to see more comments coming in. It's great to see likes and views keep climbing on this English-speaking broadcast.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doc, for messaging in again. Doc says, love your analysis and comments, gentlemen. I'm watching this from the US, which is fantastic to hear. I'm Jimmy's wife, looking forward to coming over in Riyadh in October.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jerkins, who will be coming over in October. Looking forward to seeing you. Please come and say hello to us. You cannot miss us in the brightly lit set. We'll certainly be looking forward to seeing you at Riyadh in October. That'll be then, and we're looking forward to really getting into the race. And it's great to see Jimmy Jerkins with a winner as well. His second on the card. Again, just learning how things develop here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more winners to come for James, Jimmy, and I'm glad that the interviews that he does with Shamila are fantastic as well. Very insightful. Lots of details there, and it just sounds like he's getting used to the process. Only a matter of time before those winners start stacking up, for sure.
That's one thing that's been great about Shamila getting down in the parade ring and in the winners' enclosure is so many of the trainers have been very open. We spoke to trainers last week who've talked about their horses having hoof issues, and that's why they haven't run to form. We had a trainer very openly say today, the horse is fit, this is the race we've come for, this is what we want to win, and trying to get that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Tattered Flag, but hopefully later on in the card in our final race, that trainer can have some more success. But as we look into this field, I think for me, I'm looking away from the less exposed runners. I'm looking towards the more hardy types, the ones who've got more runs behind them. One of those horses is Zilzal, number 6, Tom. What do you make of that horse chance? It's 4-year-old colt.
Yeah, 0 from 9 so far, finished 5th last time. But here's the video footage of Tendale Al Jazra finishing. Oh no, is this Tendale Al Jazra?
This is Tendale Al Jazra coming from the cloud. We got very confused there, looking at the grey, thinking, hang on, is this another Al Kaladir? But no, this is Tendale Al Jazra flashing home to finish second.
Yeah, finishes second. This is very much the example that I was just saying a second ago, where some of these Arabian horses don't realise they're in a race in the early stages, and then the final furlongs just really pick it up. And Tendale Al Jazra does finish this race nicely. Was well beaten by an Al Kaladir Stables trainee, and I fancy an Al Kaladir Stables trainee to win again today. And here is the video footage of that horse.
This is Wakor Al Kaladir finishing second in July.
Yes, finished second, is trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif. He's ridden by Adel Al Faradi today. Two connections that you just cannot overlook. Leading trainer when it comes to Arabian horses, leading rider when it comes to all horses at Taif, owned by Al Kaladir Stables, who dominate these events. Just gets a little bit interfered with close to home by the number 1 who's hanging out to the right.
Look at the tail carriage on some of these horses. Look at the tail carriage. This, as a rider myself, that puts the fear into me. Absolute fear as we see Jade DeCarry, the winner, coming home in the third in this footage here, has since finished second as well.
Yeah, it looked like the rider there was desperate for Jade DeCarry to change the lead legs, and actually she obliges as they go into the straight. She doesn't have the best tail carriage. She also doesn't finish her race off as powerfully as many other horses, which is very similar to most horses that you like putting up at Taif so far. But she's very consistent. You know she's going to stay all the way to the line. Again, Al Kaladir 1-2. Hopefully today we'll also see an Al Kaladir number 1 beating Jade DeCarry, because I like Wakor Al Kaladir. You like Jade DeCarry. It's a very interesting race. The producer and Mark Francis like Tendale Al Jazra. We all have differing opinions. Hopefully we have a barnstorming finish between all three.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. I think Tendale Al Jazra for the team behind the cameras. If you are looking at one of the Al Kaladir runners, which is Wakor Al Kaladir, that's horse number 14 on your race cards. I'm looking at horse number 7 on your race cards, Jade DeCarry. So we've got the field covered. Any other points you need to make?
Yeah, there's one other horse I just want to briefly touch on, which is number 4, Mawazin, last round at meeting 28. Last week we were actually covering that race. A British-bred filly. You don't see too many of those in the Arabian horse races. Finished second last week. It was a creditable effort. maybe she can go close as well. But yeah, I'm not going to go away from the selection.
Yes, Mawazine was a really interesting runner, I thought. That being a British bred, we don't see many of those contesting these contests. We see quite a few Qatari breds as well running here. It's great to see some of those horses that ran in Italy, and the Europe Fou de Pine comes to mind as that example with a very high rating. And again, if you do have access to these Saudi race cards, which are easily available on the Jcsa website, they're available in English and in Arabic, so there's no excuses if you are watching the racing and you want to know what's going on. Those cards are available, and the ratings are key, which is why I think Jcsa of a rating of 75 have a massive chance here today.
And talking about ratings and talking about how we're enjoying Arabian races since we've been here in Taif, and we don't necessarily witness this too often in the UK, albeit you watched one at Goodwood just before you came out. There is a horse running tomorrow called Asfan Al Khalidiyah, rated 125 in an Arabian horse race. If you're going to tune in tomorrow, and I really hope you do, join us on YouTube because there's a fantastic 9-race card yet again at Taif. That is the one race to watch, because Asfan Al Khalidiyah is one of the leading Arabian horses in the country right now. I think finished third in the standings all of last season. So one of the most exciting horses that we've seen so far running on tomorrow's card in a similar race to this.
And again, we have to continually push that if it's the leading Arabian horse in Saudi Arabia, that means it's one of the leading Arabian horses in the world. So we are really seeing some truly talented runners tomorrow on Saturday. Not quite the same level in this contest, but again, just the strengths and breadths of the Arabian race schedule. We're now seeing 2 Arabian races every day at each meeting here at King Khalid Racecourse. This is the first time that's happened. So the fields aren't totally full. We're not seeing 18 runners all the way through because we just don't have the strengths in depth. But what we are seeing is some great action, and the racing has been really professional and really strong. I personally enjoyed it. I can see everyone's enjoying it on the comments as well. We've got some lovely emojis coming in, Tom.
Yeah, Marco has sent in a lovely emoji. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. Hopefully you are picking the winner of this race. And just to touch on again Arabian horse races, yes, this is a maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards, older horses. It's not the best race in terms of quality, albeit we can make every race quite interesting, I hope, for you guys watching. But the next race on the card, race number 6, is an Arabian horse race as well, but it's a handicap 490 to 105 rated horses. It's a much better affair in terms of quality. So if you're looking for star Arabian performances, not only do you have to tune in tomorrow to watch that horse, Asfan Al Khalidiyah, but you should be able to see one in around half an hour as well.
Absolutely, Tommy, you're totally right there. As the horses begin the loading process, you see these beautiful drone shots that we get the horses doing the traditional circling before we go into the stalls, checking all the tack. Looks like we're all good, so we are going to throw in just a second. I have to just regurgitate the tips again. Jcsa for me. Tom, who's your selection?
Waqar Al Khalidiyah, number 14 for me.
Perfect. So it's number 6, it's number 7 for me, number 14 for Tom, as we hand you over to Mark Francis.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, Tendel Al Jcsa for me here. We saw the footage a few moments ago. Most incredible debut. Was slowly away just prior to the start of that footage. Was miles at the back of the screen. Probably gave up about 10 lengths at the start. And when we saw it beaten by 9 lengths, you really do have to ask question marks that if he had broke well that day, where would he have finished? Well, would have finished second, but how close to the winner? Absolutely flew home out the back of the screen. And Naif Al-Anazi is on board today. That was over 6 furlongs, up to the mile today. Surely the step up in trick will definitely suit. I've got Tendel Al Jcsa as the top one on my list. Tawash was another one that I couldn't believe you guys didn't mention. A really, really striking debut. Orange chevron on a black jacket. Really, really good debut back at meeting 29. So not too long ago that they've turned this horse out again. Jcsa. Selection for Callum was only beaten a couple of lengths on both of her last starts. She's shown better form recently than at the start of the term. And I thought Webel Al Barak was another one to mention. Ran well in front of Shamp Al Khalidiyah. Just speaking of colours here, we've got 2 Al Khalidiyah owned runners, the 3 and the 14. The 3 is a chestnut, the 14 is a grey. If you need to divide them up further, Mirbar Al Khalidiyah has a black cap and Waqar Al Khalidiyah has a yellow cap. They're drawn either side of the starting stalls anyway. Also Laheb, a green jacket with white stars. Bakar Al Khalidiyah is a white jacket with green stars. So don't get confused between both the 5 and the 10. You see Bakar Al Khalidiyah starting the loading process. And Mirbar Al Khalidiyah going forward. Laheb is already loaded. In comes Taif Hassan. It's Tendal Al Jazra for me. As Tom said earlier, that still one can be a hindrance to some of these horses. They've got to break away sharply. All the action is to their right. You need that rail to come up quickly. First furlong and a half has a rail, and then it disappears with the round course, obviously. So Tendal Al Jazra for me. This is our 5th race. It's an Arabian horse maiden. There's another one of the grades 4 in this lineup. Shaheen Al Hur coming forward with the final couple to come forward. Jcsa and Tendal Al Jazra. 1 mile. This Arabian contest. Stalls handlers look happy. We go without the 2 here, reminder. So 14 ready. And off. Racing away then for race number 5. This Arabian horse maiden towards the outside. Tawash is showing good speed early on. So too Wakor Al Khaladir with the yellow cap, and also bang there is Wabel Al Barak. And these are probably the first 3. Towards the inside, right of picture, Tendal Al Jazra is probably one of the final runners at the minute as they link up with the round course, just looking a little bit inexperienced as well as they approach their final 7 furlongs. So in the lead, yellow cap, Wakor Al Khaladir. As a runner towards the inside in the shape of Wabal Al Barak in the yellow colours. Further out to Tawash then, so horses in stalls 14 and 15 have managed to get across. Just in behind these then we have Merba Al Khaladir, also the green jacket with the white stars of Laheb, and also the white jacket with the green stars of Bakar Al Khaladir. Red colours probably in midfield of Zilzal, has the maroon jacket of Sham Al Khaladir behind. The final trio include the likes of Jcsa, also back there at the minute is the blue sleeves of Taif Hassan, and also Shaheen Al Hur is one of the last as they approach the end of the back straight, and they're inside their last 4 furlongs. 600 metres to go. Wakor Al Khaladir has virtually led every stride so far. First challenger on the outside is Mawazin, who we haven't mentioned. Zilzal now preparing a move 3 wide on the outside. Then Tendal Al Jazra seeking a bit of racing room. Tawash is beginning to backpedal, and coming widest of all is Merba Al Khaladir. But Wakor Al Khaladir leads them for home and has a lead of about 4 lengths. Tendal Al Jazra towards the inside. Then comes Mawazin towards the outside. Merba Al Khaladir is gathering ahead of steam. Inside the last 200 metres, Wakor Al Khaladir is all out. Tendal Al Jazra is chasing towards the outside. It's Merba Al Khaladir. It's all about the Al Khaladir's here as Wakor Al Khaladir leads. Here comes Merba Al Khaladir, who is lunging towards the line. It's very close. I think Wakor Al Khaladir has just held on from his stablemate Merba Al Khaladir. Tendal Al Jazra was definitely 3rd. What a great finish to our Arabian horse maiden. Wakor Al Khaladir has held on. It's a winner for Tom. It's a narrow winner for Tom. Crying out for the line was Adel Al Faradi on board Wakor Al Khaladir, who rides a double here this evening and has held off the very late thrust of Merba Al Khaladir and Fawaz Wanas. They were ahead then of Tendal Al Jazra in a cracking finish to our 5th race. The winning distance was a neck between the 2 Al Khaladir runners, engaged in great action inside the last 200 yards. And Wakor Al Khaladir, with the yellow cap on the right of picture, has held on. Merba Al Khaladir, it was a tired effort on debut, nothing tired about this, was inching closer all the way to the line and has just been denied by the horse that probably stands alongside him at home. Tendal Al Jazra was 3rd, and they were clear of the remainder. Wakor Al Khaladir, it's another winner for the Al Khaladir stable.
a double for Adel Al-Faredi, who is quickly making sure his brother knows exactly where he stands. But what a finish to our last race, Tom. Wow.
Oh, the heart's pumping, Callum, I tell you. I was cheering him home. So are you, to be fair. You supported me there with Wakil Al-Khaladiya. A great ride. Adel Al-Faredi never produces bad rides. Never. I haven't seen one so far. This is why he's the leading rider at the moment so far this meet, and the 4-time champion in the last 5 years. Broke nicely from a wide gate, moved across to the inside, made sure he got the rail, and although the other Al-Khaladiya stables runner, Merba Al-Khaladiya, came with a huge challenge, he had race position on the side and just held on.
Yes, Tom, and we mentioned the time. It's not particularly slow in regards to Arabian racing at 1:56. However, they went no pace early.
No, they went no pace at all in the early stages. They just went in around 50 kilometres an hour, which helped the winner, who was right on the speed from the outset. If I take my bias out of this, obviously selecting the winner, if I take my bias away, the runner-up is definitely the best horse in the race, Merba Al-Khaladiya. Had to go 5 wide off the bend. We'll see this in the race replay. Had to go 5 wide off the bend, made a big late surge. Considering the pace bias, would have definitely helped the eventual winner that we're seeing in shot. Merba Al-Khaladiya is a winner in waiting and was super unlucky not to win today under Fawaz Wanas. But fortunately for me, Adel Al-Faredi was always in the perfect position.
2 top jockeys fighting out the finish there, and again we just need to push just how talented this Al-Khaladiya stable is, because at the end of the day we're talking about dominance that we see at Coolmore on the flat in the UK, Ireland and America. This is true dominance. This is truly, like, every time their horses run, every time we see these colours, we go, yep, that's one for the shortlist, because you don't even need to look. Again, yesterday we saw a horse that had no form, absolutely ran no sort of race on debut, an Al-Khaladiya runner, absolutely sprout wings and win. They know what they're doing with these Arabian horses, and again, it's all about the mind. It's a mentality game with these Arabian runners, and I think it's clear to see that they've got the mind right on both their runners today.
Yeah, one farm alone in Saudi Arabia completely dominates Arabian horse races. Again, another 1-2 in this Arabian horse race. And you know what? We've got another Arabian horse race coming up soon. And there are 3 Al-Khaladiya stable runners in there. So expect us to give them a hefty preview and support at least one of them between us.
You just see Fawaz Wanas here, one of the other really talented jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, trying to get across to try and look this challenger in the eye, but it just doesn't have enough time. And Adel Al-Faredi, again, these great shots. See the knee, jutting out to the side, trying to get the horse back towards the rail. Come on, come back to the rail. Use the rail to help you, and unfortunately he doesn't. But fortunately, he gets home just about to win. And Tom, you mentioned the horse right at the back of shot, the grey, who was the early pace setter. It was horse number 15, Tawash, who made the early running, actually trotted over the line, could not maintain that gallop.
No, Wakil Al-Khaladiya and Tawash shared the early advantage. Tawash ran second on debut. It was a decent piece of form, Saudi debut I should say, decent piece of form, but he was done turning in. That just proves that Wakil Al-Khaladiya, he did have the bias, but he still ran very well to manage to hold on to this victory. The 2 pace setters are in 14 and 15, right on the outside.
Watch them come out here, and they don't hesitate to come across, unlike in the thoroughbred races. They're already jutting across early.
Yeah, trying to just get towards the middle of the track and just secretly block off a couple of other horses without interfering with them, just to make sure they can get to the lead. As you can see, they're going 55, 54, 53 kilometres an hour, 52. They're really slowing it up in front right now.
They are absolutely cruelling, but there's no overall challenge to get to the lead, is there? They're not fighting against any horses on the rail. They seem to come across quite easily, very much like we saw in our third race.
Yeah, 15 Tawash in the orange, black and white silks, just in second right now. The grey horse with the black cheek pieces was even a bit keen in the early stages. You don't see Arabian horses being keen in races. It just shows that they went pretty slow. There was a chance for the horse just on the inside there, number 12, Wabal Al-Burak, to keep the rail and make sure that Adel Al-Faredi couldn't get across on the eventual winner, Wakil Al-Khaladiya. But he just didn't have the early speed to hold that horse off. And right now, Adel's thinking, I've got this race, surely.
Look at number 3, Marbir Al-Khaladiya, the horse that eventually finishes second. A really uncomfortable passage, bunged in on the rail, always niggled along, ends up coming super wide on this turn. Watch, Fawaz is going to put a right hand down, look, pulls all the way out, thinks I'm meeting all this traffic problem, no, I'm going to go wide. He's probably lost the race there.
Just lost at least a length in that bit of interference with Tendale Al-Jazra, with Naif Al-Anazi trying to get out. Fawaz Wanaz just didn't have enough horse under him at that stage, but coming off the bend, when moved wide on the track, you can now see Merba Al-Khaladiya is really engaging overdrive and looks to be eroding the deficit on the eventual winner, Wakil Al-Khaladiya. Every single stride's getting closer and closer, and from our position here, we're say 20 yards from the line, but we're at a bit of a weird angle. It actually looked like the 3 went past in front, but fortunately there's a massive big screen at Taif. You can just see the 14 holds on in a fantastic finish to this Arabian Horses Maiden.
Absolutely. Take nothing away from Tandel Al Jazra, who is the selection of our producer and of our commentator as well, getting all involved in that. Francis getting involved, and quite unlucky there, probably ran the best of the rest there. They finished a mile clear of the horse in fourth.
Yeah, I think both the winner, the second and the third have all run good races. The second is a winner waiting to happen. Mirba Al Khaladir was unfortunate today not to win. The third, Tendel Al Jazza, ran okay given the interference off the bend, but it was the best ride in the race that won, and that was Adel Al Faredi on Wakor Al Khaladir.
Do you know another winner waiting to happen? Do you know who that is, Tom?
Is it my selection in the next race?
No, it's not. It's Jcsa, who was a very fast finishing fifth in that contest. And don't be fooled by that run. We were never really involved. We were never able to land the blow. The trip is a concern. I do think we need to step up in trip, but we will break this maiden before I leave this country. So if this horse doesn't win, I'm staying, because I need Jcsa to get her head in front. I think she's the star, and she's the horse I'm going to follow all the way through here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Someone better start sorting out your visa then. I don't think it's looking likely. Look, Jade Carey is a very admirable horse, but she struggles. She really does to win a race of this nature. She doesn't have a second gear. She just has like one gear, goes around, and she needs to find an extremely weak race to win as she crosses the line right now.
Again, we talk about ratings. Our winner was rated 73. Our second didn't have a rating, but look at the stable where it came from, and neither did our third. So we saw 3 pretty good horses rated, I'd say, in the 80s. Would you be right with that?
Yeah, high 70s to 80s. I think the runner-up is the best horse in the race, I have to say. Going forward, if they were to meet each other again, the winner and the second, I'd be taking the second, Mirka Al Khaladir, every day of the week. But it was a great race. You know, Arabian races don't always get the plaudits they should. Sometimes everyone just says that they're slow, these horses are slow, but you know, we watch races for the competitive aspect, for the horses themselves. We got the same amount of thrill, if not more of a thrill, from that closing furlong than we did in the previous races. So I'm quite beginning to love these Arabian horse maidens.
I tell you what I'm also loving is these camera angles as well. If we can see our front 2 early pace setters, they were drawn wide. You saw from the great stall shot that we were able to offer you straight away. Adel Al Faredi literally left hand down to get across. As soon as they've let us stall, no hanging about there. He gets the early lead and he never ever relinquishes it.
The rail is such a huge advantage. James Jerkins said in this previous interview that there is a spot coming off the bend into the home straight where the rail isn't ideal. But every horse kind of veers wider there anyway. But in the early stages and going into the first bend, you definitely want to be right against the paint, covering the least ground possible.
Absolutely, Tom, as they're just running the rail and getting that good position. It does then bring up the issue that if you are drawn towards the inside and a horse from a stall as high as 15, 16 gets to the rail, is that your fault as a rider there to be like, I should be more positive, and I should, if I've got this rail by draw luck, how am I not taking advantage of it?
Yeah, it depends what horse you're on. Obviously, if you've got no early speed, then as a jockey, you can't do anything about that. It's all about horse characteristics and what their main asset is. But at the same time, if you're drawn inside, it can prove to be a massive negative as well as a positive. Obviously, you're drawn right against the rail, so you don't have to waste time and hope that no horse on the inside breaks well. But if you don't break on the inside, you're immediately getting kicked back, you're stuck in traffic, you somehow have to work an ideal trip. It doesn't always open up like the Red Sea if you're drawn inside. So I would like to be drawn middle, to be honest, in any race, and hope that my horse has early speed.
The more I watch this, the more I feel for Mirba Al Khaladir, who is carried wide, and then again the horse on the inside, Zilzal, then bounces back towards the rail and causes more traffic problems in behind. Zilzal has caused some serious issues there. If we had speed cameras on site, Zilzal would have got some penalties there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a race with a lot of interference just behind the leader. I'm going to chalk this one up as a lucky winner. Not only just for the horse, for myself as a tipster in here, and for Adel Al Faredi, but it doesn't matter how a horse wins.
If they get their head in front, they get their head in front.
They cross the line in first, that's all that matters.
Exactly. No one will ever talk about how far you won by just how many you won, and Adel Al Faredi is the dominant force riding around here. We get a good shot of Farwez, who is probably very, very frustrated with his passage, had to come all the way around wide, met traffic problems throughout. Bearing in mind, he spent most of the race on the rail and most of the finish on the stand side rail, so he really did stretch all the way across. So it's a bit of a disappointment for connections there, but hopefully Farwez can have another winner moving on to race 6. So it's good to see as we cruise in to race 6. Tom, that was a great race. This is very exciting on paper.
Yeah, again over the mile, so we can collaborate how quick that final race was we've just seen there. Arabian horses again, 90, they're naughty as well, 90 to 105 for the fillies and colts. 3 Al Khaladir stables runners in the race. Adel Al-Faradi's on one as well. For the same trainer, Mutlaq bin Mishrif. I know where my colours are going to be in this race, I have to say.
Absolutely. Certainly agree with you there that you're probably going to... Why change? Don't fix something that isn't broken. Yep. I'm quite interested to see, for me personally, how this race works out time-wise, because that race was so slow, but they still finished quite up there towards the time. They weren't too far off the track record for Arabian races. See some more comments coming in as well. Thank you for continuing to get in touch with us on YouTube. It's great to see. It's great to see people viewing, people liking. Remember to subscribe and also click on that bell notification so you can find out when we go on air. It's great that we can really push on our social medias. I'm very confident about pushing us all out all the time. I'll always give us the time. 3:40 Saudi time, 1:40 UK time. Wherever else in the world you are, please work around that. But as the horses are in the pre-parade, I think it's about time we hand back over to Mark Francis, who can give us the runners and riders for race 6.
Yeah, race 6 already, Callum. It's going very, very quick here at Taif this afternoon, and our most expensive race of the night, 150,000 Saudi Real up for grabs here, our second of the Arabian races for horses rated between 90 and 105. 90 to 105, not a 0 to 90. That'd be quite low, wouldn't it? But 90 to 105, we've got some very, very talented individuals in here and lots of collateral form, which I'm looking forward to hearing from both you and Tom in the next few minutes. 3 Al Khaladirs to look out for, starting with number 1, Saloom Al Khaladir for Adel Al-Faradi, looking for that hat-trick. Jamran Al Khaladir, who was behind the 8 horse, which we'll come to in just a moment, last time out, ridden by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Jamran Al Khaladir. Goldaimer is the 3, Camilla Ospina looking for his second winner of the evening. AM Athbar for Noeth Al Madini. No win since November 2021 for AM Athbar. Malatem Athbar is the 5, Mohammed Al Hulbail. Takdir is the only filly in this lineup, Mohammed Al Habib. Al Haref is the 7, Ali Al Mimoni. Kasab Al Daham, who I mentioned just a few moments ago, beating Jamran Al Khaladir. Will we see that form reversed here tonight? I think so, but we'll hear what our experts think in just a moment. The 9, Lazaz Alali, is the 9, Khaled Al Mimoni. Saab Al Khaladir rounding off the Al Khaladir runners for Turkey Al Lofi. And the field are completed by Nayar Athbar for Rahid Al Feroz. So a very, very interesting Arabian horses handicap, 90 to 105. It's fiercely competitive. What do you guys think?
Thank you, Mark. We have got Shamila in the parade ring, and she's with some connections.
I'm with Abdullah Al-Faraj, who trains horse number 8. He won last time out very impressively. What's the plan this time?
The race is a tough race. The distance is different between this. The race he's win 2,000 meters, and now is 1,600 meters. I think it's short for him, the distance. But inshallah, I hope to get a good race for him. Inshallah, he will win have a good tough horses. Stablat al-Khaldiyah, he have I think 3 or 4 horses, and Stablat Adba al-Sibaqat, Adba stable. I think it's very strong race, and inshallah I hope to win, and he take a good rate, inshallah, to go to King Abdullah Faisal race.
And like you mentioned before, the Al Khaladir stables is very strong this season, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the biggest stable in the Arabian horses, and the big farm for, I think, for the Middle East, for the race, for the Arabian horse with Adba al-Sibaqat. The stable Adba is the biggest. And he have a good horses, and he have 2 horses, 3 year. He go to King Faisal. Inshallah, today, inshallah, I hope to win, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Abdullah, thank you for giving us all the information on number 8, Kasab Al-Dam, but I need to talk about that watch. Oh my goodness, what a piece of kit. Really nice. This is horse number 8, Kasab Al-Dam, who we just spoke about.
Yeah, lovely looking type. You don't tend to see too many Arabian horses looking exactly like that with that coloration. Last time out was a winner. We'll see that footage in the next couple of minutes.
Number 9 is Laziz Alali, another nice runner here with 2 wins from 10 starts.
Yeah, last time out finished 8th at meeting 27, but prior to that finished 4th at meeting 21. Seems to be trending in the wrong direction, but it's rated 93 and clearly has talent.
Those pink silks you won't be able to miss, so they are gorgeous. Pink blinkers as well. Number 10, Saab Al Kaladir. Connections, always dangerous.
Yeah, 3-time winner, rated 93 this horse. A lovely looker as well. Looks more like a thoroughbred, albeit is behaving like an Arabian stereotypically right now in the paddock. It's the Mount of Turkey Alofi, trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif. I think this horse is the 3rd string of the Al Kaladir stable runners, but I could be proved wrong.
One who's not from the Al Kaladir is our bottom horse, which is Naya Atbar, who has 2 wins for 22 starts, but 1 last time out.
One last time out, which allows this colt to get into this rating of 90 to 105. Currently rated 90 exactly. Only 2 from 22 in the career. Difficult to imagine this horse is going to back up today.
This is a tough ask, isn't it, for a horse that's in the rated 90s, as we see horse number 8, Kasab Aldam again. We did mention the profile of this horse very different to what you'd normally see with Arabian. Very short coupled, big in behind, certainly built to handle these dirt conditions. Again, I'm just not used to seeing a horse so petite, particularly running in these Arabian races.
Yeah, dark grey as well with a lighter mane. You don't see too many like that. You know, for the aesthetics, I'm sure plenty of people will be cheering home Kasab Aldam, a lovely looking type.
Hopefully Head and Shoulders are watching and they can get a brand new brand ambassador. The top 2 Al Kaladir horses are the ones we want to take notice of, but this is some form. Kasab Aldam beating Jamral Al Kaladir. Mark said they could reverse the form here.
Yeah, I think it's highly likely. This day, the longer trip definitely helped Kasab Aldam outside on the track. Jamran Al Kaladir is really leading to the right-hand side, just not staying in a straight line. The jockey needs to be more aggressive with his left knee to make sure this horse stays straight. Yeah, he has the whip in the right hand, but it's just not good enough in the closing stages. And Kasab Aldam runs down Jamran Al Kaladir in a tight finish. I think they're closely matched. The best horse was probably second, but I don't think even if they do reverse the form, there'll be too much splitting them.
The next horse is Saloum Al Kaladir, seen here finishing 5th in August the 5th earlier this month.
This is the horse I like today, Saloum Al Kaladir. Just gets hampered off the home bend in the yellow cap.
Get checked.
And with Arabian horses, when you get checked and hampered like that, it's very hard for them to refine their stride because they just have that one speed and it's all about momentum. This was also a much better race, much more competitive, a bigger field. I think it was a fair enough effort, and this is now 3rd start this season. Fitness will be primed. I like stall 6, and who gets the mount? Adel Al-Faradi once again.
Adel Al-Faradi looking for the hat-trick really to shut down Farhad, which I'm sure will be really entertainment in the Al-Faradi household if they could land the treble today. So it'll be very exciting to see. Matlem Atbar, horse number 5. We've not mentioned it yet. 2 wins from 8 starts, including winning penultimate start.
Yeah, the Atbar stable, we just heard there from Abdullah Al-Farad saying that the Atbar stable is very powerful, as well as Al Kaladir. You can always give these horses a chance. Philip Collington over in the UK trains a lot of horses in these silks. They had Fuda Pine, who won a big race, Arabian race here last week as well. So you can't write off Matlem Atbar number 5, ridden by Mohammed Al-Hubail, who won the opening race yesterday.
I think I'm going to go from Latam Atbar. I do like those connections. I do remember the Food to Pine connections saying that they have plenty more good horses to come out. I think this is one of them. Again, we talk about race fitness good. This is a tough ask off a mark of 95 when we've got some horses rated in the early hundreds here. So we'll need to improve quite a bit. However, I'm happy to take on Saloum Al Kaladir, who I'm imagining you're going to go with, Tom.
Yeah, that's my selection. The big grey colt, as you can see there, Saloum Al Kaladir with the noseband. He's my pick in here. Adel Al-Faradi, quickfire double. Hopefully the same for trainer Mutlaq bin Mishrif and the Al Kaladir stables. They're the connections I want in these races. And Taif right now is looking beautiful with the sun setting, lovely yellow sky, perfect setting for this big race.
We've battled through the wind, we battled through the minor storms, and now we're reaping the reward that is beautiful here at King Khalid Racecourse. And we do have the best camera team in the world who are getting those amazing shots. And you on course are also getting your shots as well, which is fantastic to see. Everyone getting the phones out and having a good look around, because it is beautiful here, especially when we get racing under the lights. And it only continues to build on the excitement we have towards our Jcsa award contest at the end of the card.
Yeah, we have a fantastic cup race with lots of imported horses to end the card. I'm really looking forward to that. The one downside, though, Callum, with the, you know where this is going.
I know where this is going.
The one downside with the lights coming on and the beautiful looking setting behind us is that the bugs start to come on track. This is where we are now starting to avoid all of the cast of Bugs Life, to term one of your phrases yesterday.
Absolutely, Tom. No, you do struggle in these situations, but it is all fun. I'll be here to support you all the way, give you plenty of moral boost and all that sort of thing. And hopefully, we heard there was going to be a unit put in to blow some of these bugs away. It never turned up. So again, we'll report this to HR and let them know, because again, we've yet to see the bug propellant come in and we're still getting attacked.
The unit never turned up, but the winners have today.
Exactly.
That is the one thing that's putting me off complaining about the bugs. So hopefully the winners continue to roll in this race with Saloum Al Khalidiyah. The shots are absolutely beautiful of this track right now.
We've just seen those beautiful pink bandages of Laziz Al Ali, who is 2 wins from 10 starts. You will not be able to miss that horse, but again, this is a big step up into this sort of company.
Yeah, last time out finished 8th. You need a better performance to beat all the Al Khalidiyah horses and the Athbar Racing Stable horse in this race today. You can't write any of these off because they're all highly talented for Arabian horses in the context of the whole population. But there are levels, and if a horse is rated 104, even if they're giving weight in the Arabian horse race, they're generally just much better.
Now, you've talked about Saloum Al Khalidiyah. Now, let's take, for example, a lot of people watching Saudi Arabia, we're watching it for the first time. They said this season this horse has finished 8th and 5th, and the footage we saw of it finishing 5th wasn't the most eye-catching display. Why are you still containing the face and maintaining the face? Is it purely just the connections?
Connections is a big angle in here. I like the middle draw. I like the fact that he's top-rated as well. He's arguably, well, not even arguably, he is the joint most talented horse in the race. It means he has to carry slightly more weight, but that's by the by. Last year he was pretty good. He ran in cup races. He's won 3 times in his career. And horses, as we've touched on numerous times so far at Taif, they come on for early starts in the season. This horse is trending in the right direction. 8th on its reappearance, quite clearly needed that. 5th last time when hampered off the home bend. I'm expecting another big upturn in performance today.
We've got plenty of horses underneath these beautiful shots. Look at this. Give the production team a raise. Look at these shots. These are absolutely gorgeous. You can see how beautiful this racecourse and this part of the world is. Also, we haven't mentioned is Goldemore, Kamir Ospina on board, running in black and white colours, but with a big striking white diamond. Won't be hard to miss that horse, and has had plenty of runs this season and often runs very well. It looks like a prime Callum Helliwell selection, this.
Yeah, always there and thereabouts. Finished second 3 times in his last 5 starts. I just don't think he's good enough to win, but you can never write off Camillo.
So, Tom, give me your selection for this race.
Number 1, Saloum Al Khalidiyah for a quick-fire double for Mutlaq bin Mishrif, Adel Al Faredi and the Al Khalidiyah stables.
I'm going to go for number 5, Latam Atbar, for the connections of Food Depine, who were a very impressive and probably our most impressive Arabian winner so far since we've been here. So it's 5 for me, 1 for Tom. What's it for you, Francis?
Well, I'm going to nail my colours to a different Al Khalidiyah in the shape of Jamran Al Khalidiyah. I thought that run was excellent last time behind Kasab Aldam. I think he just pulled a little bit too hard, too early, and was caught late, as we saw in the VT a few moments ago. 2 wins, 4 seconds last season. He looked the most likely winner on that VT that we saw. And he's been running in some decent company since that 11-length success back in December. He's generally in the money, really, isn't he, Jamran Al Khalidiyah? Joint highest rated with stablemate Saloum Al Khalidiyah, who has the yellow cap. Jamran Al Khalidiyah has the first colours. Saab Al Khalidiyah has the blue cap and is horse number 10. Of course, being a handicap, this is horses rated 90 to 105. Saloum Al Khalidiyah is emerging from stall 6, Jamran Al Khalidiyah from 4, and Saab Al Khalidiyah from 7. So they're pretty tightly clustered in the centre of the stalls. So Tom's gone with Saloum Al Khalidiyah. I've gone with Jamran Al Khalidiyah. It's Malatem Athbar for Callum, as the runners are at the 1 mile start. Fabulous shots, as the guy said here at sunset at Taif. Kasab Aldam, we do need to mention. It's pretty awkward at the start when winning in that race we mentioned last time out. Up a tremendous amount of ground. Down in trip today, a lot of these runners are dropping in trip to the mile, which has definitely been noted. But Kasab Aldam, who beat Jamran Al Khalidiyah, and Malatem Athbar, who was 3rd in that race, and Al Harith, who's drawn widest of all here, was 4th in that race. So some decent collateral for Malatem Athbar. Beat Goldemore way back at meeting 8. So those two have clashed before. Goldamer is up in grade here. But this is a very good race worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. So most valuable of the night. I think our best race is still to come in the last, which I'm very much looking forward to. But yeah, we've got 3 Al Khaladia runners in here. Drawn 4, 6 and 7. The horses 1, 2 and 10. Adel Al-Faredi looking for a hat-trick. Camilo Ospina looking for a double. Mohamed Al-Sharima not riding in this race. Might have a chance for double a little bit later on. But this is meeting 32 here at Taif. We'll be back here tomorrow, of course, for Super Saturday's action. Meeting 33. I hope you're enjoying all the coverage at home here on the English broadcast of the Jcsa. The runners are beginning to commence the loading process. It's our smallest field of the night. Aren't they some fabulous colours there of Lazaz Alali, Khaled Al-Mimoni in the saddle. 2 starts this year, no better than 4th. But is in deep waters here, you feel. Rated 93. Nayar Akbar, who's drawn 1 up in grade here. It's the lowest rated of all of these. Won by 10 lengths last time. As the guy said, you've got to respect a runner that wins in that sort of fashion. So we've got 3 left to load for our second Arab race of the evening. This is a handicap. Here comes Saab Al Khaladia and the chevron jacket of Kasab Aldam. And the field should be set. Flags up from behind and off. Racing away then for our Arabian Horses handicap. Pretty decent line between the 11 of them. The prominent pink jacket in the centre of picture, Lazaz Ali, was one of the first to show, with the yellow cap of Saloum Al Khaladir probably just now going on. Saloum Al Khaladir then leads by about a head. Towards the inside is Takdir, the only filly in this lineup as they approach their final 7 furlongs. Back in 3rd position is Lazaz Ali in the pink colours. Just a little bit wide of the runners at the minute is Al Harith. I think the jockey's just looking down and see if there's any issues. These are the first 4. Just in behind these runners then we have the black jacket of Malatim Athbar. Towards the outside is Goldamer, similar colours, black jacket, white diamond. Then comes Jamran Al Khaladir. The back 3 include the likes of Nayar Athbar, also back there the blue colours of AM Athbar, and the green with the yellow chevron Kasab Aldam is one of the back markers as the field begin turning left-handed, which would take them back towards the home straight. They completed their first 800 metres in 53.88 seconds. Yellow cap on the inside then of Saloum Al Khaladir. Adel Al-Faredi seeking this hat-trick. Already been chased along is Lazaz Ali. It's been a frenetic pace up front. Takdir is back to 3rd. Then comes Jamran Al Khaladir with a nice position. Green sleeves at Al Harith is next. Then back towards the inside is Saab Al Khaladir. Coming widest of all is Kasab Al Dam. Still has about 6 lengths to make up as they turn into the home straight. And here comes on the outside Takdir to take it up. Pink jacket of Lazaz Ali is still bang there between that pair. Jamran Al Khaladir has a clear run. Back towards the inside, Saloum Al Khaladir has given his running, but it's Jamran Al Khaladir, the stablemate, who now hits the front deep inside the last 200, beginning to wander, gives another chance to Lazaz Ali towards the inside. Lazaz Ali and Jamran Al Khaladir hit the line together. Another tight finish to our Arab contest, this time a handicap 90 to 105. I think the handicapper will be pretty pleased in all, as Lazaz Ali, I think, may have just got back up to the wandering Jamran Al Khaladir. Did he hit the front too soon? Well, it was in the last 200 metres, so surely the right time to be there. And Lazaz Ali has got back up for Khaled Al-Mimoni on the inside. This wasn't the place to be, says some of the trainers, but Lazaz Ali has got up again, re-rallied, and wins by a head. Jamran Al Khaladir has thrown it away, came there with what looked to be the winning run, but has thrown away chance of victory here. Al Harith has got 3rd, but those fabulous colours will be returning to the winners' enclosure. Lazaz Ali wins by the closest of margins. Jamran Al Khaladir in 2nd. Al Harith in 3rd, tight for 4th. between Takdir and Kasab Al-Daham, who just definitely wasn't at the races. Next home was Salum Al-Kaladir. Lazaz Ali. What a thriller to race number 6.
Perfect, perfect. I mentioned that. The man in the middle of your shot there is the governor of Taif, this beautiful city which holds a fantastic racecourse which has held a brilliant finish to what a race.
What a race and what a celebration. We need to talk about it. Before we get involved in the replay, that is the best celebration I've ever seen. I've been to race courses in the UK, in Ireland, in France and in the US. I've never seen anything quite like that. I don't know whether it was the trainer, I don't know whether it was the owner, but I've just seen, actually, the same person owns and trains, so it probably is. They have sprinted, I'm talking half a furlong, the headscarves come off. It was a phenomenal celebration to an amazing race.
There were some great shots of us celebrating Roberto Ramos winning yesterday. He's made us look pretty poor there because, I mean, he's run with the horse across the line there. It was fantastic to see because I couldn't spot the winner. I was amazed he could because I could not spot the winner for the life of me. What a crazy final furlong that was.
Yeah, phenomenal. It looked like Jamran Al-Kaladir was coming to win the race under Abdullah Al-Alfi. He suddenly realised he hit the front. The horse didn't want to go through with the effort, hung badly out to the right, threw the race away, interfered a couple in behind. Meanwhile, the eventual winner, Lazaz Al-Ali, kept going up the inside, was gritty in success. Third time up this year and a massive victory for the trainer and the jockey as well. 75,000 Saudi Riyal. Just a great race and a big story.
Khaled Al-Mimoni in the saddle has probably gone one pace all the way throughout that race. They were bang up there early. They've got to the bend. They look beaten. And then all of a sudden, the race just falls apart. And the horse is still there. And in those brilliant pink colours, I think they're the best colours I've seen so far here in Saudi Arabia. And this jockey has absolutely guided this horse away from all the trouble, kept right to the rail, got the stick in his correct hand, and just used every single ounce of his experience to best use there.
Yeah, it was a great race. Another Arabian race where we've seen the final furlong just dramatic, whether it's a close finish between two horses, whether it's a horse that's really performing amazingly well, or whether it's a drama that we just saw there with Jamran Al-Kaladir hanging out and basically throwing the race away, allowing Lazaz Al-Ali to just about pip him on the line. Yeah, it's just great. Fantastic watch.
And Lazaz Al-Ali was up there all the way throughout the race, from the start to finish, all the way through, as we can just see the horse jig-jogging away. Plenty of energy as well as it leaves the parade ring too, as the jockey is just getting weighed in as well. All smiles there, so that's surely gone quite correctly. And this horse is just really could go round again, couldn't it?
Yeah, it looks full of running. They're just watering the track as well, which is interesting, coming up for the last three races on the card. But yeah, that was phenomenal. I don't know. The celebration was mad. Still haven't got over it, Callum.
Here we go. We're going to see the straight here. This is your horse in the black cap, is Jaram Al-Khalidi, who is having an absolute nightmare and will suddenly just duck out and completely take out the challenger. Oh, you can just see it there. No chance in behind. I don't know what they've ducked out from, but it has absolutely ruined the chances of Takar, horse number 6, who is right up there and making a really good move. And Takar will be, no doubt, connected to Takar will be absolutely Takdir. Sorry, no doubt connections of Takdir will be upset with the way their race turned out.
Yeah, the stewards will look into that incident. Abdullah Al-Alfi just moved his whip from his right hand to his left hand on Jamran Al-Khaladiya, gave one hit on the left-hand side, and the horse shirked away from it. Didn't like that at all. Drifted right out to the right, interfering with Takdir, and definitely threw the race away. Here's the race from the start, as we just see good starts along the inside, as well as on the outside. Only one horse actually missed the kick in the early stages, which was I Am Athbar. As we just see a slowish pace, 58 kilometres an hour, but it was quicker than the last race, the Arabian Horses Maiden, which was 55 kilometres an hour in the early furlong.
And we see Takdir going early headways, trying to make some ground early on, but ends up going right around the outside. So it'll be interesting to follow Takdir's progress.
Yeah, and I thought at this stage Adel Al-Faredi we're going to see Groundhog Day. I thought it was going to be the exact same in the previous race where he won from start to finish on an Al-Khaladiya stables runner. He gets across to the rail on Saloum Al-Khaladiya, but he just is taken on by Lazaz Al-Ali, who is being ridden, and I'm not joking here, 800 metres from the finish, yet somehow wins. Look, fully scrubbed on the outside just to press home Saloum Al-Khaladiya. This horse just does not stop running.
But Saloum Al-Khaladiya is a really interesting runner here because in the last race, Alad Al-Faredi got an unopposed lead. He was able to go there at his own section, set his own fractions and relax in front. He was not given a moment's peace here by a horse who I thought's job would really just to get this thing beaten, but actually ends up winning the race itself.
I can't believe that Lazaz Al-Ali's kept running from this stage onwards. You can see the jockey is firmly under the pump. He gets Saloum Al-Khaladiya beaten with Adel Al-Faredi, who's already throwing out the distress signs. And right now, Lazaz Al-Ali is about to be passed.
And here comes the gap. We've got Takdir moving on the outside, but very tightly in. Jamran Al-Khaladiya, Mark Francis' selection, gets there and looks like he's about to take advantage of that gap as it parts like the Red Sea in front. And we'll get a good view of the jockey changing stick to see what happens because he's drawing in to get to the side. And there, you just see this, the second time he uses the stick in his left hand, it doesn't work. The horse spooks out to the right and really hampers Takdir, who actually just holds on fourth place in the end.
Yeah, dramatic, isn't it? Takdir hit the front coming off the home bend, passing Lazaz Al-Ali in the process. Then Jamran Al-Khaladiya burst through the middle, looked like he was going to take the race under Abdullah Al-Alfi. He then decides to shirk away from the whip, go to the right-hand side, interfere with Takdir in the process, allowing Lazaz Al-Ali to somehow win the race. He was under pressure with 600 or 800 metres to run. This horse does not stop running, and full credit to the rider. He's earned his fee there. He was fully under the pump from a long way out. I bet he's tired.
Khalid Al-Mimoni, he looked fairly up and about when he jumped off, but I reckon when he gets into the weighing room, he'll take a deep sigh of relief because that was some ride. However, I have a question for you, Dom. Does Takdir win without the interference?
Takdir, no. Jamran Al-Khaladiya, yes.
Interesting. I'm going the other way. I think Takdir is actually getting the better of Jamran Al-Khaladiya, and this will be a great angle. And again, thanks to our production crew who create these brilliant shots. You can just see Takdir's got to the outside, and Jamran Al-Khaladiya is just waiting for the gap. The gap comes through. Takdir's trying to close the door on him there. You can definitely see that. Yeah. Lazaz Ali is now in front for some reason, as they turn into the straight. Jamran Al-Khaladiya keeps fighting for that hole, gets the gap, and this is where, Tom, you're saying Jamran Al-Khaladiya is going to go on and win this race.
Yeah, Abdullah Al-Alfi used the whip in the left hand there. The horse is already moving out to his right, but he's hit the front. He's ahead. He's a neck clear. He's moving half a length clear now. One more whip, and he just hampers Takdir.
He's already drifting out to the right, though, isn't he? I mean, that horse is not staying straight before the big shirk out.
No, but he's moving away from Takdir. If anything, Lazaz Al-Ali is repassing Takdir for second place. He probably... Well, the stewards are definitely going to look into that interference. Whether there'll be a change in position, we're not too sure at this stage. But I don't know. If I'm Abdullah Al-Alfi, I'm gutted right now.
On the same token, though, I don't think there'll be much of a change in the stewards as the horse that's won the race isn't the horse that caused the interference. And the horse who was interfered with ends up finishing such a distant fourth that it's hard to say that the interference it's hard to say that that interference caused that horse to lose the race. I personally believe that I think stewarding should be a lot more flexible, and that horse who was interfered with Takdir, I think should be promoted one position. I don't think it should be promoted into second, but I think it should get third at least. I think it's quite unfortunate that it'll end up being fourth on paper because Takdir has done nothing wrong. Takdir keeps the line straight. Jaram Al-Khalidi is always drifting to the right, no matter what the jockey's doing, and I think we'll definitely see some careless riding suspensions handed out for the jockey on board our horse that finished second.
Yeah, Abdullah Al Alfi is a really good rider. We've seen him win plenty of races since we've been over here, but he should have had his whip in his right hand. He would have won this race, a very valuable race for the Al Khalidi stables if that was the case, I'm pretty sure. Stewards will look into it. They have the option of throwing out Jamran Al Khalidi and placing that horse behind the horse that he interfered with, which was Takdir, who eventually finished fourth. So depending on their decision, Jamran Al Khalidi could be fourth, Takdir could be promoted to third, and Al Hareth, who eventually finished third, could be promoted to second. But we'll wait to see the decision on that. At the same time, it doesn't affect the winner, Lazaz Al Ali, and it's just phenomenal that horse has won. I can't believe it.
Let's talk about Al Hareth, who ends up finishing third, just keeps out of trouble and ends up passing horses that are going the other direction.
Yeah, kept running all the way to the line. A step up and trip definitely for that horse, at least 1 mile 1, but you can't run that distance around Taif. So maybe 2,000 metres, the 1 mile 2 furlongs could be the ideal trip for Al Hareth in the white and green silks on the rail, 2 back off the rail, in fact. Bit of a high head carriage, but that doesn't stop the gelding from keep running in a straight line. And he's super consistent. He won back in meeting 2, at meeting 6 as well, second, fourth, fifth, and now third. Very consistent horse in the high grade.
There are a few horses who lacked early speed, most notably my selection, Blatem Atbar, who was nowhere to be seen for most of that race. You can just see in the back a shot behind the horse that eventually finishes third. Jockey's giving it everything, but there's no way that horse was able to land a blow purely because just didn't have the early speed. In comparison to your selection, you had plenty of early speed, but ended up finishing very tired indeed.
Yeah, quite disappointed with the performance of Salam Al Khalidi, I have to say. Was on the front, was against the rail in the ideal spot, was challenged by the eventual winner, so obviously being up front wasn't too much of a negative. Just faded in the closing stages, nowhere near good enough today.
But take nothing away from Lazaz Al Ali, who ended up winning this race. Khaled Al Mimoni on board in the saddle. You can see there, he's probably going to the jockey there on the third going, how on earth did I win that?
Absolutely, yeah, he earned his riding fee. He was fully under the pump up 600 to 800 metres out. It's the first time we've seen that here at Taif.
Famous white gloves French jockey, who is it?
Gerard Mosse.
Gerard Mosse, we've got a Gerard Mosse lookalike, and we're getting some last minute updates from Connections on the phone as well, which is a great opportunity for Connections to get back involved and feel involved in the races. We'll let you know if there are any changes in the placings, but one thing we do know is the racing keeps getting better and better. We move on to a 2,000 metre contest, which is race 7, which is a local bred maiden. Again, this is a tough one, but not as tough as race 8 that comes up later on, because race 8 is, for me, the toughest race on the card.
Yeah, both race 7 and race 8 lack the quality that we've just seen there, albeit these are now thoroughbreds and not Arabian horses. These are kind of the starters and the little amuse-bouche before we get onto the main course, which is the cup race that ends the card. Really looking forward to that. But this next race, super difficult. Local horse maiden, 3 years old and older. These horses generally have struggled to get a win in their career so far, but one of them is about to break through.
Now, who is the horse that do you think is most likely to break through, in your opinion?
Oh, what a question that is early in the day. We haven't even seen them in the paddock yet. Nasi Alanaya, number 2, is definitely a player. Finished 4th last time at meeting 25. Another horse we should mention is Sanaha, number 6, rated 67, the highest rated horse in the race. Just been scratched, just hearing that. Saniha not running, number 6. Number 8, Mos Taweb as well, for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons in those famous white, red and green silks, cannot be overlooked. There are plenty in here you can make a big case for, including Adel Al-Faradi's ride, number 14, Armadi as well.
Masari, horse number 11 on your card, second last time out in meeting 25, took advantage of an inside draw on that occasion. A horse that lacks early speed, but then sometimes shows early speed. He's a fascinating horse to watch, and I love the colours as well.
Yeah, I love the silks. You don't see those ever anywhere else, do you? They're really interesting silks, but this horse only rated 58. Finished second last time. One of the best pieces of form that we've got right now, but it's had 13 tries and is rated just 58. I don't know.
I keep getting drawn to Musta Wahab as well,
Yeah.
the King Abdul bin Al-Aziz and Sons runner, number 8 on your race card. I'm drawn to that horse purely because, again, we've seen these similar races to this before, where the horses without a rating have actually gone on to prove they're much better than the ratings suggest. So I'm thinking that those with a rating look quite exposed. This horse doesn't. I can see a repeat of the form we've seen earlier on.
Yeah, it's trained by Ahmed Mahmoud as well. He's already had a winner on the card. One of the most successful trainers here at Taif. Currently leading the trainer standings. Drawn in gate 8. Seems to be a nice early position.
Well, we've just given you some of the highlights, but Mark Francis can give us all the runners and riders.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Back to a full field here for this local bred horses maiden. We go from one end of the spectrum to the other. This is worth 50,000 Saudi Riyal. It's a tough race. It's a weak maiden, but as Tom says, one of these is going to get their head in front for the first time. And you would have heard as well that the 6 is a late scratch, Sanihar. But they're headed by number 1, Moslat, Mohammed Al Daham, orange and green colours for the top one. We're back to regular numbers corresponding to their stall positions. Nasser Al-Nayar is the 2 for Luis Morales. Al Dahemir is the 3. He's been off since January for Farhed Al Faredi. Ya Masafa for Camilla Ospina, still seeking that double. Gleo in the cheek pieces is horse number 5, Rakan Al Labaid. A reminder that the 6 is out. So on to the 7, El Yademi for Rahid Al Faroz is the 7. Mosta Wahab for Abdullah Al Farouz is the 8. And Urju Waniyar is the 9, the grey filly, ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. Mezdan is the 10, 3 starts so far, no joy. Wigberto Ramos, though, in the saddle. Mozare is the 11 in the blinkers. Barhez, the 12, Alexis Moreno. Wahim is 13, Abdullah Al Kridis. Amadi, surely going to be making the shortlist here. Adel Al Faredi, looking for another good night here. Ibn Watani is horse number 15, Mohammed Al Sharamar. Rides that one. Sabil Al Khair for Mohammed Al Habib. Pretty decent colours, these. Al Shihab Omabin is the 17, Khalid Al Mimoni, who rode the winner in our previous race. And Al Manasa, the 80, Mohammed Al Hubail. Of course, with the late scratch of number 6, Asdam gets a run. Horse number 19 inherits trap number 6, stall number 6 with the cheek pieces. 3 runs so far for Asdam. No joy. I guess this certainly is a race where we need to have an eye on them in the paddock. Let's go find out a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was a really good run through of the fielding. Yes, Asdam does get the run in this, but the horse we're looking at is number 8. The horse is very much an eye catcher, Musa Tawab, who is coming off only just 1 run. And this is Yorjawania as well, a nice horse, number 9, Tom.
Yeah, she's not really stretching out on the back end as she's walking around. She's not the most aesthetically pleasing walking. She's 0 from 8 so far, rated just 60, but it's by Quarto.
That's a real dirt walk, you can see, but much often a dirt sprinter's walk. You'd be concerned seeing that walk going over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long distance. You need stamina, especially around this slow venue.
Number 10 is Mezdan. I quite like Mezdan, a really nice, bold type, good in behind.
Yeah, trained by Gaith Al Gaith, ridden by Roberto Ramos. I think this horse will strip fitter for the run, don't you?
Yeah, it's a little bit deep in the girth, not going to lie, but the back end for me is interesting. It's just more mature than some of the other horses we've looked at so far.
Yeah, it looks that case. Nice looking type, definitely nicer looking than number 9.
Masari is the horse number 11. This is 0 from 13, but second last time out at beating 25.
Again, by Quarto is consistent performer, tends to run his race. I'm sure he'll be there or thereabouts, but he's not for me.
I'm a bit of a fan of this horse. I think it will run.
Of course you are. That is a classic Callum Helliwell profile.
It is a classic Callum Helliwell profile. I had a good old look at it this morning going through some replays. And although my Arabic wasn't very good, it was clear to see that he sometimes had early speed, sometimes didn't. Barhez is number 12, a nice runner as well with only 1 start to his name, so very unexposed.
Good looking type. Only had 1 start, as you said. Finished 12th that day. Needs to improve, but it's not unlikely.
Horse number 13 is Wahim, also coming out of stall 13, 11th, 7th and 12th for his last 3 runs.
Again, yeah, needs to improve, needs to progress. Back to meeting 9, finished 2nd. On that evidence has a chance, and a mark of 66 suggests he has some ability.
Number 14 is the horse I think will be in a lot of people's shortlist. This is Amadi, who is 0 from 2, but finished 2nd in its first run this season in meeting 23.
Ran nicely last time out, will come on for the experience as well. It's a nice looker in the paddock, just walking around with the head bowed. Definitely a major player under Adel Al Faredi.
Certainly got a chance to give Adel Al Faredi the hat-trick. Number 15 is Ibn Watani, who is here again, only 0 from 2 runs, so plenty unexposed. But this is the first run of the season, has to be a doubt.
Gaithal second string in this race, definitely here for the experience, I suggest. On his toes as well, as we can see right there.
Yeah, just jogging around there as well. We're hearing that the number 18, which is Al Mathir, is another horse that's been playing up in the parade ring as well. So we'll hopefully get a closer look at that animal. But this is number 15 in shot. Certainly not a negative in looks, but just a bit jig-joggy, concerned it's going to run its race too early. In the Shishkin colours is number 16, Sabil Al-Khair, another nice runner. Only had the 3 starts, 2 of them this season. Second on penultimate start, disappointed last time.
Rated 71, the highest rated horse in this race. As you say, second penultimate start probably earned him that rating. Last time I thought he ran okay off the layoff. Not an amazing performance, but similarly not terrible. He's definitely got a chance from a wide draw.
Al-Sab Al-Mubin is horse number 17. Only had the 2 starts, both this season, both disappointing.
17th both times, not earned a rating as of yet. Nice looker, but just not proving it on the track.
So you say nice looker there, Tommy. Looks fit, but again, it doesn't look like there's anything in behind. If this was on the turf, and if with a 2-year-old race on the turf, I'd be really drawn to this horse. But this is on the dirt, and it just doesn't do it for me. Neither does horse number 18, especially now we know he's been messing around in the paddock, which is Al Mathir, who has really struggled recently and has got very warm in procedures.
Finished 8th last time up at meeting 25. Prior to that, finished 17th at meeting 13, only rated 64.
Just getting a little bit of housekeeping news as well from the last race. The result stands from the last race. There is no change to the result. The result stands. And number 19, Astam, does not go in this race, has been withdrawn. So we are going to get just the 17 going to post, as number 19 does not run. The first reserve will not go. One jockey who is very happy there is the jockey aboard horse number, let me just get my card out to make sure I get this correct, Luis Morales on Nassim Al Naya, who is just looking very happy. And I would be happy too if I was Luis Morales, because you'd be riding plenty of winners.
Yeah, he's a top quality rider over in Saudi right now, obviously originated from South America. This horse has a great chance. Nassim Al Naya is a very consistent performer, 4th, 3rd, 4th, should be there in the top 4 again.
Camilo Ospina with the cap embroidered with his name. Yeah, that's a very cool thing to have, isn't it? I reckon an embroidered cap knows you're a big deal out here. He will partner up one of the runners today. He partners number 4, Yamasafa, who is a nice, interesting runner as well. Only not from 8 starts, but 6 last time out in meeting 25. Should come on from that run.
Any horse that's ridden by Camilo Ospina has definitely got a major claim. You know, the inside stall is definitely a plus. The last time out effort is just not good enough for me, but as you say, fitness should be on his side now.
If you're hearing a little bit of fear in Tom's voice, it's because he is getting absolutely attacked. The desk is almost split in half. They don't want anything to do with me. They want everything to do with Tom. This is the first of our video footage of these horses. This is Almadi finishing second. This is the horse that a lot of people will like.
Yeah, ran nicely this day, finishing second in a similar kind of race. Up with the pace from the early stages. Continued to grind on the right lead, which showed professionalism. A repeat of this effort should be good enough, but I just don't know from that wide-ish stall.
Early speed is going to be crucial, and it's not ducking away from the challenge later on as well. Hits the line quite hard. I'm quite impressed with that. That's not going to put me off that selection. I'm pretty sure that's going to be my choice for racing today. The next horse we're going to look at is 2 horses. This is Nazir Al Naya and Moslat, who finish 4th and 5th in this start at the beginning of the month.
Nazir Al Naya is right on the outside with the yellow bridle. It broke from stall 12. She ran okay on this occasion. You know, just plugged on at the 1 speed. Had Moslat's measure for much of the race. That horse finishes much better into 5th, but never really got close to Nasir Al Naya. These two are both solid performers, but they're just not good enough for a talent perspective.
This race is over 2,000 metres, which is really great for everyone at King Khaled Racecourse, because they start right in front of the stand. We get to see a lovely view of them coming past. They're coming past us right now. Tom wouldn't have noticed because he's too busy fighting off the hordes of bugs that are coming his way. But there's plenty of horses going down the road. We're just seeing horse number 14 come by, who's a lovely looking animal. And that's right, because Al-Mahdi, who's a horse that we're really quite keen on, Al-Mahdi just come by us now looking very comfortable. That's going to be my selection in this. But the great thing is the members of the public can go right up to the stalls and see what makes this so fantastic here at King Khaled Racecourse. You can just see with this beautiful drone shot as they come past. That's the VIP stand. You can just see the covered area. Fortunately, Tom and I have not been invited there yet. It will be something we again bring up to HR later on in the card. Masarea is just there in shot as well. That's horse number 11 on your race card. An interesting runner for me, someone I'll be keeping an eye on. Tom, any more caught your eye after the parade ring?
Sanaya, Mostawayab, numbers horses 6 and 8, and Almadi number 14 are the 3 for me in this race. I'm going to side with Sanaya, number 6. Oh, sorry, not running. Number 8, Mosta Wayab, who's running for Ahmed Mahmoud. I like the connections in this kind of race because it's not the deepest of heats.
You've gone back to the well. After turning them down and getting beaten, you've now gone back. That's not how we feel, my friend. We can't support you on that decision.
There's no Camille Ospino on this horse.
Oh, okay.
Slightly different. But in races of this nature, powerful connections tend to have the upper hand. You know, they've got the horses that are bred to be highly successful. I like Mustaway from a nice draw. Sire is Tajaweed, who's had a number of winners since we've been here at Taif as well. It's a tentative play. You can make a case for plenty and for none at the same time, but I'll side with number 8.
Amadi, for me, number 14 is who I'm going to side with. I'm pretty sure Mr. Mark Francis will be siding with me as well with number 14. He seemed very keen on that as well. A couple of others that just caught my eye in the parade ring. Moslat, who we haven't spoken about, had actually one of the few horses in this race who's been running to a decent standard recently.
Yes, exactly that. Not from 7 though. It's got to be a concern. Just plugs on. You know, it's very similar to Nasser Al-Anaya. The 2 inside horses are always going to be mid-division in the early stages. They're going to run home at the one pace. If there's nothing to take advantage, nothing with more early speed or closing speed, then they will probably go close to winning. They'll be in the first 3. But I would hope that there's a horse in here more talented than both of those.
Absolutely. Nasser Al-Anaya is horse number 2. We haven't get a chance to see that in the parade ring, Tom. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, Louis Morales, this horse is consistent. That's what I like about this horse. You know, in races like this, we generally have a lack of decent form, but Nasser Al-Anaya has finished 4th, 3rd and 4th. Louis Morales a big positive, Inside Gate another big positive, just might not be talented enough.
Indeed, might not be talented enough, but certainly a horse very much like a Callum Helliwell selection, always bang up there with the pace. Aldamir is not from 1, hasn't run at all this season. It's horse number 3 on your race cards, a 3-year-old colt, and another one we didn't get a chance to see in the parade ring.
Farhad Al-Faradi had 3 winners yesterday, yet to get on the board today. Adele's had 2 of them. Maybe this is his chance, but a first-time starter this season at Taif, you're lacking race fitness, you're not too sure what to expect. The inside draw, if you don't break well, can become a huge disadvantage. So he's not for me.
No, Glael, horse number 5, not from 21 and hasn't shown much form so far this season, but will be fit, has had plenty of runs.
Far too exposed, needs to run in 0 to 55s to win, I think. This race just doesn't look the right spot for Glael.
This is getting really tense up here. Tom is being dive-bombed by different bugs. My selection for this one is horse number 14, Amadi, is a big one for me. I'm a huge fan. Tom is really struggling. What is your selection, Tom?
Number 8, Master Wayab as a bug goes right down my top.
So it's number 8 for Tom. It's number 14 for me. If you're Team Tom or Team Callum, let us know in the comments. It's over to you, Mark Francis.
Well, you got your first member of Team Callum here, Mr. Helliwell. I'll be with you with Amadi here, but I think I might have 2 against the field because I can't ignore Mozare. You might be thinking I picked 2 horses that both finished 2nd last time out. Well, there's a bit more to it. Amadi rated 70, only Sabil Al-Khair is rated above, and that's only 71, so there's only 1 kilo between those 2. But also Mozare, who ran in a 0 to 65 last time, back to a maiden, and up to 2,000 metres. The notes I've got jotted down. Fascinating colours as well. Not that it's going to better its chances of winning, but maroon and white swirls for Mozare. But yeah, Amadi and Mozare for me, drawn 14 and 11 respectively. I've got a question mark next to Urju Waniar. I thought she looked absolutely tiny in the paddock. I mean, you guys got a better view of the probing than I do here in the commentary box, but she looked absolutely tiny. There was nothing of her. She's run okay recently. She stayed on pretty well for pressure, and again over a longer distance here, might just tuck in behind runners. Nasser Al-Anaya was another that the guys mentioned. He's run with decent credit this year. He's finished in the placings on all 3 starts this term, but 0 from 8. 1 or 2 of these that are hopelessly hopelessly exposed, I should say. Might be outpaced as well. Glael being one of those that the guys touched upon, and also Wahim, who's drawn 13. Just playing up there is Urju Waniar, who is now the only filly with the absence of Sanihar. She's also the only grey, so I'm sure she'll get a couple of mentions. There we have Almaneza, black and white hoops, red hoop sleeves as well. Ibn Watani, and also Nasser Al-Anaya. But it's Amadi and Mozare for me. Of course, Callum's on Amadi as well, and Tom with the late scratch of 6, shifting his colours to Mosta Woab. So best of luck with all your selections at home. As the guys say, get in touch on the YouTube comments and ask anything you like. It's all new to us here at Taif, as it is new to you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here of meeting 32. We're already at race number 7. It's just coming up to 7:15 local time. Half the field are loaded. Next to come in is Musta Woab to 8. And then the blue with the orange star of Mezdan. First up this year for this 3-year-old, winning by Wigberto Ramos. Albanese was just shying away there. As the guy said, we start in the entrance to the home straight here. So it's a couple of furlongs before a complete lap of the track here. Here comes Amadi, blue noseband. Lincoln's written down on my race card. It's in the front of the horse's face. Yeah, looks like it's got some blinkers on Amadi. Adel Alfaredi seeking winner number 3 of the evening. Almanesa still continues to play up. Mahim will be next, along with Barhez, who's waiting patiently. Hardy is the latest to be playing up. It's as though he's half in. And now fully in. Grey colours. Diamonds on the sleeves. El Yadami and Barhez. That's Moreno. So a couple left to come forward. Wahim. It's a second chance here. Just backing away again. So Almanesa will be the last to come forward. Since this might be third and final chance for this 3-year-old colt. Drawn 18. Almanesa coming in. Looks as though we've got trouble in stall 8 of Musta Woab. The jockey's come out the front. And the horse, I think, is running loose, so can't see it there. So Abdullah Al-Farouz, who's just running for cover. Haven't got shots of the horse at the moment. But Almanesa is loaded into 18. And still no shots of Musta Woab, who will surely be withdrawn. Can't see where the horse is, so long hold here for the remaining 17. I'm hearing that the loose horse is running around the track, so we're in for a bit of a delay here, as hopefully we can catch Musta Woab. But the jockey appears to be all right. No sign from the starters that this race is ready to be underway. But the horse still galloping loose, Musta Woab. So Tom had a scratch with horse 6 and likely having a scratch with horse 8. So, no joy for Tom here. So Amadi in stall 14. With this little short delay, let's go back to the guys and see if Tom's got a third choice.
Yeah, Tom, give us a third choice, because you've been very unlucky here. One being withdrawn, another bursting out the stalls.
Yeah, it's not the race that's gone to plan so far. I really like Soneja and then Musta. I'll tell you what, that horse has just been withdrawn. Has shown incredible early speed as the horse ran riderless up the home straight. If I was to have a selection now, it has to be Almadi. He's just the obvious one now that the 2 main form horses are out. That second place finish last time was good enough. Just needs to break nicely from stall 14.
Back to you, Mark. So we're liking Almadi, all the team.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the last time we triple penalised a horse, it went on a 1, didn't it? So welcome aboard, Tom. With Amadi drawn in 14, but this is low-grade stuff. There's plenty of chances, so better luck with your selections. But what a well-patient field this is. Behaving very, very well for inexperienced horses. Still no sign of Musta Woab. I believe will be a scratch. Hasn't been 100% confirmed yet, but I believe it's definitely out. Ever so well behaved, these horses. This really is the definition of a stalls test. I mean, they're probably all thinking, why aren't they opening? And hopefully the 8 runner will be caught. But there seems to be no trouble. If you get this around the world, you'd see the horses backing out, because surely we're in for a 5-minute or so delay until this horse is caught. But there seems to be no sign of movement in the starter stalls, which is incredible. We've got an empty stall 8, but everything in there waiting ever so patiently, which is remarkable for a a 3-year-old maiden. This is something for the highlights package, this is. But they wait patiently. Gleal certainly knows what the stalls are. 0 from 21 so far. Inside stall of Moslat. The runners are waiting patiently. Indeed, the stalls handlers are as well. There doesn't seem to be any cause for concern. Starter is sort of pointing the direction of the back straight. There seems to be a thumbs up there, so I just wonder if this horse has been caught. So I'm hearing that Mosta Woab has been caught, so they'll go without the 8, and they're off. Racing away then, they go without the 6 and indeed the 8, who got loose at the start. In the early stages, Ya Musafa gets on in front, bags the rail, leads by about half a length to the maroon and white swirls of Mozare. Towards the outside, tacking across is Almanazar. It's Almanazar that will lead them a merry dance, passing the judge for the first time. Almanazar probably 4 wide towards the inside Mozare. Between that pair we have Barhez, and back towards the rail we have Ya Manasa. These are the first 4, and they're already some 6 lengths clear of the next pair, which are made up of Wahim on the inside. Just behind these runners we have Al Shahab Al Mabeen, and back towards the rail is Nasir Al-Nayar, as the front 4 are storming towards the back straight, clocking 57 kilometers an hour. And towards the inside, it's Ya Manasa leading with Masare. Towards the outside with Barhez, and also 4 wide Almanazar. These are about 8 lengths clear then. The blue jacket, brown sleeves of Wahim just being supported by Almadi, who's no better than 6th at the minute and already being chased along. Just in behind these runners, Nasir Al-Nayar, and some of the runners towards the back of the field are yet to really get involved. Mezdan looks to be heading into 8th place now with the green and orange of Moslat, and the rest are some 20 lengths behind the leaders, and it's already starting to thin out up top. It's Ya Manasa that has now re-established the lead. So Almanasa in 2nd. Barhez now backpedaling in 3rd, sneaking up on the rail now is the staying on Wahim. The green and orange is making eye-catching process. That's Moslat, just being preceded by Nasir Al-Nayar, and towards the outside is Armadi. As turning for home, Ya Manasa now turns in with about 6 lengths in front. What has he got left though? Almanasa gives chase in 2nd, then comes Wahim, and towards the inside we have the green and red colours of Urju Waniyar, but still out in front here is Ya Manasa, who leads by about 5 lengths. Chasing is Urju Waniyar, the filly, and then comes Moslat, but this is all over inside the last 50, up towards the line. Ya Manasa has gone on to win, and in good style, kept up the gallop from a long way out and beat off the front rank challengers 1 by 1. Set a good pace, had the lead, passing the post the first time, gave it up, and then got it back again. Pretty uncontested from 3 furlongs out, and it's a double for Camilo Ospina. He rides 2 winners, matching Adel Al-Faradi in 2:17.91, which is the winning time. Moslat got up for 2nd place. And it was tight for 3rd, a battle that was won by Urju Waniyar. Tiny little horse on the inside, but that's the race there between those 3. The winner in the centre, the 2nd horse on the left, the 3rd horse on the right, and very few from the back of the field got involved. The winning distance was 2 1/4 lengths, but a lovely horse this, it must be said. Ya Manasa, 0 from 8 before today, wins for the first time on the 2nd start of the season, and in ready fashion kept up the gallop to Moslat in 2nd, Urju Waniyar in 3rd. There's your 1-2-3 team, and an easy win for Ospina. 2.5 was the winning distance. Moslat in 2nd, Urju Waniyar 3rd. Amadi, the selection, no better than 4th, was one of those that flew home from the back of the field when it was all too late, and best of the rest was Auda Hemir.
Camilo Spina, congrats.
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you, you know. When I won with Al-Meshai, I feel very good, you know. And especially Mohamed Fusto, you know, he's very, very friends to the Prince Mitan. I feel very good when I won with these horses. No, I won many races with him, but with this horse, yeah. I rode the last time, you know, she was a little bit heavy, but today, thank God she's coming 100%, and thank God he can win the race. Thank you very much, Sally.
Yes, a very impressive ride there from Camilo Ospina, who literally grabbed the bull by the horns and took this race and put it to bed a long way from home.
Classic Camilo, getting near the speed, dominating from the outset. He rode this horse last time, as he just said there, and she was not ready to run. She was unfit, but obviously come on a lot from that. Not the first time we've seen at Taif a horse come on for the second run as well.
She was fit today, no doubt. The interesting runners came in from behind. Urjuwania is a horse that is very, very slow. If you look at all of this horse's form, it never ever features early and finishes late. I think this is a boost to the form, because Urjuwania is a good yardstick and a good form line, and this horse has duly pumped that runner.
Yeah, she finished third back. She's rated 60. She's around a 60 rated performer. She ran to her mark. She just wasn't good enough today. The second Moslat ran, another very consistent horse as well, being 0 from 7 or 0 from 8 now, rated 63. So they're the form bearers, 60, 63, second and third. This winner's obviously better than that.
Absolutely, and the second horse, Moslat, we briefly touched on earlier on before the race, is just a horse that had plenty of runs to his name early on, but was definitely going to come into this race fit. But it's another who came from off the pace, which was very strong, which gives an even more push to our eventual winner, who was bang up there throughout.
Yeah, it's hard to win when you're on a contested speed with 4 horses going extremely fast. They were 7 or 8 lengths clear of the horse in 5th down the back straight, so they've obviously gone hard. He was the only one to keep up the gallop in the closing stages, and maybe Camilo Ospina quite clearly chose this horse instead of the withdrawn King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz horse, because he knew this horse was capable of more.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with Camilla.
A double on the day for Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo. Last time you rode this horse, it was 6th, but he really enjoyed going over 2,000 meters.
Yes, no, the last time, you know, she ran from Riyadh, you know, and she was a little bit heavy, not 100%, but today I spoke with Acme, and he told me, Camilo, the horse today is, inshallah, 100%. And thanks God, the horse he brought very good, and I went and not in front, you know, together with another horse, but he comfortable. And when I asked him, the horse he's coming very good. He has one pace, and he keeping the pace until finish.
And there was a bit of a delay before this race. One of the horses got loose. How does that affect the horses just standing in the stalls?
No, you know, these races is tough races, you know, because it's similar horses, you know, in the maiden race. But my horse today, he was very good. He was 100%, and thanks God he can win the race.
And in the next race you ride Ayash, and then in the last race Kind Spirit as well. Both also have really good chances.
Yes, inshallah. I hope, yeah, the horses are good. Inshallah, I have a little bit lucky, and then we'll see. Yeah.
Good luck, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
We really hope Camilo can be on his best aboard Ayash later on in the card as well. But from the start, you could just see always running with intent. He breaks from about 5 and then just comes across to the rail.
There was a little bit of scrimmaging out wide. Number 11, Moshara, who actually goes up towards the pace, one of the pace setters, just jumped out to the right from the stalls, interfering slightly with horses number 12, which was Bazair, number 13, Wahim, and number 14, which was our selection, Ahmadi. Most of those drawn out wide were on the speed. The only horse from the inside that went forward was the eventual winner, Masafa.
Ibn Watani made a big move across and ends up taking the lead, but it's 4 wide and is never going to win from there.
No, difficult to win from such a wide draw. Tried to get across, just wasn't to be, was it, from the outside gate? I think that was number 18, actually, Amneza, who was trying to get across from the really wide stall.
Yes, sorry about that, Tom, you're absolutely right. Our selection, where we all went in on Ahmadi, was sitting in a really nice position there in the pocket.
Yeah, it's kind of where you want it to be by the looks of it as we were watching this live, because the first 4 were going extremely hard. They were 7 to 8 lengths clear, as you can see right now from the shots of this replay, and it looked like they were going far too fast. We've seen this story numerous times at Taif. The first horses all fade, the horses in the ideal spot back in 5th or 6th position come to close and beat them. But Camillo got this right on the eventual winner.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And Wahim is there just in about 5th place, sitting pretty. But again, once you see the horses in behind in 5th, 6th and 7th all beginning to work, you suddenly get a little bit concerned. If you're a supporter of Moslat, you're getting very excited because this horse has come there swinging.
Yeah, travelling really nicely into the race, Moslat, as you can see, trying to weave a passage just back in the field, passing beaten rivals right now in the green and orange silks. Again, looking for a gap just in between the Sir Alanaya and the horse on the outside, Armadi. It's just not there, just gets stopped in the run. That could have been crucial to the end finishing position. But Yamasafa steals an advantage off the bend. Quite clearly he's tired inside the final furlong, but Moslat had to weave again, back towards the inside, losing further momentum. Maybe that cost him victory in the closing stages.
Urjuwania is another really fascinating runner. This horse has no speed, but then constantly plugs on and got a dream passage down the inside. But, and again, you can see down the straight, no speed. Just plugs on at the one pace, and that's why Urjuwania running to a rating of 60. I think that horse has run bang on a rating of 60, and I think these other horses, the two that beat him, are rated in the 70s easily.
Yeah, she ran perfectly fine. The horse back and forth, Armadi, our selections rated 70 as well. He ran okay, but the top two are quite clearly smarter types. Yamasafa was 100% ready to go. Camilo Ospina said there. He's obviously better than 62, but I don't think he's much better than 70.
Yes, Yamasafa, I think, would be looking for those 0 to 70 races rather than the 0 to 80 contest. Because I don't think, firstly, I don't think she gets into the 0 to 80 contest.
No, it depends what the new mark is going to be after this success today. But I'd be surprised if Yamasafa's rated above 70. If Yamasafa is rated 69 or 68, that's perfect to get into a 0 to 70 handicap.
Yeah, and we'll definitely get in because you know how tight it is to get into these handicaps. But Camilo Ospina can always get told that sometimes he goes too hard too soon and gets the horse beaten. But that was a perfectly timed ride. And as we move on to race number 8 on your race card, this is the trickiest race on the card, but I've just had good word from Camilla that Ayash is the horse to be on. It's the horse I've got a star by on our race card, and I'm going to be firmly in the Ayash camp. Franny, give us the runners and riders.
Yes, penultimate race coming up here, Callum and Tom. It's a local bred horses handicap, 0 to 60. This is a really, really close handicap, if you like. This is for Saudi horses, fillies and colts, 3-year-olds and upwards. We'll come to the ratings in just a second, but we start with the top one. Alina for Abdullah Al-Kridis is the top one, breaking from stall 2, of course being a handicap. They have differing post positions to their cloth numbers. Anna Al-Wafi is the ride of Khaled Al-Mimoni. Raji Al-Rahman for Abdullah Al-Saidi is the 3, drawn 8. Tedrick has the cheap pieces, the first of 4 fillies in this lineup for Ali Al-Mimoni, 0 from 8 so far. Amani Al-Khail for Forwas Wanas is the 5. Art, got a big question mark next to this one. I'm interested to see what you guys think of this with the cheap pieces. Abdullah Al-Hussein. Nolan is the 7. And Debe is the 8. Switching the page, Bihan is the 9 for Abdulaziz Al-Yaish. Al-Zamawi, long name, Mohammed Al-Sharima rides this one. Abura is the 11, another filly in this lineup. Mojazez is the 12, drawn 10, Thurb Al-Timiyat. Yodhahi for North Al-Farouz. Gomud is number 14. Ayash, we heard from Camillo a few minutes ago, is number 15. And Sadek Al-Wafa is the 16. One final runner over the side of the page is Yazaman, the mount of Iyad Al-Tarizi. Now, we spoke about this handicap, gents, 0 to 60. 16 of these are rated in between 57 and 60. Yazaman has a bit of ground to make up, being rated just 35. But you don't see too many races like this around the world. I guess you'd think to the likes of Hong Kong, where the handicap is very, very tight indeed. Good luck trying to find the winner.
Good luck trying to find the third musketeer. There was only 2 in shot there, and I am panicked. Tom, I know, is rattled. I don't think we'll be able to talk much about this contest, because where is the third musketeer, Tom?
It must have been attacked by bugs as well, Callum. I have no other solution.
No other options indeed. However, this is a fascinating contest, because as Mark Francis put so expertly well, they are all matched so closely together. There's only one horse on ratings who doesn't really have a chance, which is Yazaman, number 17, who comes out of stall 17. Probably the only horse we can draw a line through and say probably not his day today.
Yeah, exactly. Just rated 35, 0 from 5, and never really showed so far that he can contest in a race of this nature. But otherwise, super competitive, really difficult to find the winner. We're going to be looking at a lot of connections, a lot of recent form, and also looking for that proper draw, the inside draw that allows you to go across to the rail.
Absolutely. Now, there's plenty of horses here with wide-ranging bits of experience, horses with as many as 14 and 31 runs. Our leader, Alina, sorry, I get that right the first time. Alina is a 0 from 31 starts, but we have other horses who are far less exposed. Ayash, for example, is 1 from 6 starts.
Yep.
We've got Sadak Al Wafa is 0 from 8 starts as well. Plenty of horses with very different levels of experience trying to find a race to win here.
Yeah, in these kind of races, I want an unexposed or lightly raced type. The horse like Ayash, who's 1 from 6 so far. Yodhahi, number 13, 0 from 4. Mojazez, 0 from 3. I want a horse like that, not a horse like number 1, Alina, who's 0 from 31, and has really just struggled throughout his career so far to win in races of this nature.
I've just seen number 17, Yazaman, and if the rating was enough to put you off, that horse is an absolute barrel. That is definitely going to come on for the run. This is a run for fitness rather than any actual level of quality. So do not expect to see Yazaman up with the pace early. This is a run to get some fitness. But the first horse we're looking at is Alina, not from 31, Tom, but a nice looking animal.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Quite a nice looking type. Usually if you see a 0 from 31 record, you're not expected to see a horse that fills the eye, but Alina certainly does. On the form alone, no chance of winning today.
Anna Al-Wafi is number 2, 0 from 14.
Finished second back at meeting 20 in a very similar race, but it's drawn out in gate 16. Tough ask from there.
Raji Al-Rahman is horse number 3, smaller type.
Third time up this year, ran at meeting 22 and meeting 28, so fitness should be peaking right now. Drawn in gate 8.
Tedrick is horse number 4, much bigger but much lighter frame type.
0 from 8, more unexposed than the top 3 in the race card right now. Finished 6th back at meeting 10. It's drawn in 14, so she'll need to break well.
Amani Al-Khail is a horse number 5 in your race cards, comes out stall 3.
Yes, very good draw. Fawaz Wanas has taken the mount. He's probably still gutted about that unfortunate result earlier on in the Arabian race. Finished 5th back in meeting 10. A repeat of that would see this horse go close.
Number 6 is Art, 0 from 8.
0 from 8 so far, drawn in 15, so, not ideal. But finished 3rd at meeting 29 and 3rd at meeting 20. This horse has form in this kind of grade.
We've already seen pink colours ridden to success today. These are slightly different pink colours aboard Nolan.
Deep-backed individual, 4-year-old colt, 0 from 14. Finished 2nd at meeting 7, but disappointing in 3 subsequent starts.
Debeya is horse number 8 and Behan is horse number 9.
3rd quickfire run for Debeya after 2 14th place finishes. Generally pretty hard to support. Behan 0 from 15 so far. Came off a long layoff to finish 16th last time.
Al-Zamawi is horse number 10, Tom, 0 from 5.
Rated 60, but as a 3-year-old and gets some weight allowance. 3rd time up this year.
Abora, horse number 11, and Mojazez is horse number 12.
Abora, similar situation to Al-Zamawi. 3rd time up this year, ran 7th last time. And number 12, Mojazez, 0 from 3. Could be better than these.
Yu Dahi is horse number 13. An interesting runner here, only 0 from 4.
Nawaf Al-Farouz takes the ride. Another 3-year-old in this race, another that could improve.
Gamood is horse number 14. Not exactly showing much in the parade ring, just having a nice little poo to relieve himself.
If you like those checkered silks, then you're not going to miss this horse, Gamood. 0 from 15 so far. Finished 4th last time and 3rd the time before.
Here's the only winner in the field, Ayash.
Not the best looker, but I think the horse we're both going to side with here, 1 from 6 so far in his career, represents King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, Ahmed Mahmoud and Camille Ospina.
Sadiq Al-Wafa is 0 from 8.
3-year-old colt, 0 from 8 so far, as you've touched on. 2 runs this term, should progress on his 3rd start.
And finally, horse number 17, Yazaman the Barrel.
Yeah, wow, he's a very he's a big physical specimen. He's only rated 35 and really needs a huge career best to win.
Absolutely, we can just see Louis Morales there looking very cool, calm and collected with the bandage on his face as well. As the connections continue to run down to the start. Plenty of horses to look at. I can't get away from Ayash purely because Ayash at least knows how to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be with you with Ayash, number 15. It's not necessarily just that he knows how to win. Obviously he does. He won last time back in meeting 19. Small layoff, which is a slight concern. But one, he's by premium tap. We know premium taps stay over in excess of a mile. This is races that run over a mile and 2 furlongs. And last time up, we can see the video footage from when he won. he was pretty impressive that day. He represents Leading Connections. And look here, wide on the track, move around the bend, hits the front, changes leads. A big soft ground action if you like your turf races, but that doesn't stop him from running away from the rest of the field. Look, this wasn't the best of 0 to 60 races in itself. The third home has been beaten an absolute country mile, and it was really a match between Ayash and the number 4 who finishes second. But at the same time, this is a promising performance, and horses can gain confidence from winning recently.
And Ayash hits the line hard here, which is really great to see. This horse is going away, and for me, it just builds my confidence around this selection.
It's that premium tap, bloodline in the pedigree, you know, his sire. I also love the connections. In races like a 0 to 60 handicap, you don't often see the leading trainer, the leading owner, and one of the leading jockeys, but you do here with Ayash.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. I'm going to be following you in with Ayash. We're teaming up again. It's not been a flawless route, but I just have to remember Hawaii. Early on in the card, we did that and that worked out. So let's hope that works out again. We got a lovely shot of the jockey getting aboard Mojaziz, a horse we didn't really get enough time to talk about in the parade ring.
Yeah, Mojaziz, a very, I'd say interesting. We can use interesting again for this horse. A 3-year-old only had 3 starts by Mendelssohn. Should handle the dirt, should handle the distance as well. Last time up finished 17th, but yeah, again, this is another horse that is only having his second run at Taif. We've seen this happen a couple of times already today and last week, where horses can improve drastically for their return back to the track. Maybe Mojaziz takes a big step forward, but he will need to trouble the likes of Ayash.
Yadahi is quite a similar profile, had 2 runs already this season, should come into this fit. Horse number 13 on your race card.
Another 3-year-old. I think the 3-year-olds are the angle we're taking here, aren't we? The unexposed types that could be better than their mark that they're currently running off. Rated 95. Inside draw for Yadahi. I think that's definitely a positive from stall 4.
Any of the 4-year-olds catch your eye earlier on in the card, some of our lower numbers?
It's a good question. I'm struggling to find the answer. Maybe Amami Al-Khail, number 5, just because of the inside draw and the fact that Fawaz Wanas takes them out. 2 positives. But other than that, the recent form isn't really there. And if you look at the other 4-year-olds, it's really difficult to make a case for any of them.
I was really keen on Art, and then I saw the draw.
Yeah.
And I was thinking Art is trending in the right direction. 4th in his first start here, 15th, then 3rd, then 9th, then 3rd. You're beginning to see a pattern emerging. The horse, really a prime Callum Helliwell type selection here, always consistent, never really winning. But the draw of 15 kind of, you need everything to fall right, and the draw of 15 is not everything falling right.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
Oh, there we go.
No, that's a perfect, you just gave a perfect summary to Art's chances, really. You know, consistent performer, but from this wide gate, a horse has an automatic excuse prior to the race. We haven't even witnessed how he's going to perform, but if you're out this wide, it's very difficult to get a good position.
So Ayash coming out of stall 7, number 15 is for you. That's your interesting type. It's certainly going to be for me. I would like to just give a quick mention to Gamood, who I think will run a good race. A concern about the draw, but as a 3-year-old, a similar profile to a lot of these. Has had some runs, but again, is beginning to show signs of consistency. And it's a nice finish. She gets a little bit of weight because she's a filly as well. So that would be a chance for me. But for me, I can't look away from Ayash. Just winning form being so crucial here.
Yeah, we'll team up, hopefully for another winner, much like Hawaii in race 2. Ayash for both of us. Hopefully Mark Francis fancies Ayash too.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah, well, Tom, I don't want to triple penalise this horse, so I might have to go elsewhere for obvious reasons. Go Mood, Callum made a mention for. I think it's got to have a chance. But yeah, Ayash, you didn't really look great in the paddock. He's the only horse to win a race, so I think you can't really go too far away from Ayash. Go Mood, I've got a question mark next to Art and Nolan. Nolan, who's actually drawn 1, so has a good chance from an inside stall. White blinkers as well for Alexis Moreno. Not the jockey, of course, the horse. But there's Art, green jacket, white sash. It's a low-grade handicap here, but as we mentioned before the race, being a 0 to 60, plenty of these, according to the handicapper at least, are of very similar abilities. Yazaman, who looks like me after an all-inclusive holiday. So the runners are behind the stalls, around about 90 seconds until the scheduled off. Don't forget we've got our what I believe is probably our best race of the night. We had a good Arab race earlier, didn't we, with a high purse. But the Jcsa award race over 1,600 metres, back to the mile for our last race, drawn us at 8:15 local time. One of the high-profile cup races of the Saudi season. But that is to come. Final race over 2,000 metres. So 1.25 miles, the same course and distance as our previous race, but a handicap. So on the inside, we have Nolan in the pink colours, and towards the outside, stall 17, we have Yazaman. So one shy from a full field. Hopefully we have no trouble in the starting stalls for this race. We had a bit of a delay to our previous contest. Sadek Al-Wafar goes forward. And we're just waiting for one, which is Yodhahi into stall number 4. And the field should be set. Others waiting patiently. So from behind, 17 set for our 0 to 60. Long hold again. Ready, and off. Racing away then. One that was probably slowest away was Al-Zamawi in the dark jacket with the yellow chevrons, probably last of a field of 17 here that are being headed early on by Mojazez in the green colours. Also up there is the check jacket of Gomud. But round the outside then comes Anna Al-Wafi, drawn in gate number 16, but has managed to get to the front. So it's Anna Al-Wafi for Khaled Al-Mimoni, seeking this double. Leads by about 2 lengths to Mojazez in second. Check colours back in third of Gomud, one of the 4 fillies in this lineup. Just in behind these, we have Art in the green colours. Then we have the white cap on the inside of Dabe, as the leaders are already entering the back straight, clocking around about 55 kilometres an hour. So it's not a strong pace on here, but they're already well strung out. And up ahead, Anna Al-Wafi leads now with Art. These two about 6 to 7 lengths clear of Gomud back in third. Beginning to make a bit of ground now. Staying on from the pack is Ash, the only winner in this lineup. The orange sleeves then on the inside of that one is Tedrick. And also there is Mojazez. These are the first 6, even though that 4 most recently named are some 10 lengths behind this leader, or this leading pair, I should say. Back towards the inside then we have Bihan. Right towards the back of the field we have the yellow jacket of Abu Ra, and also back there was the slowest starter Al-Zamawi. But already turning for home then is Anna Al-Wafi, who's been in front for a long way. Big white face then of Art is in second. Towards the outside now, looming into contention, is Ayash, and Ayash is looking threatening to this long-time leader, which continues to be Anna Al-Wafi. Ayash now in second, beginning to launch a challenge. Art back in third place, then Mojazez towards the outside, staying on is Abu Ra, but inside the last 200 metres already, and Ayash goes for home. Challenge on the outside then, with the yellow cap of Amani Al-Kahil, and Amani Al-Kahil draws alongside Ayash. It's Ayash towards the far side, Amani Al-Kahil towards the outside, Abu Ra back in third, Ayash towards the far side, clinging on, and Ayash will go on to score by half a length. Abanil Al-Kahil in second place, and they drew clear of Abura back in third. 1 or 2 of those who were a long way behind managed to get towards the head of affairs, but couldn't get past Ayash, who backs up that win at meeting 19. Remains the only horse in this field to win a race. He's 1-2 now, and it's a hat-trick for the winning rider, Camillo Ospina, who gave us the heads up about half an hour ago, and he's carried this horse to the front and to the line in front. I'm sure there'll be cheers in the box with Callum and Tom. Amani Al-Kahil made great ground from the back of the field to get second. There'll be another day for him, or her rather. And back in third place was Raji Al-Rahman, who was staying on ahead of Abura. So a lot of runners towards the back of the field, plugged on. It didn't look a fast pace, but the action coming from the back of the screen, the winning distance half a length, as Ayash goes on to score and will bid for the hat-trick next time out. Ash wins. Amani Al-Khail was closing all the way into second. Raji Al-Rahman has got up for third. And in fourth place was Abura. A win for number 15, Ash, and a treble for Ospina.
Khayal Camilo, well done Camilo, hat-trick. Tell me about the race, Camilo.
Yeah, no, the first thing, thanks God, thanks to the Prince Meta, Talal Bincharain, Ahmed Neheri, and my family is here. When my family is here, I had lucky, my brother, my friends, and thanks God, this horse he won last time, and today I tried to do the same race. He came close. The another horses he go a little bit fast in front, but thanks God he step by step he's coming, and one horse is coming from outside very strong, but thanks God he respond very good and he can win the race. Thank you very much.
Yes, his family is here. He does have a beautiful family. They're very prevalent on his social media and giving him all the luck as Camillo Ospina lands the hat-trick, Tom, and that was an absolutely mustard ride.
Yeah, brilliant ride. They obviously went too hard up in front. It wasn't a quick pace, but for the distance, for this level of horse, you generally cannot go that speed and maintain it with the two horses up front, Art and Ano Al-Wafi. They both led. Camillo sat back in 5th or 6th early on, moved off the rail, which was a dubious decision, but it actually turned out to be an extremely wise decision. Moved up on the home straight, looked like he was going to win. Then up came number 5, Amani Al-Khail. I got worried, you got worried, but Camillo Ospina is just phenomenal in the saddle, and he got this horse home.
Did not panic at all, and I do wish one day we can get a camera up here, because Tom and I experienced the full range of emotions from the start to the finish. At the start, a good position, Camillo, good position. Then he comes down the back straight, moves off the rail. I'm sorry, what are you doing, Camillo? What are you doing? Tom's like, don't worry, Callum, this is all fine. We come round the bend. I'm starting to celebrate. Tom's like, oh no, look for the horse on the outside. And then we both think, oh no, we're beaten. But then Camillo lifts this horse home and gives it an absolutely stonking ride to win by half a length in the end.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic rider, Camillo. His family's here, as you've already said. So, yeah, just a big day for him and his family. He's having a fantastic success. And so are we, to be fair. Three winners each. It's been a good day with the main race still to come.
The main race still to come, indeed. Very exciting things to look forward. Shamila is down in the winners' enclosure with our main man. In fact, she's not down there just yet at the moment. We're still waiting to catch up. He's still doing the old congratulatory tour, but we can just get a look at this driving finish. It's interesting that he's going hands and heels, really. He's never really relying on the stick, which we see some of the riders over here maybe over-rely on the stick. He's very much uses his legs, uses his knees, powers through the calf and all his lower body to get this horse home, and never panicked when met on that turn.
No, he's a very, very good rider. Powerful, compact. He's just got everything. Poise, the willingness to go forward when he wants to, or sit back like there. We've just seen with brilliant precision. The second jockey, Fawaz Wanas, not been his day.
Oh, Fawaz Wanas, definitely not his day at all. And we can just see these beautiful overhead shots. Look at him closing in. It's like a video game. It's like G1 jockey when we were younger. Bashing triangle as you power through to take you take the horse in second. He's going backwards. We at this sort knew the winner, the leader, was not going to be a threat. We knew that horse was going to fall out the back of the television. But then watch the horse on the right. Watch the horse on the right coming through. This is the eventual second, Amani Akil, who is coming through right now, and he's running a really nice race here. He just comes on the outside, and now Camillo is thinking we're in a battle, and he never gets headed, which is brilliant to see. The horse is always responding to Camillo's urgings, or is it the second horse not actually picking up and going to win the race?
No, I think it's the former. I think Ayesh is actually responding to Camillo. You know, there are some people out there that don't think horses want to race.
Oh.
It's unbelievable. Look at that. Ayesh was doing his he was doing his hardest up front. As soon as he got challenged, he picked up and found more.
And Shamila is downstairs with Camilla Ospina right now. Shamila, over to you.
I am indeed with Camilo Ospina and his daughter, who's here. Congratulations on your hat trick.
No, thank you very much, Shamila. You know, thanks God the horse is good, run very good today. And thanks God the winner. And thanks God I have my family here, you know. With my family here, I'm very happy, you know. And comfortable, and the horse ran very good. Thank you very much.
And what's your name?
Raquel.
And you're proud of your daddy?
Yes.
Well, I hope to see you again. And what do you think about your chances in the next race?
Yeah, this is tough race, you know. This is very good horses, but my horse, he won very good last time. I horse ran well, and thanks God maybe he do something, you know. It's tough race, but we'll see, you know.
And just to go back to the last race quickly, he was the only winner out of all the horses. The rest of them were maidens. So do you think it was pretty clear that you were going to win from the beginning, even with the with the stall draw of 7?
Yeah, there are 2-3 horses very good in that race, you know. I won with this horse in Riyadh, you know. He broke the maiden with me, and he won very good last week. I see, but I saw 2-3 horses very strong, you know. This is tough race, but I hope my horse ran good, and we'll see. Okay.
Thanks very much,
Camilo. Very much. Thank you.
Isn't that great to see Camilo and his wonderful daughter? There's a lovely shot on his Instagram, actually, the daughter decked out in the King Abdulaziz colours, and I mean, that was literally living my childhood dream. My parents never got me any jockey silks, but Tom, take me through this race.
Yeah, just Camilo broke really nicely on AS. You can see in the white with the green hat. Currently sits in around 7th. This is the wise decision. A jockey could break so well from that position and push forward and try to get on the speed, but he knew there were horses outside that wanted to go forward. Camilo took a slight pull, allowed the horse to find his rhythm, and he ends up in the perfect spot.
Look at that beautiful overhead shot as we see Art had got right the way across. Art was drawn in stall 15, got right to the rail, but probably ran his race there and then.
Yeah, Art and Anna Al Wafi, they've both drawn 15 and 16. They've come from wide gates. They had to go, well, the jockeys wanted to go forward, but they had to go way too quick to get there. The horse back in 3rd as well as tried to get up on the speed. That was Gamood.
Yeah, really nice performance from Gamood. It's one of the 3-year-olds we highlighted. We were a little bit concerned about the draw, made the most about getting across from the draw, but also eased off the pace and allowed the 2 leaders to go away in front. I thought that was a dangerous move, but talk about Camilo here.
Yeah, Camilo now realises there's a big gap opening up between the top 2 and the horse in 3rd. At Taif, you can't give horses such a huge advantage, even if they've gone hard early, because there is such a pace bias.
Remember, he was given a lead in one of our previous races, an unassailable lead, and the horses couldn't catch him.
Absolutely that. So at this stage, Camilo knows that he's got to make his move up the pack. He's moved from 6th into 3rd. And at this point, I was already celebrating. I was thinking, Callum, we're onto a winner here because these top 2 are going to go backwards. Then up step the 5, Amani Al-Khail, as you can see, just about to move into 4th in the yellow cap and yellow sleeves, now 5th, sorry, and making inroads, and then it really becomes a duel between these top 2 horses.
Amani Al-Khail also does a really smart decision to go wide so she doesn't get caught in the back of Art and all these other horses falling back through the field because they've done too much too early.
Yeah, and Amani Al-Khail right now is engaged in 6th gear and looks like she's just going to breeze past Ayesh. But Camilo just angles him slightly to the outside, allows him to see the other horse, and he instantly picks up again. As you said earlier, never headed in that race. Very gallant, very gutsy in success. Take nothing away from the runner-up. She's run very well. She just didn't have enough in the tank to go past Ayesh.
The runner-up is definitely going to win a race in time, no doubt about it, because that horse has certainly got ability, but just didn't have the moxie to get past one of the leading riders here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, Camilo's having a fantastic day, isn't he? He's had 3 winners. He generally struggled last week. He had a couple. He won on a couple of Arabian horses, but he struggled in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons Silks. Not the case today. He's having a really good day at the office, and he's still got 1 ride in the feature.
And it's always good to see you when you're riding well for your boss as well. I don't think there's anything worse than when you're riding is inconsistent and you're winning for other trainers, but when you're on your boss's horse, who is obviously one of the more powerful strings here in Saudi Arabia, and not getting the winners done. He's bounced right back to form this week and is banging in the winners nice and early, and we've still got another day of racing plus 1 more race this evening, which I can't wait for.
Yeah, really looking forward to the feature race, which is coming up shortly. Drop back and trip over a mile in that contest, but it's full of fantastic horses formerly trained in the UK, some bought from the US. We've got some local horses as well, so I'm really looking forward to that. Camilo will be hoping for a 4-timer. Looks like he's going to have a tough task, but you know, this is Camille Ospina. Who knows?
Yeah, would you bet against him here? Because this is a man who certainly knows how to get horses in front here at King Khaled Racecourse. Ayesh wins. Amani Al-Kir is the horse that finished second, and Raji Al-Garam finishes third here. It's an interesting run for Raji Al-Garam. Was never really involved in much of the race and just plugged on late, picking off those horses that went hard too early. There were some interesting runs in behind. You can just see Anna Al-Wafi is there finishing down the field, having cut out all the early running. Horse number 12, Mojazez, was another who tried to cut out the early running, then got pulled back as Art made the pace, and then didn't really find much later on as well. Plenty to go and discuss later on as these horses cross the line in. There's some very tired runners, and some horses that just never got into that contest.
Yeah, they're really strung out in the closing stages, aren't they? Just 2 horses came to the fore. They were by far the best in the race. The third place horse who you've touched on there, Rajay Al Rahman, very one pace, just stuck on. Clearly stays a 1 mile 2 furlong trip, but just needs to find a weaker contest to win. That was the 16th attempt for that colt, rated 57. He's definitely got a race in him, but not against the likes of Ayesh or even Armani Al-Khail.
Ayesh is certainly one of the better horses in this race, already a race winner, which was something that none of the other horses had, but on top of that, it's got definitely a better chance of really jumping up the ratings as well. So there's plenty to look forward to with a horse like Ayesh. Now, for me, we're moving on to the good race. We're moving on to the good race where you, Tom, have one good thing. I have another good thing. Tell me about what your selection is here before we even see them in the parade route, because it might change.
Oh, I don't actually know. I don't have a full selection yet. I've got 3 on the short list, but I want you to tell everyone your selection, because this is the horse you've been raving about since around 9 a.m. this morning.
Right, I'm going to ask my producer to do something very special for me. I need you to narrow in on this narrow cam, producer. I need you to narrow in right on my face here. Look at me right down this face here. Put me on the screen, sir. I want to tell the viewers very carefully. Move on to this camera and listen to me carefully. Final destination is the horse in this race. Final destination, please. Oh, please, just look at the form. We do have the video footage, and this horse looks like it's booked for second. It looks like it doesn't stand a chance. We'll look at it again. Camera 1, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one. Look at my face. Look into my eyes. Listen to me. Final destination. This is the race. Last time, remember yesterday, if you were involved yesterday, remember this. I had a good thing. It only went and won. I've got another good thing today, and I think it's only going to go and win.
You've just got the producer to do something there. I'm going to get the social media expert to do something. Clip that up for when the horse loses.
Don't worry about it. It's going to come home. It's going to win. I'm convinced about it. I cannot wait to take you through the video for Mark. Give us our runners and riders.
Yeah, I think Tom's absolutely right. Let's get the social media manager to clip that up, ready for around about 10 minutes' time, or probably a little bit more than that after the race is finished. Whether final destination wins or not, which we'll come to in just a minute. Good connection heads them though. Horse number 1, Mohammed Al Daham, leads this busy lineup. 2, Al Jabray for Naif Al Anazi. A rare blank for Naif tonight, but he's still got a good chance. Chasing the Flag is a maiden, 0 from 12, Abdullah Awafi, out of US Navy Flag, Chasing the Flag. Uncle is a son of Harry Angel. I think it's got a couple in here. Turkey Alofi Ride. Shawash is the 5, Yusuf Al Hussein. Brak is the 6, riding is Abdullah Al Hussein. Al Fahabab is the 7, Fahed Al Faradi. Courageous Knight, Ryan Al Taresh, who used to be with Charlie Appleby, this horse, Courageous Knight. 9 over the page is Sati. It's a facile winner back at meeting 14, but beaten last time out. Looked a little bit tired, so needs some improvement under Alexis Moreno. 10 is Amarillo Gold for Eddie Castro. 11 is Ready to Connect in the blinkers for Luis Morales. Master Skills is the 12 for Gilberto Ramos. Camilo Ospina seeking this infamous 4-timer. He has kind spirit. I agree with the guys. Might be a little bit short of ability here compared to some of the others, particularly the next 3. Correct and Right, son of Churchill. Akfik, Adel Al-Faradi, looking for his own respective treble, is the 15. Final Destination, the son of Havana Grey, the 16, Mohammed Al-Hubail in the saddle. Al-Malhem is the 17, Abdullah Al-Farouz. And Star Horse, will he be the star tonight? Who will be the star selector of our lucky last year? Jimmy Carrion rides Star Horse. 18 go to post for our best contest of the night, the Jcsa Award Cup fixture. And it's our 9th race over the mile. Back to the team.
Thanks very much, Mark, giving it all the build-up this race truly deserves, because this is our big race, and the first horse we'll look at is number 4, Uncle Tom.
Yeah, Uncle Tom. That's
No,
not in this
no,
race.
steady now, steady, Tom.
Uncle used to be trained by Richard Hannon, was rated 78 in the UK, now rated 99 in Saudi Arabia after winning last time.
Shawash is number 5, take me through it.
A son of Good Magic, fantastic horse over in the US. No success so far for Good Magic's progeny, but costs 200,000 as a yearling.
Brack is 1 from 5, that's horse number 6 on your race card, comes out of stall 6 as well.
Ran 5th back at meeting 25, probably going to come on a lot for that effort. Again, a US bred horse in this race by Jimmy Creed, cost 36,000 as a 2-year-old.
And you can see why. Just look at the standard of equine or axles on display here. There's some really stunning animals. This is Al Tahab, is horse number 7 in front of us. It's 1 win from 3 starts in Saudi Arabia.
Another US bred in this race, finished 9th back at meeting 5. Long layoff since then. Ridden by Farhad Al Faradi, who had a hat-trick yesterday. This horse cost just 20,000.
Al Tahab here, just filling the eye again. Another one that looks very primed and ready to go. Good behind, lovely flat back, short couple. All the power is in the middle and the back of that animal. Certainly nothing I'd be concerned about, and hard to miss with those 4 white and green bandages as well. Number 8 is Courageous Knight. Only had 1 run in Saudi Arabia, but certainly comes from good connections.
Yeah, one of the best horses in this race on pedigree and on rating. Rated 95, as we just see the horse is steady there in the paddock as one was playing up. Courageous Knight also had a rating of 95 in the UK when trained by Charlie Appleby. He's by Dubawi, one of the best sires in the world, and must have a huge chance in here.
Sati is horse number 9 in your race cars. Take me through it, Tom.
1 back at meeting 14 on his seasonal reappearance, then finished 6th last time at meeting 22. Alex Moreno takes the mount. This horse costs 80,000 and is by US side Gormley, who was best seen on the West Coast.
Yes, I've certainly kept up with some of Gormley's progeny. I liked him as a racehorse, and I do quite like him as a sire. Amarillo Gold, Tom. We saw this horse in meeting 27.
We did, finished 7th that day, just has a real tough task today. By Shallah, used to race over in the UK, but was only rated 54 for Jamie Osborne. Stiff task against some very good horses.
One of those horses that's come over and really thrived in these warm conditions and on this dirt sort of racing. Ready to connect is a horse I really like the look of, a stunning dark black animal.
Yeah, the best looker in this race, undoubtedly. Louis Morales takes the ride. Connections are very highly thought of over here. This horse costs 180,000 and is sure to come on for that reappearance 11th.
Number 12 is Master Skills, 1 win from 7, but has been in rock hard form this year.
Same connections as the previous horse, but 2nd string with Roberto Ramos wearing that green cap. Last time up finished 3rd back at meeting 22. Should come on for that run because his previous effort was back at meeting 8.
A really nice looking animal as well, and Wigberto, we haven't seen a wiggle today, so it'd be great to wrap up with a big old wiggle. Number 13, unlucky for some, is Kind Spirit, 3-year-old colt. Tom, talk to me about this horse.
This is the ride of Camille Ospia, looking for a 4th winner on the card. Finished 3rd last time at meeting 27. It's just a 3-year-old and it's by Outstrip. Nice looking type, but a bit leggy. And the dam is Your Kindred, who used to be trained by Mark Johnson in the UK.
Interesting facts there indeed. Correct and right, the horse that we saw only a few days ago and is an absolute stunner. One of the true good looking horses we'll see just coming into shot now. This is Correct and Right, number 14, by Churchill.
Yeah, by Churchill, 1 back in meeting 30, is rated 97. Right up there with the best in this race. It's trained by Beden Al Sabai, who's already had a winner on the card.
We're just looking at some form here. The first horse we're going to look at is Uncle. This is him winning earlier this month.
Yeah, in the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah silks out in front, the big green sleeves with the green cap and white body. This horse used to be trained by Richard Hannon, but he's quite clearly improved since he's come over to Saudi Arabia. Relishes the dirt track here at Taif. As you can see, strong in the closing stages, moving further and further clear, and loves this mile distance.
This is a really good display, isn't it? It's one of those, hits the line hard, going away from some good field. It'll be bang up in there in this contest.
Yeah, he's got to be. Harry Angel was known for being a sprinter, but a mile is definitely this horse's trip.
This is Afik, another horse that's seen winning here back in June.
Yeah, we haven't covered this horse yet. He's ridden by Adel Al Faradi, trained by Gaith Al Gaith. Won his only start this season, which was this day. As you can see, hanging a bit to his left, hanging a bit to his right. He's definitely not the finished article, but he's rated 95, right up there with the best of them. And the second is owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, so he's got a good handle on this race with the likes of Final Destination and Uncle in the field.
Akfiq runs about at the end of that. That would be your only concern. Just seems to get a little bit lonely out in front. Correct and right. This is the horse that we saw. Watch him do it all from the front. The jockey's a little bit unbalanced, but once they hit the straight, this horse powers away.
A big scopy type. He was right up with the lead throughout. By Churchill, quite clearly loves the mile distance. In the closing stages, it looks like he's going up in the air rather than going forward, but it doesn't stop him from winning the race. He's a nice type. He's rated 97, one of the highest rated in this race. I'd be slightly disappointed if he wins, though, I have to say.
I think this run doesn't show his true ability, because I still think he's learning on the job and is only going to get better with each and every run, and I think a higher quality renewal will see this horse do better. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the race winner. Look at where he's coming from, completely all over the place. This is Final Destination, winning at the beginning of August.
This was his second success so far this year. He obviously engaged overdrive just then, as you can see on the outside. Powers past the early leader. This horse is a 3-year-old. It's by Havana Grey, a sire who's known for producing sprinters. This mile trip quite clearly isn't an issue for Final Destination, though. He's rated 100, one of the highest rated in the race, but he's drawn in 16. Is that an issue?
No concern. Look where he came from in this contest, all the way wide. If you watch the full replay, the horse that's actually in front, who ends up fading right out the back of the television, is the horse that looks like he's going to take the race. And then this horse, Final Destination, comes from the clouds. Nice and wide, gets all the time to regather his momentum and then powers away. And dropping back to 1,600 metres in trip, I don't think is a concern, because I think they are going to go so fast early over 1,600 metres here that this horse is going to pick up the pieces and flash home to win.
I've never heard such confidence in my life. And you know what? I've been doing tipping for a good 9 to 10 years now. I know what happens when there's a lot of confidence behind one horse. You're going to be swallowing your pride after this race, I tell you.
Do you remember that 2-year-old at Royal Ascot this year, Astana, in the same colours? Very similar amount of hype went into that horse before it duly flattered to defeat. I'm just beginning to get concerned that I'm beginning to sound a lot like the stopwatch kings who are very keen on that horse.
Absolutely. I actually watched, I went to George Bowie's pre-Royal Ascot workouts, and that horse was pretty poor in the work, was outworked by Soprano, disappointed at Royal Ascot, and everyone was surprised, but you know.
Not you, Tom. You weren't surprised at all.
No, I wasn't. Soprano completely outworked him. But this is a completely different kettle of fish. This horse used to be trained by Kevin Philibert de Foy, was actually pretty poor in the UK, so we'll see how he's improved since he's come to Saudi.
How much are you putting into the UK ability here? Because we do have a horse who has a fantastic record in the UK, the ex-Godolphin runner.
Yeah.
We're looking at these horses where we go, well, it's got lots of form in the UK. How's it going to reflect here in Saudi Arabia? But on the same token, a horse like Amarillo Gold did nothing in the UK. It has really sprouted wings in Saudi Arabia. I believe this contest might be a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, Courageous Knight is the horse you're talking about that used to be trained by Charlie Appleby, owned by Godolphin. If you're talking about UK form alone, then he's by far the horse to beat. But he hasn't run so far this year. He's coming off a long layoff. He's got to be a major player, but I'm tentative about, first time up at Taif. If I'm to narrow this down as to 2 or 3 horses, I'd have Shawash number 5, the $200,000 yearling purchase, drawn nicely for Bedan Al Sabai. I'd have number 17, who we haven't covered yet, Al Mulhem, finished 10th in the 2023 Saudi Derby. Is by More Than Ready, the best site, in my opinion, in the US. But I hate the draw. That's the one negative. Otherwise, I'd be quite confident on Al Mulhem. I'm tempted to say Final Destination, but I don't want to hype up your horse. So I'll say Correct and Right if he improves from the reappearance. If you're pushing me for a selection, I'll go for Al Mulhem and just hope that he can get across with a wide gate.
I totally understand your reason for Al Mulhem, but it's first time up at Taif. We've seen this before, and we'll see it again and again and again. These horses just don't seem to do it first time up. We have seen the occasional horse break that mould, but the stats are all not in your favour for a horse coming up first time, especially in a race as hot as this.
You're not wrong. You really aren't wrong. And the wide gate presents a big opportunity. I think he's the most talented horse in the race. I just briefly want to touch on Ready to Connect as well, number 11. He would be my backup selection. Costs 180,000. These connections love these big cup races. And I'm sure he's going to come on from his reappearance.
OK, Tom, give us your final selection. We need one final selection from you. I know it's tough because it's a really, really good race. But, Tom, give us one to go to war with here.
Ready to Connect and Al Mulhem.
He just had to do it, didn't he? Just had to do it. He makes his 2 selections. It doesn't matter because neither of them beat number 16, Final Destination. Great to see people in the YouTube comments. We've seen some aeroplane emojis for Camilla's first winner, and we've seen some lovely emojis as well coming up as well. Let us know who you're on in this final race in our lucky loft here at King Harlard Racecourse. And the man to take us through it, who has been superb all day, Mr. Mark Francis, over to you.
Guys, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This really is a fantastic race. great renewal of the Jcsa award. I've listened to what you've had to say about most of the runners. Tom's obviously siding with a couple here, ready to connect, and Al Mulhem. Callum, you're absolutely all over Final Destination. He wears the yellow cap, coincidentally, same ownership as Uncle. I'm with the 15 here, Akfik, to confirm the form from meeting number 9 when beating Final Destination. He's never been out the top 2, Akfik, in 5 starts here. 2 wins, keeping a form between those two. It's strong as well. It was behind Correct and Right back in January, and Correct and Right got the maiden win. And Master Skills was 3rd that day. Master Skills has since been beaten by a very good horse in the shape of Shokran. But yeah, there's lots of collateral form here, linking in with others. Interesting if we take Tom's selection as the 17, how us 3 have got horses 17, 16, and 15. So we'll be looking towards the left of picture once they get started, to see who's going to get across. Will there be some pace early on from the inside? We shall see. Also, in terms of colours, Kind Spirit and also Amarillo Gold have the same ownership. Amarillo Gold with a black cap, Kind Spirit with the red cap, and Master Skills has the same jacket as Ready to Connect. They're drawn next to each other. Ready to Connect has the black cap, Master Skills with the green cap. Over those 2 runners at the bottom of your picture. But it's been a great night's racing here at Taif. Looking forward to the action tomorrow, meeting 33. We've got about 6 weeks left here at Taif. But Callum and Tom both been excellent this evening, this afternoon. Shamila as well down in the paddock. Let's see who signs off with a win. Final for you coming forward then for this, the Jcsa award. The top 18 go, the 5 reserves not required. It is open to fillies and colts, but we have 18 geldings or colts here. Last one to come forward was Master Skills. All safely loaded and swiftly. We're set. And they're off and racing. Towards the left of picture, yellow cap of Final Destination was just squeezed up in the early stages. As entering the first furlong, look towards the right of picture. The yellow and blue of Al Jabri is probably one of the first to show on that near side group, but the pace is out wide with Correct and Right, and through the centre is Amarillo Gold, who now darts towards that inside running rail. So linking up with the round course, it's Amarillo Gold and Eddie Castro who have a narrow advantage to the red cap on the outside of Kind Spirit. It's a 1-2 for the owner at the moment. In between that pair is Sati in the orange. Towards the outside is Correct and Right. These are the first 4. Just dividing that line of 4 is now Uncle, and Uncle probably now sticks his nose out in front. So Uncle leads, red cap towards the outside of Kind Spirit, tracked through by Correct and Right. Just bustled back towards the rail now is Amarillo Gold, and then the orange of Sati. Yellow cap on the outside of Final Destination is pretty prominent. Just inside of that horse is Star Horse, and then Al Jabri in the yellow and blue. Right towards the back of the screen, we have the likes of Shawash. Also back there is the blue cap of Courageous Knight. But turning for home already, up ahead, we have the red cap in the centre of Kind Spirit. Has challengers on either side. Green cap on the inside of Uncle. Towards the outside is Correct and Right. Pace challenges towards the outside in the shape of Al Malhem. And also there is Final Destination. Deep inside the last 250 metres. Al Malhem leads by about 2 lengths. Yellow cap of Final Destination is in second. And then comes Uncle staying on his Correct and Right. But a careering away is Al Malhem and Abdullah Al Farouz. Al Malhem will win again and win easily in a lucky last. Al Malhem wins. Yellow cap of Final Destination was second, and we'll wrap up the places for you in just a moment. Al Malhem got across from stall 17. Wide draws on no negatives here at Taif. It's another winner for our expert Tom Collins, who's had a fabulous afternoon and evening here. Al Malhem, he had to whittle it down to 2 selections. One of those was Al Malhem, who wins, and wins well in the closing stages. Final Destination is rallied really gamely for Callum, so that's why you listen to the 2 presenters. They got the first and second here. Al Malhem wins to Final Destination in second, and they were clear of the remainder. It's a winner for Abdullah Al Farouz, purple jacket with the green sash and cap, has gone on to win by 3.5 lengths. Cozy performance in the end, ridden out towards the line. Scarcely had to use the stick. Final Destination confirmed as second, and Master Skills, also with a green cap, finished in third. A high class 1, 2, 3 to round out our final race on the card. Al Mulhem wins by 3.5 to Final Destination in second. A 1-2 for the boys in the studio. They keep up their great form. Master Skills back in third, and they drew clear then of the remainder, headed by Correct and Right. It's been a great evening's racing here from the Taif commentary box. I've been Mark Francis. Thanks very much indeed for listening.
See our mightily impressive winner of the Lucky Lal, Al Mulhem. How good was that?
Wow, that was really scintillating. The way he quickened up off the speed and took the race and made it his own, turning in for home. Really impressive. 10th in the Saudi Derby last year, coming back off the long layoff, first up at Taif. Amazing.
And Tom, that was your selection as well. Really great job spotting that Saudi Derby form. But first time up at Taif, I was a little bit concerned, but that gives you 4 winners, which makes my 3 winners look pretty poor.
Why are you sounding surprised, Callum? You were trying to put me off beforehand as well. You made me choose 2 in the race because you were so negative about this horse. Hey, look, he was fantastic today. You don't usually win from stall 17 either, so that's another tick in the box for him.
Shamila, what did you make of that?
I can't say I'm not heartbroken because I had my everything set on Final Destination. I didn't even look at any of the other horses in the race.
You and me both, Shamila. You and me both. But it was set up with Uncle making that early break. Courageous Knight being really bang up there as well. They went a strong pace. But it was all the wide draws coming widest of all.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. You wanted to be wide on the track in the home straight. You know, the leaders were going backwards. Uncle, the owner mate of Final Destination for Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah, quite clearly in there as a pacemaker today, wasn't he? Final Destination ran a good race. Unfortunately, too good for me to start criticising your bullishness, Callum. I can't criticise you, Shamila. But he ran fair enough in second. He just bumped into a good one, didn't he?
But look, that's what happens when you follow the selections made by the team, first and second. I certainly can't be disappointed with the end result there, Tom. You spotted the horse. You said I was very keen on Final Destination. I thought he was going to really go enjoy this dirt. He was really going to enjoy the fact that he's at the peak of his powers, race fit, ready to go. Just bumped into a horse that is very, very good. And again, another boost to what we're going to see at Riyadh. The quality at Riyadh is going to step up again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Al Mulhem is rated 100. He's quite clearly better than that, but this is a very good race. You know, this is a race full of horses rated high 90s, low 100s, and as you've touched on, Riyadh's only going to be the next level. Tomorrow we've got a Arabian horse rated 125 that I touched on earlier. The quality here is just unmatched.
Absolutely right. Shamila, when we talk about the quality that we'll see at Riyadh, what are we looking at? Are we going to see different specimens of horses or just horses that have been kept away over the winter who are just going to show later on?
I think a majority of them are being kept now until the winter. They're having their rest, well-deserved rest, because it is a long season here in Saudi Arabia, and they'll come out to shine in Riyadh. And I just want to say, I spoke to Abdullah Al-Faraj before one of the Arabian races, and he kept his cards very close to his chest, didn't he? Because he didn't even mention this horse.
He did. Yeah, wow, I forgot about that.
Typical. No, we're just seeing them crossing the line now. This winner is in absolute poetry in motion. Everyone in the production crew was absolutely blown away by the way this horse has quickened up and gone away at the line. And I think this horse has won quite cozily as well. There's more in the tank.
The thing is, with dirt racing, especially in the US, what they say is the dirt horses don't have a turn of foot and turf horses do. That generally separates them, as well as different kind of stride and hoof, whatever. But right here, we've just seen a fantastic acceleration from Al Mulhem. First time up, he's only going to improve. I'm excited to see this horse on turf. I have to say, that's one thing with Riyadh. We have a turf track as well. We get to see all those horses that want grass rather than dirt. It's just going to be fantastic, and we're really excited.
Anything they do on dirt is a bonus, so we're going to see even more on turf. Final Destination did not run a bad race, and when we look at that, I think it's going to be one that we're going to see the VT over and over again. Plenty of form to go to war with as well, but I definitely think this winner is a class above what we see usually here at Taif. Now, we're just seeing the trophy presentation come out as well, connections coming up, as well as the winning jockey who kept his cards very close to his chest when Shamila was speaking to him after the Arabian race. However, he won't be keeping his cards close to his chest. Now, he'll be looking really comfortable lifting up this trophy, and it'll be fantastic to see. I'm looking forward to see this horse, this rider, keeping together as they go forward later on this season.
I just want to know what else Abdullah Al Faraj has in his back pocket, because if he has horses like this that he's keeping a secret, he must have a few more.
Absolutely. It's a terrifying thought if this isn't the one he's most excited about. Now, Tom, for me, what do you make from that performance? What do you take away from some of the other runners? We talked about Correct and Right, a horse that probably found this all a bit too tough. Uncle was a pacemaker. Courageous Knight, for me, was an interesting performer.
Yeah, he was. You know, he's rated 95 in the UK for Charlie Appleby. He's ridden and run before in Dubai, so he knows the climate, but he was pretty poor today. Maybe he's a turf horse just running here for a bit of fitness. Correct and Right actually ran fair enough, finished fourth.
Absolutely not a bad run at all. A man that's been on a very good run is yourself, Tom.
What a link.
Please give us your top moment.
Yeah, it was a tricky one because we've got so many to choose from today, Callum. Lilaylem was my top moment, though. And a selection that I didn't actually have. It was your selection in the race.
Indeed. It was my selection. It was my selection. I'd call myself a tipping legend, almost, really.
Camille Ospina. Yeah, he's had a phenomenal day, hasn't he? You've interviewed him 3 times, and his family are here. It's just a great day for Camillo. He was fantastic on Lilaylem. You know, broke early. This horse has lots of early speed and just sustained that throughout the whole race. And actually, the time of the event is the most crucial thing here. 1:44.16. The time of the race following for 3-year-olds is 1:44.86. 2-year-olds run quicker than 3-year-olds. You rarely see that.
Absolutely, and I was really impressed. Not just because I selected it, but when you see this horse turn for home and go again and put more distance between himself and his rival, you cannot help but be really impressed.
No, second time up as well. Premium Tap. How many winners do we have Premium Tap today? 3? I think it must have been 3. This sire is just phenomenal over in Saudi Arabia right now. Ahmed Mohamoud, the leading trainer. There was just everything there for Lilaylem. I don't know why I overlooked him. 17 3/4 length winning margin. The same last week as Al Motterhead, who was one of the highlights. 2 fantastic 2-year-olds we've seen so far.
2 fantastic horses we get to look forward to see. Would you keep them at Taif, or would you hold them back and go to Riyadh for the big races?
I don't think there's anything wrong with giving them a few more prep races, you could call them, here in Taif before going over to Riyadh. They have such a good program for these races that it would be a shame not to see them here again.
I'm so impressed by this horse's stride. Tom, what else impressed you about the performance?
Well, not only the winning margin, but just how he went about it. He was on the right lead. He was super professional. You know, when he rounded the bend, he was just switching leads onto his left, which is what you want to see by Premium Tap. So we knew the trip was never going to be a concern. You know, Premium Tap stay a mile in excess. He broke from 15 as well. You know, we've seen plenty of horses break from wide gates today, 17 in the last, 15 in this race that we're currently watching. And, you know, it's not stopped them.
Kabir Ospina was really impressive as well in the sun. You saw him leading, knee out to the side like a MotoGP rider, and literally leading the horse over and saying, you are going to stick to the rail and you are going to learn your job.
Yeah, exactly. The rail was always been the place to be today. I know a couple of trainers have said you don't want to be in the rail coming off the bend, but I disagree.
Absolutely. Shamila, did you have a moment today that wasn't the really impressive winner that Tom brought up?
I really like Lazaz Al Ali in the Arabian race, not just because of his silks, but I've seen this horse his first 2 starts out here, and you can just see him improving every single week.
Here's a question for you. Did you see the celebration?
I did.
What a moment.
One of the wildest things you'll ever see. The owner and trainer is literally running half a furlong with the horse, throws his headgear into the air. That lands in the winner's enclosure. He's not even allowed in the winner's enclosure, so he has to then get someone official, to go around and pick it up, and everyone gets back into contention. But it was a fantastic celebration for a wild finish.
Absolutely. And I'll say it again and again, but these Arabian races are just getting stronger here in Saudi Arabia.
We're seeing more and more races, 2 per day now, which is fantastic to see. One of the other elements that really got me was the finish. The stewards had a look at it. There was no change in results. Guys, are we all happy with that?
Yeah, I think so. You know, in the US you would get a change of result. In the UK you wouldn't. Different jurisdictions, just, you know, they're different results. It's fine. It didn't affect the end result.
Moving forward to tomorrow, nothing more to look forward to today, but tomorrow we've got a very exciting Arabian horse rated 125. We've got 8 other wonderful races to look forward to. We've got a belting card to get into. I hope you join us. I've had a fantastic day. I hope you had too. We'll see you all again tomorrow.